Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Born with Powerful Healing Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The next day, UA is surrounded. Izuku and Kaken stare out at the crowd of reporters swarming around the entrance of the school, shoving a microphone into the face of every student that tries to enter. I guess they heard that All Might is teaching here, Izuku says uncertainly. Kaken just lets out a very annoyed huff. He doesn't make a move, but his eyes are roaming over the mob, analyzing and searching for weaknesses. Izuku shifts uneasily. So, how are we gonna dash? Kaken suddenly grabs him by the arm and starts dragging him toward the crowd. A reporter notices them and immediately shoves a microphone at them. She demands, "How are All Might's classes dash? Get the F out of my way." Kaken roars. It's startling enough for the reporter to jump backwards in surprise. Kaken proceeds to bulldoze his way through the mass of people, loudly snapping at anyone who tries to shove a camera in his face. Izuku, for once, is actually grateful to be dragged behind his friend. They make it through the crowd fairly quickly and Izuku is only a couple of minutes late for his meeting with Recovery Girl. Tisk. His mentor rolls her eyes. I don't know how Toshinori-san deals with those vultures all the time. Has he said anything to you? Izuku shakes his head. No, not today. He texted me after I went home yesterday, but that was mostly just to ask what I thought of his teaching. And what did you think of his teaching? He ponders about it for a moment, trying to find the right words. I think he has a lot that he can teach us, but he smiles and shrugs. He's All Might, you know. Recovery Girl huffs and turns to her desk, saying, well, you don't have to worry about him today. You don't have a hero lesson but you have PE, which Aizawa-san will be teaching. And before you ask, yes, you will be participating. Izuku closes his mouth. It'll be a quirkless sparring lesson, so you'll get a chance to show what you learned in that self-defense class you mentioned. Izuku perks up. Finally, something he can join in on. His morning classes seem to take forever today. In the past few months, he hasn't gone to as many self-defense classes as he had before, mostly because he's just been so busy studying for the recommendation test or schoolwork or Recovery Girl. And now that he's in UA, he's completely dropped out of Kimura's class. 1. Because he simply won't have any time to attend her after-school lessons on top of Recovery Girls, and 2. Because he'll be learning even more about fighting in UA. So, it's been a while since he's had a good sparring session. He's excited to train with his classmates, but part of him is worried that perhaps he's gotten a bit rusty. He doesn't want to embarrass himself, he wants to show that he's strong even though he doesn't have a combative quirk. Quit muttering, Izuku? Kaken growls. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts and smiles apologetically. They're on their way to the cafeteria for lunch, although he thinks he might be too nervous to eat. Kaken gives him a look. You've been acting all weird and fidgety since you checked in with Recovery Girl. Is it something about one of our lessons later? He frowns. We don't have any hero classes, just PE. What's so bad about PE? Izuku wrings his hands. You know I can't say, Kaken, he sighs. As Recovery Girl's apprentice, he's privy to information that other students don't know, whether it be about each other or their future classes. Just things that he needs to be aware of, like All Might's injury or certain students' allergies or a lesson that he needs to be prepared for in advance. But he can't just go telling that information to anyone who asks. Katsuki grumbles under his breath and Izuku hastens to reassure him. It's nothing bad though. You know me, I get nervous about everything. His friend snorts and thankfully drops it. He leads the way into the cafeteria and while they're waiting in line for food, Izuku glances around. For the past couple of days, he and Kaken have been eating lunch by themselves, either finding an empty table or sitting with some upperclassmen that ignore them. But now that they're more familiar with their classmates, Izuku wants to go sit with them. He spots Ida and Uraraka sitting at a table together and starts walking over to them once he gets his food. As soon as Kaken realizes where they're heading, he immediately stops and scowls. Hell no. Izuku sighs and Kaken starts roughly nudging him away with his shoulder. Kaken, I'm not sitting with 4 eyes, the blonde growls, and I sure as hell am not going to eat with round face. He's annoying as F and she F threw me into a wall. Well, technically your explosions did that. Kaken glares daggers at him and he swallows. But alright, fine, we won't sit with Ida-kun and Uraraka-san. He glances around the cafeteria and spots Todoroki and Yaoyorozu sitting at a table in the corner. He perks up. What about Todoroki-kun and Yaoyorozu-san? Kaken raises an eyebrow, clearly not remembering their names, and turns to follow his gaze. His scowl deepens. Beach nearly blinded me. Izuku rolls his eyes, and you act weird around if I see hot? No, I don't, Izuku says, then recalls that awkward moment with Todoroki yesterday and sighs. Fine, how about Kirishima-kun? He spots the red-haired boy sitting with Kaminari, Ashido, and Siro. Kaken pauses and huffs, shitty hair. Izuku's patience is about to snap, but then the blonde shrugs. Fine, whatever. Izuku blinks in surprise. Fine, whatever. Wow, Kaken must really like Kirishima. When did they become friends? How did he not notice? Kaken scowls at his stunned silence. Well, are we gonna sit with them or what? Izuku nods rapidly and leads the way. Kirishima grins at him when they approach. Hi guys. Do you mind if Kaken and I join you? Of course man, no problem. Izuku makes sure that Kaken ends up sitting next to Kirishima while he takes a seat next to Ashido. This is the first time that Kaken has actually seemed to want to hang out with a particular person other than him, and Izuku is going to foster this new friendship as best as he can. Hey, Midoriya-kun, Kirishima says, handing him a piece of paper, we got that list that we were talking about yesterday. Izuku looks down at the paper and to his delight he sees information about his classmates' quirks drawbacks, written down in various handwriting. He reads what is no doubt Yaoyorozu's neat handwriting and nearly smacks himself in the face. Of course, she's susceptible to malnourishment. She can't create things out of nothing, but it's so cool that she can transform the molecular structure of her fat. He'll be sure to keep some extra nutritional bars in his medical pouch. In fact, as his eyes roam over the list, he realizes he can add a lot of things to his bag to help out his classmates. Some sugary candies for Sato, some anti-nausea pills for Uraraka. Maybe he can find something that'll help strengthen the lining of Aoyama's stomach. He'll have to ask Recovery Girl later. Looking back up at Kirishima, he grins. Thanks, Kirishima-kun. Kirishima flashes him a toothy grin and scratches the back of his head. No problem. It was actually kind of cool getting to hear about everyone's quirks. Hey, we help too. Ashido pouts and Kaminari nods. Amused, Izuku smiles and thanks them too. Ashido immediately blushes and waves him off while Kaminari lifts his chin proudly and drawls, it's no big deal. Kaken snaps his chopsticks in half. Lunch with the three of them is very entertaining, much more so that sitting alone with Kaken is. Izuku spends so much time laughing at Kaminari's antics that his food is cold by the time he remembers to eat. Even Kaken is amused, although he hides it underneath gruff annoyance. Finally, after lunch if over, it's time for their PE class. Aizawa tells them nothing except to change into their training uniforms and meet him in Gym Gamma. If Izuku's classmates notice his obvious excitement, they don't mention it. Gym Gamma is a huge and spacious building. When they walk inside, they see numerous blue mats rolled out across the floor. Aizawa stands in front of them with his usual blank yet judgmental expression. We're going to be doing sparring lessons today, he says. Everyone starts to cheer, but then he adds, without your quirks? Well, wait, what? Aizawa blinks slowly, somehow looking very tired despite the fact that they haven't even started yet. Before you can learn how to fight properly with your quirks, he says, you're gonna need to become good at fighting without them. Most of you guys have emitter-type quirks. Now imagine if you came across a villain with a quirk like mine. A few students shudder. Your quirk can only take you so far, and relying heavily on it will only hold you back. What you need is to build a solid foundation before you can start applying your quirk to your battle skills. Some of his classmates seem a bit miffed that they don't get to use their quirks, but Aizawa's explanation is logical enough to appease most of them. He has them separate into two groups, those who claim to have experience in hand-to-hand combat and those who have none. Kaken and Izuku, of course, go to the experienced group. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu join them too, along with Ishido, Kirishima, Ida, and to Izuku's mild surprise, Ojiro. Alright, Aizawa says, you're gonna split off into random pairs and begin sparring. This is just so I can evaluate your skill levels and see where each of you is at, so there's no need to use excessive force. He sends a pointed look at Kaken, who huffs. You'll fight for about 20 minutes, or however long it takes for me to assess all of you. Afterwards, I'll spend the rest of the class demonstrating real fighting moves. Kaken moves to partner up with Izuku, but apparently Aizawa is the one that's going to decide who their partners are. Kaken ends up getting paired with Kirishima, Yaoyorozu with Ishido, Ida with Ojiro, and Izuku with Todoroki. The bicolored boy turns his cold gaze at him and Izuku sweat drops. As the groups disperse into pairs, he hears someone whisper behind him, "Geez, isn't it a little unfair to pair up the strongest in the class with the healer? I know, right? Hopefully, he'll go easy on him." The voices sound like they belong to Kaminari and Siro, but that hardly matters. Izuku's mind freezes. They're underestimating him. Kaken keeps casting him sharp glances as Kirishima leads him away and Todoroki falls into a fighting stance that definitely looks a bit lax, and oh my god, they are totally underestimating him. Indignance pricks at his heart. A very Kaken-sounding voice in the back of his head snarls, "Well, if that..." Aizawa tells them to start, but Izuku doesn't move. Instead, he remains in the stance that Kimura taught him, muscle memory coming back to him despite his recent lack of training. He watches Todoroki, who eyes him up and down, realizing that Izuku won't be making the first move. Izuku takes a deep breath, keeping alert for any signs of an oncoming attack, and Todoroki steps with his right foot before he punches. It's a common hint, one of the first things that Kimura taught him to keep an eye out for. A proper stance is the foundation of a strong attack, so you can anticipate a person's movements by watching their feet. And Izuku knows the perfect counterattack. While Todoroki swings with his left arm, Izuku ducks under his fist and darts forward, aiming a punch at the boy's ribs as he steps past him. It takes Todoroki by surprise, but when he tries to turn and face Izuku again, he jams his elbow into Todoroki's temple. Probably harder than he should have, but he doesn't give himself time to feel bad. As soon as Todoroki stumbles from the blow, Izuku grabs his wrist, aims a kick at the back of his knees, and pins him to the ground with his arm twisted behind his back. It's a quick takedown, probably not taking more than 10 seconds. Silence fills the gym. Izuku keeps his attention on Todoroki beneath him, watching him for any signs of movement. So when someone bursts out in loud, obnoxious laughter, it startles him. Head whipping up, he instantly flushes when he realizes that everyone is staring at him with wide eyes. Well, everyone except for Kaken, who is too busy laughing his butt off next to Kirishima. "Dude, did he just..." "Holy F!" Kaminari exclaims. Even Aizawa seems mildly surprised, although he glares at Kaminari for cussing. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu gives him an impressed look and Ishido flashes him a grin. Izuku's face turns red under the attention. Below him comes Todoroki's muffled voice, "Can I get up now? Right?" Izuku squeaks, jumping off of him. Todoroki peels himself off the mat and Izuku winces at the red mark on his cheek from being pressed against it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you so strong." There's a bruise blooming on the other boy's temple and now Izuku feels really bad. "It's fine," Todoroki grunts, steadying himself. Aizawa sighs and calls out, "Good job, Midoriya-kun. But please try to avoid giving your partner a concussion. That goes for all of you." He briefly fixes the other students with a strong look. Before he turns away, he says, "And Todoroki-kun?" The boy glances up and Aizawa smirks slightly. "Don't underestimate your opponent based on their quirk." Izuku can't help it, he smiles and ducks his head. Todoroki looks a bit disgruntled but nods. "Alright, back to work, brats." Izuku turns back to Todoroki and they both fall into fighting stances. In the corner of his eye, he sees Kaken finally compose himself and face Kirishima, but he still has a grin on his face. Izuku focuses on Todoroki when he moves to attack. And Diamond Todoroki's fighting for real now. Not that Izuku's upset that he's finally being taken seriously, but after the third time in a row he gets knocked on his butt, he starts to feel just a smidge of regret. Todoroki is an extremely skilled fighter. His movements indicate experience, and he's got the muscle to back up his attacks. Fighting him would be fun if it wasn't also painful. Even so, he can tell that the other boy is pulling his punches. Not exactly holding back, just putting less power than he could behind his blows, probably so he doesn't seriously hurt Izuku since this is training. After the 5th time he's beaten, Izuku starts to give Todoroki a run for his money. His fighting style is so different from Kaken's that it throws him off a bit at first, but once he gets used to it, the fights start lasting longer. He still loses the majority of them, which is frustrating, but at least he doesn't go down too easily. It's always worth it to see the look on Todoroki's face whenever he manages to beat the other boy. Whenever he's not laser-focused on his partner, he takes note of his other classmates' sparring sessions. Ashido is faring surprisingly well against Yaoyorozu, and Ida and Ojiro seem to be evenly matched too. Noticed Kaken getting knocked down by Kirishima during the first few rounds, but that's probably because he was trying to simultaneously keep an eye on Izuku. Now he's doing much better against Kirishima, but the wins are a solid 60-40 in his favor, so the redhead isn't doing too bad himself. Izuku pays for his distraction by getting his feet swiped from under him. Time passes, and as they continue to spar, Izuku starts to notice one of his own weaknesses. Usually, sparring in Kimura's class doesn't last too long. They'll go a few rounds, then take a break or switch partners. But they've been at this consistently for nearly 20 minutes now, and Izuku's stamina is rapidly draining. He's panting heavily, his clothes are drenched in sweat, and his curls are starting to escape from his ponytail. For what feels like the 100th time, Izuku gets knocked to the ground, but, for some reason, Todoroki doesn't just let gravity do the work like he usually does. The next thing Izuku knows, there's hands on his wrists and a heavy weight pinning him down, and holy SC, Todoroki's face is really close now. Todoroki stares down at him with narrowed eyes. His skin is flushed and he's panting slightly, but his gaze is unwavering. His heterochromatic eyes are gazing down at him with such intensity that it makes Izuku's breath catch. A flush creeps up his neck as he stares back up at Todoroki with wide eyes. Izuku feels like a butterfly pinned to a board, wings spread for the other to see. His heart threatens to beat out of his tea as he wiggles his hands experimentally, but it's clear Todoroki has no inclination to allow him any kind of movement. The grip on his wrists is like iron. Izuku gulps. Todoroki may be cold, but his eyes burn. For a few tense moments, they stare at each other. Both panting, both high on adrenaline. Todoroki's bangs fall into his face as he looks down at him. Izuku has no idea what the hell is going on, but something in Todoroki's eyes slowly turns curious. He probably wouldn't even notice it if he wasn't so close to the other boy's face. Finally, Todoroki speaks. Not bad. His voice is low. Who trained you? Izuku can barely form a coherent thought right now. Todoroki's intense eyes practically erase his ability to think. Comes his intelligent reply. Todoroki stares at him for another moment. The grip on his wrists flexes. He opens his mouth. All right, everyone, that's enough. Aizawa's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Todoroki blinks and looks up at Aizawa as he tells everybody where to gather for his demonstration. As soon as the other boy's gaze is off of him, Izuku lets out a huge sigh of relief. He almost feels dizzy. He asks weakly, can I get up now? Todoroki looks back down at him and seems to just realize that he's still pinning him down. Oh. He gets off. Sorry. Izuku clambers to his feet, ignoring how his legs suddenly feel shaky. Todoroki stands back and watches him carefully. Laughing breathlessly, Izuku says, "You're a really good fighter, Todoroki-kun." He hardly reacts. "Thanks," he says, then asks again, "Who trained you?" Izuku blinks, recalling Todoroki's previous question. I took self-defense classes with a woman named Kimura. Since I was 10, but I stopped recently. It doesn't seem to be the answer Todoroki was looking for, but after a moment the other boy nods and turns to join their classmates, who are gathering in a group in front of Aizawa. Izuku hastens to walk by his side. "Who trained you?" he asks, hoping to strike up a conversation. Todoroki's eyes narrow and he suddenly becomes nervous. Did he say something wrong? Is it a touchy subject or? He almost thinks Todoroki won't respond, but eventually the other boy huffs, "My father." His father. Izuku's mind flashes back to the tall, intimidating man covered in his own flames. Of course Endeavor would be the one to train Todoroki. He's the son of the number 2 hero, why would he need to train with anyone else? But the way Todoroki just replied, he didn't sound very proud. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd say his tone was almost resentful. Maybe they don't get along too well. He can't imagine training with a man as terrifying as Endeavor would be very fun. They reach the group quickly and Izuku sits down next to Kaken. He hears Todoroki sit down close by. As Aizawa starts demonstrating some basic forms for the less experienced students, Izuku has trouble focusing. There's something nagging at the edge of his mind, something he can't quite grasp. He feels Kaken watching him out of the corner of his eye. "You alright?" His friend asks in a low tone, "Did that icy hot effer rough you up too much?" "No," Izuku trails off, glancing to his right. Todoroki is sitting a couple of feet away from him, watching Aizawa with a blank gaze. His left side is facing Izuku. Green eyes land on a blotchy red scar. For some reason, Izuku feels his stomach sink. "Zuku?" Kaken questions. "Nothing," he murmurs, turning away from Todoroki. He doesn't meet his friend's gaze. "I'm just awkward." Later that night, Izuku goes on the computer and researches everything he can about burn scars. There's even more press at the entrance of UA the next day. Kaken grits his teeth and Izuku sighs tiredly. He stayed up a bit too late last night with homework and reading for Recovery Girl and that thing about Todoroki's scar. Ever since their sparring session, he's just had a lot on his mind. No solid ideas or theories or anything, just his mind overreacting as usual. It also doesn't help that he's still sore from yesterday. Recovery Girl offered to heal his bruises during their lesson but he politely declined. It's been a while since he's felt the ache of a good spar. No need to worry about some sore muscles, sure, it'll prevent him from using his quirk, but he's focusing on traditional healing methods anyway. Still, he's not too inclined to take on a crowd of reporters again when he's not feeling 100%. "Alright Beaches," Kaken growls, cracking his knuckles, "time for round 2. He grabs Izuku again and starts shrieking at the reporters as he enters the mob, but it's a lot harder this time. There's twice as many people and cameras than yesterday and everyone seems to be even more determined to interview students. Izuku is finding it strong to follow Kaken despite the fact that he's practically being dragged along. Suddenly, a hand clasps around his wrist and yanks him back. Yelping, he stumbles and Kaken's hand loses its grip on his arm. "Hey!" The blonde snaps, whirling around, but as soon as they're separated the crowd of reporters swarms around them. "Zuku! Avuf! Get dash, Kaken!" Unable to see his friend amongst the mass of people, Izuku starts to panic. Whoever grabbed him still has an iron grip on his wrist. He tries to pull away using one of the wrist escapes that Kimura taught him, but as soon as the grip is broken, more hands grab onto him. "Let me go! Let me go! Kaken!" A microphone is shoved in his face. "Give us a statement. Tell us about All Might." Izuku glances around frantically. There's flashing lights and cameras no matter where he turns. He feels suffocated by the crowd of people pressing down on all sides. The hands on his wrist tighten and yank again. "Oh." He grimaces, trying once more to pull away. "Please, let me go. I have to go to class." I dash to his disbelief. The reporters sound angry. "Just a statement, Come on, you gotta give. A something. What is the symbol of peace like as a teacher? Tell us." Over the droning of the crowd, he hears Kaken screech, "Get the F away before I blow your asses up." He's getting angry. He's been doing so well not getting into any fights, but if he uses his quirk on civilians then he'll definitely get in trouble. "Kaken. I'm alright." Izuku calls out, tugging his wrist again. "I'm fine, it's okay, I just have to dash, let go of him." A cold voice suddenly cuts through the commotion. Izuku nearly cries with relief when he sees Todoroki approach him, the crowd parting for him slightly as he walks. One of the reporters grabbing Izuku perks up at the sight of the son of the number 2 hero, but a sharp look from him has her faltering. Todoroki's eyes land on the hands gripping Izuku's wrist. The air around him seems to drop 10 degrees, and Izuku isn't the only one that notices. You know, Todoroki says lowly, coming to stand in front of Izuku while keeping his gaze on the offending reporters. Most people wouldn't dare lay a hand on a healer. His eyes narrow dangerously. Heroes tend to be protective of them. There are 3 people grabbing onto Izuku's wrist. 2 of them stiffen in alarm and instantly pull away, but the woman instead perks up. A healer. Her eyes flash hungrily. UA has a new healer. Her coworker looks nervous. Sasaki-san. At least he seems to realize the implications of Todoroki's words. Now that there's only one person holding onto Izuku, he's able to break her hold fairly easily. He immediately pulls back and ducks behind Todoroki, rubbing his wrist gingerly. Kaken's voice roars again. Zuku. I'm fine. Izuku calls back. Todoroki looks at him, and then at the reporters. We're leaving now, he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku stays close behind Todoroki as they make their way out of the mob, keeping his arms close to himself in case someone tries to grab him again. As they weave through the crowd, Izuku glances up at Todoroki's face. The other boy isn't looking at him. His scar draws Izuku's attention, reminding him of his research the previous night. He'd spent almost an hour looking at various pictures of different types of burn scars, so he knows now that Todoroki's scar must be from water rather than fire. Which is relieving. After the way he sounded talking about being trained by his father, which really wasn't more than a couple of words, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if his scar had been caused by endeavor. Which would absolutely be none of his business, even if his father had been the cause. He just has an overactive imagination. Kaken is already at UA's gates when Izuku and Todoroki escape the crowd. His eyes widen and he rushes over. Zuku! Damn it, are you alright? Izuku starts to reassure him, but then the blonde's eyes land on his bruising wrist. What the F? Who F did that? I'll kill them. Kaken, it's fine, he says. A couple of reporters grabbed me, but Todoroki-kun made them leave me alone. He turns and smiles at said boy, who is standing a bit away, watching them silently. Kaken glares at him for a moment before clenching his jaw. Thanks, I guess, he mutters begrudgingly. Todoroki blinks, looking as aloof as usual. No problem. His eyes slide to the reporters, who are standing just behind the gate. The press is annoying. You can say that again, Izuku huffs. How come they listen to you and not me? Todoroki shrugs. Well, anyway, Kaken sniffs, class is starting soon. You still gonna check in with Recovery Girl? Izuku looks down at his phone and winces at the numerous texts from his mentor. He should go see her, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. He bids his goodbyes to Kaken and Todoroki, the former not wanting to go with him in case he gets late, and rushes over to the infirmary. Sorry, Recovery Girl. He apologizes as soon as he bursts into the room. Midoriya-kun. Recovery Girl turns to him with a confused expression. What kept you? I was beginning to get worried. He scratches the back of his head sheepishly and waves her off. It was nothing. Just had a bit of trouble getting past the press, that's all. She frowns, but when she spots the angry red bruise forming on his wrist, her eyes widen. Did they do that to you? He glances at his wrist. Oh yeah, but it's alright. Doesn't hurt that bad. Recovery Girl's expression doesn't ease. She holds out her hand and Izuku gives her his wrist, sighing in relief when she kisses it gently. As grateful as he is, he can't help but tease. I thought you were all against using your quirk for minor injuries. Your quirk, she corrects. My quirk doesn't rely on sacrificing my own energy. She turns back to her desk, but something about her tone seems troubled. He hesitates. Maybe he can't afford to have bruises today. Will I need to use my quirk in class today? He asks, but Recovery Girl shakes her head. No, that's not it, she says. You kids are just going to be doing more sparring lessons with All Might this afternoon. Aizawa-san should have told you that yesterday. Izuku nods. She huffs. What bothers me is the press. And the fact that they're getting physical with students. Geez, so desperate to talk to Toshinori-san that they'd resort to hurting children. She sniffs. Izuku gives her a gentle smile. I don't think that they meant it. Still, I'll talk to the teachers later about keeping those vultures away. His mentor glances up at the clock before telling him to hurry off to class. Izuku races down the hallway and steps into his homeroom right as the bell rings. Aizawa spares him a single glance but doesn't comment as he rushes to his desk, panting heavily. Good job during PE yesterday, he grunts. You'll be practicing the moves I showed you during your hero class today with all might, and then he'll talk about how you can apply your quirks to those moves. Murmurs of excitement ripple through the class and the teacher narrows his eyes. I said he'd talk about it. You won't get to spar with your quirks until you learn the basics of fighting. The excitement dies down a bit. Aizawa sniffs. Now, let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you. Everyone tenses up. Decide on a class representative. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, a normal school activity. The classroom erupts into shouts. I want to be class rep, pick me. Me too. I want to do it too. I'll be the leader. Izuku stays quiet, watching with amusement as his classmates argue over who should be the class representative. Their enthusiasm makes sense. In a normal class, they'd probably just be taking on everyday tasks, but in a hero course being class rep would allow someone to practice being a top hero by leading a group. It's a good opportunity for the future heroes. He chuckles when Kaken aggressively demands to be the one to take on the role. Ida is quick to calm down the chaos and suggests that they hold an election to choose the class representative. Most of his classmates probably vote for themselves, but Izuku isn't quite sure who to vote for. As much as he loves his friend, Kaken isn't exactly the most level-headed person. Then again, taking on a leadership role could have the effect of making him more mature, but that isn't a guarantee. Izuku glances around the room and spots Kirishima. He seems to be pretty friendly with everyone, but he's not as goofy or careless as Kaminari. And Ishido. Not that Izuku really knows him too well, but if he's able to somewhat wrangle Kaken, then he should be able to deal with whatever this class throws at him. So, Izuku casts his vote for Kirishima, and nearly faints in shock when he gets chosen to be the class representative. What? Me? He squeaks, I got votes? Kaken is confused too. Huh. Who voted for him? Well, it's better than voting for you, Siro teases lightly and the blonde snarls at him. As the two bicker back and forth, although it's mostly one-sided on Kaken's part, Izuku is still trying to wrap his mind around the situation. He got 3 votes. 3. He got more than Yaoyorozu, and he didn't even think about voting for her. She would be so perfect for the role. But why me? He stammers. I mean, I am not even going to be a hero, really, I'm just a healer. Maybe it's not such a bad idea, then. Kaminari suggests. Kirishima grins. Yeah, you're pretty cool, Midoriya-kun. Yeah, remember when he healed Uraraka-san? He seems pretty friendly with everyone, I guess. Yeah, Midoriya-kun. Wait. Izuku waves his hands frantically. I'm flattered and all, but I'm really not much of a leader. Don't sell yourself short, Midoriya-kun, Yaoyorozu says, catching everyone's attention. As a healer, you have a unique role in this class. Even though we may be classmates, every student in the hero course are rivals to some degree. Everyone except you. Izuku gapes at her and she smiles. You are a neutral party. So if you are our class representative, then we know you won't be biased in any way. Izuku blinks. Then blinks some more. Oh, his voice is tiny. I guess that makes sense, Yaoyorozu nods. It's logical. She glances at the rest of the class. Siro turns away with an airy huff. Well, we know who you voted for then. He simply grins when Yaoyorozu frowns at him and says, all right, I'm down. Yeah, me too, Kirishima agrees, grinning at Izuku. Good luck, class republic. The boy hesitates. He's still not so sure about this. But everyone seems to agree with Yaoyorozu's logic and soon Aizawa announces him as class president and Yaoyorozu as vice president. Izuku gulps nervously. Quit worrying, Zuku, Kaken growls as they sit down for lunch. It's not the end of the world. Siro nudges Izuku and says, hey, even Bakugo-kun agrees. Well, it's better than having any of you losers do it. Kaken snaps, stabbing his food more harshly than necessary. One of his chopsticks snaps at the end. Shiro and Kaminari immediately burst into laughter while Kaken screeches at them. Izuku sighs. Next to him, Ashido puffs up her cheeks in a pout. He has a point, though. Izuku looks at her in surprise and she tilts her head. You're really the best one for it. Yamamoto is so smart. She lets out a wistful sigh at the end. But I thought you guys wanted to be class rep, he protests, glancing between her and Kirishima. You seemed so excited about it. Kirishima shrugs. Well, yeah, it seemed like a good idea at first. But then when we were writing down our votes, I thought, maybe not. Yeah, too much responsibility for the first year. Kaminari complains good-naturedly, leaning against Shiro. So I figured I'd vote for you, Kirishima says, startling Izuku. I mean, if you can get Bakugakuin under control just by saying his name dash, he laughs when Kaken screeches at him. Then handling the rest of us should be a piece of cake. I didn't vote for you, I still voted for myself, Kaminari admits sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, but I'm glad things turned out the way they did now. Yeah, you'll do great, Midori-kun, Ashido says. Kirishima and Kaminari grin while Shiro gives him a thumbs up. Oh. Izuku blushes a little bit, tucking a curl behind his ear as he smiles down at his food. It's kind of heartwarming to know that his classmates think so highly of him after only knowing him for a short amount of time. Thanks, guys. I'll try and do my best, then. Shiro grins. Don't worry about it. Although, I think Ida-kun might be a bit broken-hearted. He points at another table with his chopsticks, where Ida is currently spluttering at something Uraraka said. Izuku shrivels. Ida had seemed really enthusiastic about being class rep. Oh, God, I didn't even think I should go apologize or something. Ashido waves him off before he can work himself up too much. It's his own fault, anyways. Yeah, he's the one who talked up the whole election thing, even though he knew most of us would vote for ourselves, Kaminari says, and then he didn't vote for himself. What did he think would happen? They all glance back at Ida, who is now standing with his sissy proudly puffed. Uraraka beams at whatever he's saying, but Kaminari, Kirishima, Shiro, and Ashido just squint in confusion and slight judgment. Kaken raises an eyebrow. Izuku tilts his head. He wonders what Ida is saying to Uraraka to make her look so amazed. Before he can say anything, alarms suddenly blare loudly. Izuku flinches and Ashido lets out a little eep of surprise. A voice says over the speaker system, there has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. I repeat level 3 security? Shiro asks, what's that? I dunno, but I think it's pretty serious. Kaminari turns in his seat, looking at some older students as they jump up and start running out of the cafeteria. Others soon follow, seeming scared and panicked. Kaken stands up. If it's a security breach, then that probably means someone's trespassing on school grounds. He gives Izuku a sharp look. Let's go. They all abandon their food and hastily make their way out of the cafeteria. However, since everyone else is doing the same, the hallways quickly get overcrowded. With so many people packed together topped with the fact that they're all panicking, it soon becomes a stampede. And for the second time that day, Izuku loses Kaken in the crowd. Don't push. Hey. What's happening? Stop it. Oh. Izuku quickly turns at the sound of the cry, but there's no point in trying to figure out who it came from. Everybody is pushing and shoving against each other as they try to reach the end of the hallway. Izuku yelps as someone steps on his foot and jerks back, only to bump into another student. Hey, wait. I'm falling, People are going to get seriously hurt with everyone stampeding like this. Izuku grimaces and tries to help a stumbling boy regain his balance, but it's strong when he barely has any balance of his own. Everyone, he yells, please calm down. You're going to get hurt. His voice gets drowned out by the shouts of dozens of students. He can just barely hear the sound of Kaken calling his name, but there's no way he can find him in this mess. All he can do is wait for things to calm down and try to avoid getting injured in the meantime. As soon as he thinks this, an elbow comes flying towards his face. He tries to dodge, but with such little space he still ends up getting hit on the cheek. Oh! He cries out. Then a foot kicks him in the shin, causing him to stumble. A hand suddenly grasps his upper arm and yanks him backwards. He feels his back collide against someone's knee and struggles to glance over his shoulder. "Don't worry, Midoriya-kun," Kirishima shouts, "I've got you." He proceeds to harden his arms and holds them beside Izuku, protecting his upper torso and face from getting hit. "Kirishima-kun. Thank you." Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. With movement being so difficult, he can't even twist around to properly see the redhead, but it doesn't matter. Kirishima stays close, he pressed against his back as he protects Izuku as best as he can with his arms. The greenette's feet still get stepped on every other second, but at least he doesn't have to worry about getting a broken nose on top of it. "This is crazy," Kirishima shouts, painfully close to Izuku's ear. He suddenly pauses and plunges one of his arms into the crowd. A moment later, he fishes out Kaminari. "Oh hey guys." The electric boy perks up. "This is crazy." "That's what I just said," Kirishima replies, grunting when someone elbows him in the ribs. Another person cries out in pain and Izuku winces. "People are getting hurt," he yelps. Kaminari raises his arms and yells, "Everyone stop. Slow down. Slow do dash." He promptly gets knocked off his feet, but Izuku grabs him by the jacket before he can get swept away. He pulls the other boy close. Things are getting more and more uncomfortable by the minute, with Kirishima pressed against his back and Kaminari pressed against his front. They're roughly jostled by the crowd with every step they take, and Izuku is really starting to freak out now with just the seemingly endless amount of people around him. He's about 2 seconds away from a panic attack when everything suddenly stops. Something has caught everyone's attention, making them stop and look up. Izuku peeks over Kaminari's shoulder, surprised to see Ida standing on top of the emergency exit sign. "Everyone. Everything is fine," Ida shouts. His legs wobble slightly and Izuku's heart leaps to his throat in fear. Still, Ida continues, "It's just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything is fine. This is you. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best." His tone is so chastising that it actually makes some students pause. A few glance around and someone calls out, "Oh wow, it really is just the media. The police are here too." "Oh good." Slowly but surely the pressure surrounding Izuku eases away as people calm down. He lets out a huge sigh of relief and beams up at Ida. The blue-haired boy is still standing confidently on top of the emergency exit sign, and Izuku can't help but think that he looks really cool. As for the cause of the stampede, "Man, I really hate the media now," he grumbles, and Kirishima laughs, "Thanks for protecting me back there. Are you alright?" The redhead waves him off. "Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about me." But, he looks over Izuku's shoulder and the boy turns around, following his gaze to a couple of students making their way out of the hall. One has their arm around the other's shoulder and is clearly limping. Glancing around, Izuku sees that there are a lot of people with minor injuries. "Oh." He winces, turning back to Kirishima and Kaminari. "I should go help out Recovery Girl. If you see Kaken, can you dash, Izuku?" "Never mind," he cuts himself off, trying to give Kaken a reassuring smile as the blonde rushes over to him. "I'm fine, Kaken, it's all right. I have to go to Recovery Girl now though." Kaken doesn't look mollified. "I'll walk you there," he says, taking a step forward, but Izuku shakes his head. "It's fine, there's already gonna be a bunch of people there anyway." Before he turns away, he glances up at the emergency exit sign and asks, "Can you make sure Ida-kun gets down safely?" Kaken grumbles in response, but Kirishima and Kaminari give him a thumbs up. Satisfied, Izuku turns and starts running to the infirmary as fast as possible. By the time he gets there, there's already a long line of students waiting outside. Sorry, excuse me," he mumbles as he pushes his way into the room. When Recovery Girl sees him, she almost looks like she's about to cry in relief. "Midoriya-kun," she exclaims, "Thank goodness. What is going on? What's this about a stampede I'm hearing?" Izuku's already moving to his desk to grab some LTX gloves, pausing to quickly put his hair up in a hasty bun in order to get his curls out of the way before he puts them on. Everyone freaked out when the alarm sounded and we were told there was a security breach, so everyone started rushing outside, but we got stuck in the hallway because it was too small for all of us. So, yeah, stampede, but it was just the media that sounded the alarm. Recovery girl lets out a noise of frustration and turns back to the student she's treating. Dear Lord, what a mess. Can you go outside and start examining everyone? Those with more serious injuries can be treated now, but if they just have scrapes and bruises, then tell them to come back after school. Izuku nods dutifully and walks outside. Everyone, he calls out, facing the line of students, I'm going to check your injuries, but if you have minor injuries that can wait, then please come back after school. There are too many people to take care of right now. The students stare at him in confusion. And who are you? An upperclassman asks with a raised eyebrow. I'm Recovery Girl's apprentice, he replies, already moving towards her to check her for injuries. Where are you hurt? Recovery Girl has an apprentice? The girl asks instead of answering. Izuku's fairly stressed out right now, so he doesn't feel too bad about giving her a harsh look. She straightens up. Oh, is she alright? I got elbowed in the ribs pretty strong. She has no qualms about lifting her shirt to show him her ribcage. A couple of guys behind her suddenly seem very interested, but Izuku sends them a sharp glare and they avert their eyes innocently. He turns back to the girl's torso, poking and prodding gently while asking her some questions. The gloves keep him from automatically healing her as soon as he touches her skin, which would be bad if any of her ribs were broken. However, he soon determines that they're most likely just bruised and tells her to come back later. She seems a bit disheartened, but leaves. As he turns to the next student, he notices that a few other people are leaving as well, probably deciding that their injuries are minor enough to wait. A couple more students leave when the lunch bell rings, but worrying about being late to class is the last thing on Izuku's mind right now. He is surprised to come across Aoyama amongst the remaining students, however. He doesn't know the other boy too well, but it's clear that Aoyama is being unusually quiet right now. The blonde is cradling his hand to his iti with a pained expression. Monsieur, he whimpers, I fell in the hallway and my hand got stepped on many times. He holds his injured hand out and Izuku can immediately tell that it's broken, maybe even in multiple places. The skin is turning purple and his fingers are swelling heavily. It's the worst injury that Izuku has seen so far. You fell? He carefully starts leading Aoyama towards the door, ignoring a student that complains about the blonde getting to skip the line. Did you get hurt anywhere else? Aoyama sniffles. Someone kicked me in the head and another person stepped on my back before I was able to stand up again, but my hand hurts the most. Okay, we'll get you fixed up soon, Aoyama-kun, Izuku reassures, then looks up as they approach his mentor, who is frowning down at a girl's leg, Recovery Girl. I checked out most of the students and managed to convince some to come back later. The rest mostly just have sprains or cuts, but I'm pretty sure Aoyama-kun here broke his hand. Recovery Girl takes one look at the boy's hand and concludes the same thing. The poor woman seems so overwhelmed right now, strands of her hair are even starting to come out of her bun from all her rushing around, but she's quick to usher Aoyama outside. I'll need to do an x-ray, I'm sorry, but do you mind taking over here for a few minutes, Midoriya-kun? She looks extremely apologetic. I'm fairly certain Heiya-san's ankle is just sprained, so it's fine if you just use your quirk. But remember to limit yourself. I don't want to come back in here to find you exhausted, alright. Izuku nods and she turns to leave, only to JRK back once more. And you, how are you? Any injuries? Izuku blinks and examines himself. He'd been so busy worrying about everyone else's injuries that he didn't even notice his own bruises, although they aren't that bad. It's just a couple of bruises, he says. Of course, it would still prevent him from using his quirk, and his mentor knows this too. She's expressed her reluctance to use her own quirk on Izuku before, given that it would sap the stamina that he needs to heal other people. However, since it is only a couple of bruises, she holds her hand out expectantly and kisses Izuku's knuckles when he gives her his hand. Then she's bustling out the door with Aoyama in tow and Izuku, hardly feeling any more tired than before, turns to the girl she had been treating earlier. What if Heiya-san was it? He asks, already kneeling down and taking off his gloves. The girl, an upperclassman with short pinkish hair, nods and tilts her head. Who are you? She asks. I'm Midoriya Izuku, recovery girl's apprentice, he replies, placing his hands on her ankle and letting his energy flow. She visibly brightens a few moments later and rolls her ankle carefully, smiling when she feels no pain. Wow! She exclaims, I don't even feel tired. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. She hops off the bed and bows politely before leaving. Izuku turns to the boy that was waiting after her as he approaches. I got a cut on my arm, he says stiffly, lifting his arm to reveal a 6-inch-long gash running along the side of his forearm. Izuku's eyes widen. Holy see, how'd you get this? He immediately takes the boy's arm into his hands. I think I grazed it against some kid with spikes during the est. The boy trails off as the gash disappears within seconds. Oh. He blinks in surprise. Cool. Next. Izuku calls. The boy takes the hint and leaves. The next few minutes are spent treating patient after patient, each coming in with some sort of not minor but not life-threatening injury. He doesn't use his quirk for all of them, but he's still relieved when Recovery Girl returns with Aoyama. The blonde's hand is fractured in multiple places, but none of the bones completely broke, so thankfully he doesn't need surgery. Izuku keeps helping out other patients while also trying to pay attention to his mentor as she takes the opportunity to show him how to properly cast a hand. She doesn't want to heal him entirely since he still has class to attend, so she only half uses her quirk before sending Aoyama back to class with a late slip. Izuku envies her ability to control the output of her quirk. Once Aoyama has been taken care of, Recovery Girl is able to take over the infirmary again. However, Izuku still stays to help out until all of the students have been treated. By the time he makes it to his afternoon hero lesson, he's almost 40 minutes late. Recovery Girl gave him a slip, of course, but he also had to run to homeroom to grab his uniform, then run to the Gamma Gym changing room and quickly get dressed, then run into the gym. That, on top of the fact that he's been on his feet constantly since the stampede, plus using his quirk on numerous people, plus having not been able to completely finish eating lunch, means that when he finally stumbles into the gym, he's pretty exhausted. Everyone is in the middle of practicing sparring moves with All Might, but they all pause to look at him when he enters. All Might tells them to keep going, turning to Izuku with concerned eyes when he walks up to him panting. Sorry I'm late, he gasps for breath. Recovery Girl needed help healing people. Lot of injuries. He wearily hands his teacher the late slip. All Might takes it reluctantly. I heard about what happened during lunch, he says. I'm sorry that the media caused such a ruckus. Is everyone alright? Young Aoyama came in late with a broken hand. He nods at said boy, who is sitting on a nearby bench watching his classmates spar, obviously not participating due to his injury. Yeah, we dealt with most of the bad injuries, Izuku says. We asked people with minor injuries to come by after school. He takes a deep breath and straightens up, trying to focus his scrambled mind. So, what did I miss? Oh, I was just having them practice the moves Aizawa-kun taught you guys yesterday, All Might explains, gazing at the sparring students. In a few minutes, I'll stop everyone and start talking about using their quirks in fighting. He gives him a wary smile. My first real lecture, I suppose? Right? Izuku nods. Normally he might smile back at the obviously anxious teacher, but he's finding it strong to focus when his mind is still coming down from what happened during lunch. He feels like this is the first time he's actually stopped moving since the stampede. He starts to walk towards his classmates, intent on finding someone to pair up with, but a large hand on his shoulder stops him. I think you should sit out of this one, young Midoriya, All Might says, his voice full of concern. What? Izuku asks. Why? You look exhausted, All Might replies frankly. Why don't you go sit with young Aoyama? We'll move on to the lecture soon. Izuku wants to protest, but the hero gives him a firm look and, well, he is pretty tired. So, he trudges over to the bench and sits down next to Aoyama with a heavy sigh. Monsieur, are you all right? Aoyama asks, you look dreadful. Izuku snorts a little and says, I'm fine. Using my quirk a lot just makes me a bit tired. Aoyama nods in understanding and doesn't seem to mind when Izuku stays quiet after that, leaning his head against the wall and closing his eyes. His bun bothers him, but it's pretty messed up from the hectic day, so he just takes off the hair tie before relaxing again. He's hoping to rest for a little bit, but All Might stays true to his word and stops the sparring session a few minutes later, calling everyone to gather around him. Ignoring the numerous concerned glances sent his way, he joins his classmates as they sit down on the mat in front of All Might. He plops down next to Kaken and immediately leans his head on his friend's shoulder, sagging his weight against him tiredly. Kaken wraps an arm around his torso and Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. All Might starts going on a rant about applying quirks to fighting techniques and the importance of doing it safely. Izuku tries to pay attention, he really does. But he's been running on adrenaline for the better part of an hour and now everything's finally catching up to him. His muscles slowly start to go slack and his eyelids slip closed. He's not going to fall asleep, he tells himself. He just needs to rest for a couple of minutes. He falls asleep. Zuku, Amichinen. Zuku, come on, wake up. Please. I'm not carrying you all the way back to class. Dumbass. I'll do it. Off, shitty hair. Izuku drowsily blinks his eyes open, looking around. Nearly his entire class is gazing at him with various expressions of amusement. Yelping, he jerks into an upright position before his eyes land on All Might standing behind his classmates. Horror fills his tea as realization dawns on him. Oh my god. Ashido-kuz, you're so cute when you're sleepy, Midoriya. I fell asleep. He exclaims in dismay, jumping to his feet. All Might, I'm so sorry. That was so rude of me. He bows, apologizing profusely, but All Might just laughs. Don't worry about it, my boy. You looked like you needed it. He grins broadly. Class is over now, though, so I'm afraid you'll have to stay awake long enough to get back to homeroom. Maybe Aizawa-kun will let you nap in his sleeping bag if you ask nicely enough. He laughs again and Izuku's face flushes a deep red. Kaken rolls his eyes and nudges him towards the door. Izuku shuffles along, hiding his face in embarrassment. As they walk back to the changing rooms, Kirishima comes up beside him and ruffles his hair gently. You sure you're alright, Midoriya-kun? I told you, it's just 'cause he used his quirk a lot, shitty hair. Kaken growls, pushing the redhead's hand away from Izuku. But I'm alright, Kirishima-kun, Izuku says, and it's true. The nap gave him a bit of an energy boost and his mind feels much more clear than before. Still doesn't make it okay that he fell asleep during class, though. Kaken keeps a careful eye on him throughout the rest of their afternoon classes, which are thankfully fairly calm. At their end of the day homeroom, Aizawa tells him and Yaoyorozu to decide on the rest of the class officers. They walk up to the podium and stand in silence for a moment, not quite knowing what to say. Izuku shifts uncomfortably under the gazes of all his classmates before realizing what Yaoyorozu is looking at him expectantly. He's the class representative. Izuku can't quite stifle the sigh that escapes him. All throughout his afternoon classes, he was really only thinking of all the students he has to treat after school. His day doesn't end once school does like the rest of his classmates, and to add the responsibilities of being class rep on top of that. Izuku's exhausted just thinking about it. Before we decide on the class officers, can I say something? His classmates blink at him curiously. Yaoyorozu tilts her head as he turns to her and says, I think you should be the class president, Yaoyorozu-san. She looks taken aback. Izuku looks at the rest of his also surprised classmates and adds, and I think Ida-kun should be the vice president. He makes eye contact with Ida and smiles. The blue-haired boy just stares at him with wide eyes. Murmurs of surprise ripple through the class. Midoriya-kun, Yaoyorozu says, baffled, but Izuku turns to her, giving her a reassuring look. I appreciate what you said about me earlier. He glances at his classmates. And I really am flattered that you think I'd be a good class president. But I really don't think this role is for me. He nods at Ida and says, during lunch, Ida-kun was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. He stopped the stampede and prevented even more people from getting hurt. I thought he looked really heroic too, so I think it would be best for Ida-kun to lead you guys. He trails off, then jumps and waves his hands apologetically at Yaoyorozu, of course, along with Yaoyorozu-san. She smiles but still looks uncertain. Midoriya-kun, if it's a matter of self-confidence, then it's not? Izuku shakes his head, then hesitates. Well, actually it is, sort of. But it's mostly because I'm just really busy, you know. He laughs nervously and scratches the back of his head. His classmates glance at each other in confusion. Clearing his throat, he continues, I mean, as a healer in training, I have a lot of responsibilities. Outside the hero course, Oh, Kaminari blinks. You mean like your after-school lessons with Recovery Girl? His classmates turn to him. He has lessons with Recovery Girl after school, Kaminari explains. 'Cause, you know, he's learning how to be a healer. Oh wow, Uraraka says, on top of what we're learning in here. Izuku nods. She suddenly has a very pitying look on her face, along with most of his other classmates. Oh geez, I didn't even think about that. He did look really tired when he came back from the infirmary after lunch. Yeah, you've got enough on your plate already, man. Don't worry about it. We didn't mean to pressure you or anything. Izuku flails his limbs frantically, trying to reassure them all that it's okay, but Yaoyorozu looks devastated. Oh, Midoriya-kun, I'm so sorry, she apologizes, putting a hand on his shoulder. I'm so ignorant, I didn't even think about Dash. It's all right, Yaoyorozu-san, really? He cuts her off, mentally hoping to get this over with as soon as possible. God, he's really not good with all this attention on him. Why does he have to make things so weird? He glances at Ida and asks, a hopeful tone in his voice, so, Ida-kun, are you okay with being our vice-pres? Ida still looks astonished, but after a few encouraging words from his classmates, specifically Kirishima, bless that boy, he accepts the role with a rather dramatic speech. As he marches up to stand beside Yaoyorozu, Izuku sits down in his own seat with a sigh of relief. Later, when he goes to the infirmary for his lesson, he's surprised to see that Recovery Girl is not there. The numerous students with minor injuries, however, are. Izuku winces at the sight of the line already forming outside of the infirmary before deciding to go ahead and start without his mentor. Thankfully, since most of these students do have minor injuries, they're easy enough to treat. Izuku ends up raiding the cabinets for band-aids and disinfectants while instructing others to press ice packs to their bruises. He can't let them keep the packs like Recovery Girl did for Monoma, they'd run out by the end of the hour. The only time he decides to use his quirk is when a girl comes in with a heavily swollen black eye. Why didn't you stay during lunch? He scolds gently as he examines the dark bruise. The girl shrugs. It hardly hurts, so I figured it wasn't that big of a deal. Izuku stares at her incredulously. When you walked in you told me you could barely see anything out of it? She nods once, not quite looking like she understands. Is that bad? Izuku doesn't know whether to face palm or sigh in exasperation. After a moment, he chooses the latter and grumbles under his breath as he heals her eye. Recovery Girl's earlier words come back to mind. There are two types of heroes you'll encounter. Those that try to act tough and hide their injuries, and those that complain nonstop about every little thing. He thinks he must have had his first encounter with the former. As he continues to treat students, he wonders where Recovery Girl is. His mentor hasn't sent him any text messages to explain her absence, nor did she leave any kind of note for him. When his last patient leaves, Izuku flops onto his desk chair and pulls out his phone. He's about to send her a message when a suddenly young Midoriya. A loud bang startles him enough to make him drop his phone. All Might, he exclaims as the number 1 hero clutches his forehead, which had smacked against the doorframe when he tried to burst into the room. Are you alright? What are you doing here? All Might winces in pain and carefully ducks under the offending doorframe as he enters the room. I'm fine. He grimaces, swallowing some BLD that threatens to escape his lips. Although sometimes I wish I wasn't so tall. Izuku's lip twitches as the man closes the door behind him and deflates into his normal form, still rubbing his forehead. Consider yourself lucky, he chides lightly, leading him to sit on the nearest bed. I'd love to be as tall as you. All Might snorts and Izuku reaches to heal his head, then hesitates. If he starts healing All Might, even if it's just for a bruise, there's no telling whether or not he'd be able to stop. Instead, he settles on just giving him an ice pack and a couple of gummies to cheer him up. Thanks, the hero says. Anyway, I just came here to check on you. Also, to tell you that Chio-san is coming soon, But she got caught up with something for the principal. There's something in his eyes as he says this that Izuku can't quite decipher. He almost seems, not nervous, but more like bothered. Like he's got something on his mind, something that definitely wasn't there during class. Izuku tilts his head while All Might shifts warily under his gaze. The blonde forces a grin and asks, "So, are you feeling better now? I saw some students walking out of the infirmary as I came by. Were you able to treat them successfully?" Shrugging off the weird moment, Izuku nods and sits back down in his chair. "Yeah, I could deal with them mostly without my quirk, although there was one girl that I wish would have come during lunch. I was able to heal her without too much trouble, though. And yes, I am feeling better, thank you for asking." Still tired from dash, he makes a vague gesture with his hands. "Everything, but nothing a nice fat nap when I get home won't fix." All Might smiles. "Crazy first week of school?" "Oh yeah, definitely," Izuku huffs. "I don't know why I expected things to be a bit more tame, at least at first." "Welp, that's you for you." All Might lets out a long exhale and leans back, looking amused. "I remember during my first week of UA, I ended up breaking my arm within the first couple of days." Izuku's expression must be comical because All Might bursts out laughing a moment later. "Haha, yeah, Chio-san pretty much had the same reaction. Recovery girl worked at UA when you were in UA?" Izuku asks with wide eyes. "Oh yes, although she wasn't the full-time healer until much later in her life. She was a very busy young woman." All Might gestures to Izuku. "She used to wear her hair down too, believe it or not?" Izuku blinks and his hand subconsciously reaches up to his hair, which he didn't realize was still down. He usually keeps it up in a ponytail or a bun so it doesn't get in the way, but he'd let it down before his impromptu nap on Kaken's shoulder and he hadn't put it back up. But recovery girl with her hair down. Izuku can't even imagine it. All Might is still watching him with a small smile on his face. After a moment, he says, "I don't think I've ever seen you with your hair down, young Midoriya." "Oh yeah, I guess I like to keep it up most of the time," he says. "It's kind of strong to maintain otherwise. Drives my mom crazy." He chuckles, idly running his hands through his curls as he talks. He starts to pull it back into a bun, but All Might interrupts him. "It looks good." "Oh." Izuku blushes. "Much better than mine does," All Might says, running a hand through his messy mane of hair. Izuku wonders how it looks so much more slick when the hero's in his muscle form. "And the bangs, how do they stand up?" "Your hair looks fine, All Might," Izuku says. "Do you ever put yours up?" "I've never been as adept at managing long hair as most people have." When Recovery Girl walks in a couple minutes later, it's to see Izuku kneeling on the bed behind All Might, threading deft fingers into his mane with his brows furrowed in concentration. He pulls most of his blonde locks into a small ponytail, leaving his long tufts of bangs free. All Might rubs the back of his neck, his fingers gently tugging the smaller strands that didn't make it into the ponytail, before his gaze lands on Recovery Girl. "How do I look?" he asks, a humorous twinkle in his blue eyes. The healer huffs and waddles over to her desk. "Slightly less rumpled than usual. Now shoo, I have a lesson to teach." All Might bows politely and gives Izuku another grin before leaving. The boy turns to his mentor, who looks a little disheveled herself as she apologizes for being late. She doesn't give any explanation as to why, and he wants to ask her, but she's quick to turn the conversation to the students that they treated today. Like yesterday, they go over the list of patients that she logged down on her clipboard and he instantly feels bad for not doing the same with the ones that he treated both during lunch and after school, but Recovery Girl reassures him that it's not his fault since he didn't know. She then teaches him how to fill in the necessary information in a clipboard of his own, plus she tells him that he is able to give late slips, although she strongly warns him against abusing that particular power. They talk about Aoyama's hand and that eventually leads to her showing him how the X-ray machine works. It'll be a while before he's allowed to use such expensive medical equipment without supervision, but it's cool to learn about. By the time they're done, it's already 10 minutes past their usual ending time. "I didn't think we'd be getting to it so soon, but I'll show you how to properly put a cast on someone tomorrow," Recovery Girl says as he gathers his things. "You know, when there's not a bunch of injured teenagers to distract us." "Okay." Izuku zips up his bag and hesitates. Recovery Girl." His mentor tilts her head. When am I going to start training with my quirk? Not that these traditional methods are unimportant. I'm just curious, Recovery Girl sighs softly. Well, I wanted to give you some time to settle in before we started any rigorous training, especially since your quirk makes you so tired. However, if this first week is anything to go by, it seems that going slow isn't going to fly very well. I'll think of some exercises you can do with your quirk next week. Okay. He smiles, then fails to stifle a yawn. Today has been an incredibly long day. First he got swarmed by the media, then he got stuck in a stampede, then used his quirk multiple times to heal injuries for over half an hour, not to mention all the stuff with briefly becoming the class representative and everything that happened after school. Needless to say, he's feeling pretty drained. So, he bids his goodbyes to Recovery Girl and turns to leave. Before he makes it to the door, however, his mentor asks, "You walk home with one of your friends, right?" Bewildered, Izuku glances back at her in confusion. Her tone was nonchalant, but her expression is tight with worry. It's strange. She's never really asked about Kaken before. Yeah, I walk home with Kaken, he replies uncertainly. You've met him before, right? She nods but doesn't say anything else. He shifts his feet. Is that okay? That seems to JRK her out of her thoughts, and her expression smooths slightly as she smiles. Of course, don't mind me. She trails off for a few moments and Izuku doesn't really expect her to say anything else, but then she looks back at him. Just stick close to each other on your way home. Better to be safe than sorry. Izuku frowns in confusion. She's worried about his safety. Oh, of course, he says. She nods and he leaves without another word. He finds Kaken waiting for him outside of the cafeteria munching on a couple of meat buns, although he passes one to the greenette as they leave the school. They don't talk much, but Izuku can't keep his mind off of Recovery Girl's strange behavior at the end of their lesson. Is she just being paranoid because he told her about that time he was almost kidnapped? No, he told her that earlier in the week. Should he be worried about his safety? Is there something dangerous she knows about? Does it have anything to do with why she was so late to their lesson? His mind is racing with questions that he doesn't have the answers to. If Kaken notices that Izuku starts walking a bit closer to him than usual, he doesn't mention it. Thankfully, the rest of the week passes without much drama. Izuku spends most of the weekend reading the other book Recovery Girl assigned to him, the one that she's made notes in about the most common injuries she sees hero students get. He also wants to start doing research on ways he can help his classmates deal with the effects of their quirk overuse, but that's probably going to take a while, so he tells himself to finish the book first. It's bigger than the first aid book, but it's nothing compared to human anatomy and physiology. He'd be grateful to read literally anything other than that monstrosity of a book. When he meets Recovery Girl the next Monday morning, she looks slightly less surprised when she learns how much he's read already. I suppose there's no point in me telling you to go slow, she says with a deadpan voice, and Izuku smiles sheepishly. She sniffs and turns back to her desk, seeming rather annoyed. The same goes for Toshinori-san, apparently. Izuku blinks. With an irritated sigh, Recovery Girl says, ever since his strength has been returning, his time limit has been steadily increasing as well. Izuku nods. All Might has told him this. His mentor purses her lips. Because of this, he's been staying out longer and longer. He doesn't know how to limit himself anymore. That man has been a teacher for only a week and he's already been late twice. He was supposed to meet me before school starts because I wanted to check on his injury, but alas, she gestures to her infirmary, which is notably All Might-less. Recovery Girl almost always seems annoyed when talking about All Might, so Izuku knows not to take her displeasure too seriously. He probably just got a bit sidetracked, he says, pulling out his phone to check his social media. One of the All Might accounts he follows reports that the number one hero has already resolved 3 incidents this morning. He shows her his phone. He's working. Recovery Girl remains unimpressed. Izuku texts All Might as he walks to homeroom. Midoriya 8:20 a.m. Beware of the angry Recovery Girl, read at 10:45 a.m. During lunch, Izuku checks the news again and sees that All Might seems to be caught up in a hostage situation. He frowns. Even though All Might doesn't teach any morning classes, it still isn't a good idea to tire himself out before their afternoon lesson. He'll probably be late. What's with the face, Midoriya? Ashido asks. Izuku startles out of his thoughts and puts his phone away. Nothing, he says, turning back to his lunch. Lunch rush makes good katsudon but not as good as his mother's, of course. Kaken wrinkles his nose. I don't understand how you can eat that stuff so often. Izuku scowls at him. I like katsudon. Me too, Siro agrees, although I can never really finish the whole thing. It's kind of heavy, you know. Not exactly healthy either, Kaken says pointedly. Izuku gives him a shrewd look. Am I being fat-shamed here? Kaken's eyes widen slightly and the others laugh in response. What the F no? He snaps. I'm just wondering how the hell a guy your size can pack away so many F calories without becoming F obese. I don't eat that much, Kaken, Izuku says sniffily, turning up his nose. Sure, maybe I have a bit of a sweet tooth and maybe I like to have a few snacks here and there, but she's interrupted by Kirishima laughing. Nobody's shaming you, Midoriya-kun. Kirishima grins. My quirk requires me to eat a lot of protein. Yeah, lay off, Bakugo-kun. Ashido pouts. It's not his fault his quirk makes him hungry. Yamamoto has to eat a lot too in order to use her quirk. A lot of people have specific diets tailored to their quirks, Siro adds. Kaken arches a brow, looking at Izuku in confusion. Wait, what the F? I didn't know you had to eat a lot. Izuku is confused too. At least, I don't think so, Ashido tilts her head. Are you sure? She asks. I mean, I just figured. Didn't you say your quirk relies on you transferring your energy or something? Izuku nods. So, the more energy you have, the better it works? She looks at him like it should be obvious, and maybe it is. Izuku stares at his katsudon, dumbfounded. How did he not realize this sooner? It's not like he eats an outrageous amount more than normal, but he's definitely never shied away from putting a little extra on his plate, or going for a snack between classes. He's even noted something similar in his old quirk journal, about how if he doesn't sleep so well the previous night or skips breakfast then his quirk is more sluggish and he tires out a lot faster. It's something he's noticed but never really thought too much about. Oh, he says lamely, I guess I didn't realize. You didn't realize that food affects your energy. Kaminari looks rather amused. Haven't you ever taken health class, Midoriya-kun? Food basically is energy. Izuku blushes. Well, I mean it's just something I do automatically. Eat a lot, I guess I just figured I had a big stomach. He feels very dumb right now. Kirishima snorts. Well, at least now you know. Maybe you should talk to Yamamoto, Ashido suggests, shoving some rice into her mouth. You could, talk about what foods to eat. Or, I dunno, get addicted to energy drinks. I'd love to see Midoriya-kun all hopped up on caffeine. Kaminari laughs. I don't think that'd be too healthy, Izuku says as he smiles, but good idea, Ashido-san. With this new information in mind, he makes sure to finish his food by the time the lunch bell rings. He's not quite sure exactly what is going to happen in their hero class today, but Recovery Girl said they'll be doing rescue training in an off-campus facility. And, since it doesn't involve combat with quirks, Izuku will be expected to participate. He and his classmates are excited when Aizawa announces what their training session will be later in class. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between, the teacher grunts. It's rescue training. Rescue. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too, Kaminari says, looking at Ashido who pumps her fists eagerly. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero, Kirishima says behind him, my arms are ready to rumble. He grins, then glances at Izuku. Hey, Midoriya-kun, are you gonna train with us? Izuku nods. Yeah. Recovery Girl said that sometimes healers act as combat medics and join search and rescue agencies. Kaken grumbles at this but Izuku ignores him. I'm not quite sure yet about what I'm going to do in the future, but I definitely want to do as much as I can. Hey, I'm not done, Aizawa grunts. You can decide if you want to wear your costumes or not this time. The panels on the wall slide open and Izuku's heart leaps to his throat. He gets to wear his costume again. Since the training is taking place off campus, they're going to take a bus. They all quickly get changed into their costumes and make their way outside. As soon as they're ready, Ida starts blowing a whistle very loudly and commands them to file into the bus in a neat and orderly fashion. Izuku glances at Yaoyorozu, who looks like she doesn't know whether to join in Ida's overly enthusiastic leadership or to just let him do his thing. Izuku's eyes meet hers and he gives her an apologetic smile. He had no doubt that Ida would take to his responsibility of vice-class representative well, but he hopes Yaoyorozu isn't feeling overshadowed by Ida's strong personality. To his relief, though, he watches as the girl straightens up a moment later and tentatively approaches the blue-haired boy, helping him order their classmates onto the bus in a much calmer manner. The ride to the training facility goes by quickly. Izuku listens as his friends talk about their quirks and how popular they'll be as heroes, and laughs when Kaminari makes fun of Kaken's personality. "I'll kill you." The blonde snarls and Izuku hastily pulls him back. "Easy, Kaken," he says. "Kaminari-kun's only teasing." Kaken plops back down into his seat with a huff, grumbling, little under his breath. Izuku pats his shoulder placatingly. Azui says with a blank voice, "Well, even if his personality is CRP steeped in sewage, at least we have Midoriya-chan here to tame him." Kaken explodes again. "Tame me? He's not taming me." "Kaken," Izuku says, frowning. The blonde's muscles subconsciously relax ever so slightly and he turns to give the greenette a withering glare. Yaoyorozu haughtily turns her nose away and comments, "It's a miracle you've been able to deal with his outrageous behavior for so long without going insane, Midoriya-kun." Kaken wordlessly snarls at her and Izuku giggles. "Who's to say I haven't already gone insane?" Kaken gives him a look of utter betrayal while everyone around him laughs. "We're here." Aizawa's voice calls out, interrupting the laughter. "Stop messing around." The bus soon comes to a stop and everyone starts getting off. As they stand up, Izuku gently nudges Kaken with his shoulder, giving him an apologetic smile. Kaken huffs sharply but nudges him back, albeit a little roughly, before he turns away. Forgiven. The training facility seems to be a large dome of some sort, and when they walk inside they're greeted by the space hero 13. Izuku immediately recognizes them from his hero journals. Everyone is super excited to see them, especially Uraraka, who apparently really likes this particular pro-hero. 13 introduces the training ground as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, which was created by them. It contains different kinds of disaster zones including a shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm, etc. As 13 explains, Aizawa looks down at his phone and scowls. "By the way," 13 asks, glancing at Aizawa, "where's All Might?" "Late." Aizawa huffs and pockets his phone, said he'll be arriving at the school soon, but to go ahead and start the lesson. 13 doesn't seem discouraged. "Ah, well, he'll get here soon enough. Anyway, let's see." They turn back to the students. "Before we begin, let me say one thing, or two, or three." The numbers keep increasing and the class winces. 13 gives a long speech about quirks and how they can do good but also can kill easily if people don't know how to use them properly. The pro-hero emphasizes that the students do not have powers so they can harm one another, but so they can use them to save people. Izuku glances at Bakugo at this, but the explosive blonde is merely scowling. As they talk, Izuku looks around the USJ facility, eyeing the various disaster zones. He wonders how the training will go and if he'll be any good at it without a combative quirk. Even though he appreciates his ability to heal, part of him will always be disheartened at not being able to become a true hero. Joining a rescue agency as a combat medic is probably the closest he can get to his original dream, so he hopes he does well today. Suddenly, the lights in the dome go out. Izuku is so lost in thought that he doesn't notice at first, but then his eyes slide to the fountain in the center of the facility. The water sputters a few times before it becomes swirly. No, that's not right. Something is swirling, but a few seconds later it becomes clear that some sort of portal is forming. "Sensei?" he asks, frowning in confusion. Aizawa follows his gaze and instantly stiffens up. The portal suddenly explodes with purple and black tendrils. Amidst the fog, a pale hand reaches out. "Gather together and don't move." Aizawa suddenly orders. 13, protect the students. Izuku's classmates murmur in confusion before they notice the portal too. Their eyes widen as a man steps through the purple mass, almost immediately followed by multiple other large people. Those are villains, Aizawa growls, slipping his yellow goggles out of his scarf and putting them on. Izuku's heart stutters at his words. He watches as his teacher steps forward and peers down at the villains as they continue to pour out of the portal, a grim look on his face. 13 glances at him as he says, "The trespassing last week was the work of these scumbags after all." Izuku tenses up. Trespassing. But it was just the media, wasn't it? Recovery Girl's worried face appears in his mind, telling him to stay close to Kaken on his way home. His eyes widen. As his classmates exclaim their alarm, Yaoyorozu speaks up, "Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors?" 13 replies, "We have them of course, but did they only appear here or around the whole school?" Todoroki suddenly says, his voice impassive. Izuku is shocked at how calm both he and Yaoyorozu are, but he supposes they've had more training than the rest of them. Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was planned with some sort of goal in mind. Despite Todoroki's calm demeanor, his words only make his classmates even more uneasy. Aizawa orders 13 to start evacuating everyone and to try calling the school, telling Kaminari to try as well. Then he steps closer to the edge of the platform, his scarf flying up around him as he tenses up. Izuku startles. "You can't possibly be thinking of fighting them all by yourself. There's too many." He knows Eraserhead is a skilled fighter. He's seen for himself how easily the hero can deal with a small group of villains, but there must be dozens of them pouring out of the portal. There's no way he can fight them all. After the man saved him when he was 10, Izuku scoured the internet for every video he could find of him fighting. So he knows very well that Eraserhead is at a huge disadvantage here. His fighting style is to capture after erasing the enemy's quirk. Long battles against a large group of people are not his forte. He's not physically enhanced. He'll get tired, his eyes will get dry, he'll get hurt. "Don't worry about me," Aizawa interrupts his panicked thoughts, not sparing him a glance. "You stay in the middle of the group and get back to the bus." Without another word, he grabs a few folds of his capture weapon and leaps down into the fray. "Sensei!" he cries out, but 13 quickly starts ushering everyone towards the door. Kaken grabs him by the arm and drags him along. "You heard him," he growls, pushing him ahead. Ida glances back at him and puts a hand on his shoulder, guiding him so that he's running in the center of the group. It makes sense, keeping the healer in the safest part of the group, and from the way the other students flank around him, he's not the only one who realizes. A tiny spark of indignance still erupts in his sisib. The retreating students suddenly skid to a halt as the portal villain materializes in front of them. "It's a pleasure to meet you," the mass of fog says in a surprisingly polite voice. "We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change?" Nobody responds, staring at the villain with fearful eyes. Izuku gulps. "This is real. These are real villains right in their school. And they're here to kill All Might. The #1 hero is already on his way, but Izuku almost doesn't want him to get here. The villains seem so confident in their abilities, surely they must be a real danger." After a moment of silence, the purple mask continues. "Well, regardless, this is the part 1M to play." He suddenly begins growing bigger, the fog spreading out. 13 tenses up and raises their finger, clearly preparing to use their quirk, but suddenly Kaken and Kirishima lunge forward. Izuku's heart leaps to his throat as his friends pounce on the villain. A large explosion from Kaken's palms makes the ground rattle as dust and smoke fills the air, obstructing their view briefly. "Did you consider you'd get beaten by us first?" Kirishima snarls, his forearms raised and hardened. To everyone's surprise, however, the villain remains unharmed. "Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs," he says. As 13 orders Kaken and Kirishima to move away, he adds, "My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death." The tendrils of fog suddenly dart forward and surround them all. Izuku panics as he loses sight of his classmates. Then, the ground abruptly disappears from under his feet and he falls, crying out as he lands on something strong a moment later. A voice calls out gleefully, "Fresh meat?" Disoriented, Izuku blinks rapidly at the sight of a large jaw full of razor-sharp teeth snapping at him. He immediately scrambles backwards and sends a strong kick at his assailant's nose, causing them to JRK back with a yelp. Jumping to his feet, the boy realizes that he's no longer in the plaza anymore. Instead, he's surrounded by the rocks and uneven ground of the landslide zone. His classmates are gone too, replaced by a villain with a canine-like quirk that glares daggers at him. "Little twerp." She snarls, rubbing her nose, "That F hurt. You're dog food now." She lunges at him again, teeth bared and claws swiping. Years of training kicks in and Izuku moves on instinct, ducking under her fist and punching her in the stomach as he darts past. She wheezes as the air is knocked out of her and stumbles, giving him time to aim a kick at the back of her knees. Once she's on the ground, he turns tail and runs away, only to skid to a halt at the sight of another villain. Izuku can't quite tell what this one's quirk is. The man is large and has snake-like eyes, but no other hints as to what his quirk might be. He just barely manages to dodge his attack, but he doesn't have time to counter. The villain moves quickly, striking with such speed that all Izuku can do is just duck and dodge repeatedly. Movement at the corner of his eyes catches his attention and he blanches, realizing that there are multiple villains surrounding him. One of them aims some sort of weapon at him and he flinches. It's enough of a distraction to prevent him from avoiding the next attack from the snake-like man. Before the hit can land on him, however, everything around him freezes. Literally. Gasping, Izuku whirls around and spots Todoroki standing a few feet away, a sheet of ice spreading from his right foot. The villains are all frozen in place, but Izuku remains untouched. It's a testament to Todoroki's impressive control over his quirk that he was able to avoid freezing Izuku in his attack. "Todoroki-kun," Izuku pants, but the other boy just glares at the villains. "It's pathetic to lose against a single child," he says. "Get a hold of yourselves. You're adults, aren't you?" His tone is flat, but just like during their sparring match, his eyes burn. Izuku gulps, his whole body shaking with adrenaline and fear. "Todoroki." Finally, the boy looks at him, but his gaze hardly softens. "Stay close to me," he orders before turning away. Still rattled from the sudden turn of events, Izuku wordlessly nods and scampers after him. Todoroki leads the way downhill. Since they're in the landslide zone, it's fairly obvious that the exit is at the bottom of the hill. Still, it's a long way to go, and it soon becomes clear that they have more villains to worry about. Villains seem to appear out of every corner, but no matter what their quirk is, Todoroki defeats them by simply freezing them. It's almost laughably easy, but it's also incredibly intimidating. Izuku could barely hold his own against two of the villains and Todoroki is just stopping them in their tracks within seconds. It's a reminder to Izuku that this boy really is the strongest in the class, and he isn't even using half of his power. "Have you seen any of the others?" Izuku asks, glancing over his shoulder as they make their way downhill. "No," Todoroki replies. "That warp villain said he'd scatter us and kill us. The others must be spread out across the facility." Izuku lets out a trembling breath. This is all so crazy. He can't believe they're getting attacked by real villains on the second week of school. He hopes everyone else is okay. "All Might will be here soon," he says in a weak attempt at reassurance. His hand moves to his phone in his pocket, only to remember what Aizawa said about the circuits being jammed. Todoroki eyes his hand briefly before refocusing his attention on their surroundings. "I've been meaning to ask, how do you know All Might?" Izuku blinks, taken aback. "You seem familiar with him," Todoroki says, "and I'm sure Recovery Girl could have asked plenty of other heroes to sponsor you. So why him?" He talks so casually that Izuku can't believe his ears. To Todoroki-kun. He sputters, "I hardly think this is the best time to talk about this stuff. We're being attacked, how can you be so calm?" Todoroki gives him a look that he can't quite decipher. "You're scared," he states bluntly. "Well don't be," he says dismissively, already turning away. "I'm perfectly capable of dash," a loud voice suddenly yells behind Izuku and Todoroki whirls around. His hand reaches towards him and Izuku feels something WHP past his ear. By the time his reflexes kick in and he stumbles away, Todoroki has already frozen the villain, who looks like he was about to stab Izuku with a spear. 5 more jump out of nowhere, apparently deciding that ganging up on them is the best strategy, but Todoroki easily encases them in ice. Izuku gapes in awe, but the bicolored boy simply gives the villains an unimpressed look. "You're right, I suppose," he says, and it takes a moment to realize that he's talking to Izuku. There are more important matters at hand. He turns to the villain that tried to stab them and says, "At this rate, your cells will slowly die. I want to be a hero, so I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible." Despite his words, his tone doesn't sound particularly regretful. Izuku tenses up as Todoroki raises his right hand to the villain's face. Clouds of cold air billow from his palm and the villain's eyes widen in alarm. A strong ball forms in the pit of Izuku's stomach. "Todoroki-kun," he warns. Todoroki ignores him and keeps his stony gaze on the villain. "On what basis do you think you can kill All Might?" he demands. "What is your plan?" The villain seems to be frozen, both with fear and ice. The air is thick with tension. When he takes too long to respond, the frost in Todoroki's hand increases. Izuku can't take it anymore. "Todoroki-kun," he barks, grabbing the boy's shoulder, "you'll suffocate him." Todoroki doesn't take his eyes off the villain. "Not if he tells me what I want to know." His finger twitches. The villain notices and his eyes well up with fearful tears. "Todoroki-kun," Izuku warns again, his breath catching in his throat. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this torture tactic. Villain or not, Izuku can't stand by and watch a man freeze to death, or worse, watch his classmate hurt someone for information. Just the thought makes him feel nauseous. Thankfully, the villain caves a few moments later and starts sputtering. "It's alright, I'll talk. I don't know much, but they've got a guy who can take him down. All Might, they've got someone who can fight him." As soon as he finishes talking, a loud boom suddenly echoes throughout the dome. Todoroki and Izuku glance up at the platform to see a large cloud of dust. Then, All Might steps out of the fog. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. All Might, the #1 hero, is still far away, his form looking a lot smaller in the distance, but they are able to see him jump down into the plaza, no doubt going to help Aizawa fight that mass of villains they saw earlier. Todoroki looks back at the frozen man and utters a simple, "Thanks," before knocking him out. He uses his left hand to unfreeze him and does the same with the rest of the frozen villains, leaving a bunch of unconscious but ice-free adults on the ground. Izuku must still have a displeased expression on his face because Todoroki takes one look at him and says, "I wasn't actually going to kill him. Relax." He starts walking downhill again, his pace fast, but Izuku hesitates. "It was unnecessary force," he mumbles under his breath. Todoroki's supposed to be a hero in training, and heroes don't act like that. So cold and uncaring of the pain he was causing. Seeing anyone get hurt triggers an instinct in Izuku to heal, and his gaze trails to the unconscious villains. Todoroki glances over his shoulder impatiently. When he realizes where he's looking, he says sharply, "Don't waste your energy on them." "I wasn't going to dash." Izuku suddenly feels the ground beneath him become slippery as ice forms under his feet. His arms flail as he slides down to Todoroki, who catches him before he can go any further. "Having a soft heart won't benefit you when it comes to villains," he says. "I got the information we needed. Now let's go." Before Izuku can say anything in response, Todoroki shifts to hold him with his left arm and turns the ground to ice again, creating a makeshift ice slide to take them downhill faster. He keeps his eye out for any other attacking villains, but it's clear that those were the last of them. Unfortunately, being pressed against Todoroki's left side means being pressed against the layer of ice he has covering himself. That, mixed with the wind whipping at them from their quick descent, has Izuku shivering uncomfortably. "Hey, Todoroki-kun," he asks over the wind. Now's probably not a great time to ask, But why don't you ever use your fire? Todoroki doesn't respond, and when Izuku glances at him, he sees that the boy's jaw is clenched. You're right, he grunts, barely audible. Now's not a great time to ask. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Hey, you asked about All Might. And you didn't answer. The slope evens out and Todoroki returns them to normal ground, pulling away from him. Come on. Pushing aside his annoyance, Izuku dashes after Todoroki as they race towards the exit. A loud boom and a cloud of dust erupts from the plaza, the sound rattling Izuku's bones. His heart leaps to his throat. All Might must be fighting someone, and if what that villain said was true. He runs faster, passing Todoroki as he races over to where the dust is slowly clearing. Hey wait. Ice forms underneath his feet, causing him to slip and fall backwards. Todoroki catches him, but keeps a firm grip on his arm to stop him from moving. You don't know what you're running into, he snaps, pulling him back. Izuku's gaze slips past him and he gasps. Todoroki turns to look as well. The cloud of dust in the plaza dissipates, revealing All Might in a precarious situation as he grapples with a large, hulking beast. The warp villain, along with another man with strange hands covering his body, look on from a few feet away. The beast's torso is stuck in one of the warp villain's portals, but his head and arms come out from the ground underneath All Might, who is bent over backwards. Izuku flinches at the sight of the beast's fingers digging into All Might's side. BLD starts soaking his shirt and he knows the beast must be hitting his weak spot. Nearby, Aizawa is still fighting against the massive villains. Despite their numbers being steadily depleted, they refuse to let the teacher get past them. The blue-haired man with the strange hands lets out an eerie laugh. Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him deep in the concrete? You won't be able to stop him like that. Somehow, his voice sounds both chastising and amused at the same time. Nomu is as strong as you are. This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity. He glances at the warp villain beside him, who must be Kurogiri. The beast, the Nomu claws at All Might's side even harder, causing the hero to release his grip and try to pry the brutish hands off of him. Kurogiri eyes the number one hero. I do not want BLD and guts flowing within me, he rumbles, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. As he talks, the Nomu starts dragging All Might into the portal. You're too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you was Nomu's job. And then, when your body is halfway in, Izuku gasps as the portal starts closing around All Might's arms and torso. He lunges forward, but Todoroki pulls him back with a strong yank. Todoroki-kun. He cries out, but the boy fixes him with a strong glance. Stay here. But don't make me freeze your feet to the ground. Letting out a frustrated groan, Izuku looks back at All Might, who's slowly being cut by Kurogiri's portal. His heart skips a beat. Go. Todoroki whirls around and dashes over to the villains. Once he's close enough, he stops and stomps his right foot on the ground, causing ice to race across the ground and freeze the Nomu, stopping right before it reaches All Might. Then he sends a jagged chunk of ice to Kurogiri, who narrowly dodges, but the distraction causes him to loosen his portal slightly. Then, all of a sudden, the portal disappears completely. All Might and the Nomu are forced out and onto the ground, the former freeing himself from the latter's grip and jumping to stand beside Todoroki. All Might. Aizawa's voice reaches Izuku's ears. His homeroom teacher rushes over to the scene, keeping his eyes on Kurogiri as he wraps his capture weapon around the villain and slams him down. He pounces on top of him and pins him to the ground, panting heavily as his body shakes with exhaustion from fighting the mass of villains. No doubt his eyes must be burning, but nevertheless he keeps his gaze locked on Kurogiri and avoids looking at All Might or Todoroki. The boss villain makes a noise of fascination. You're so cool, Eraserhead. So cool. All Might, Aizawa grunts again. The question of, are you okay, is silent. Izuku is still standing a bit away, but he's close enough to see All Might's injuries. Kurogiri's portal created a large cut shaped like a ring around the hero's ST and biceps, and his left side is bleeding from where the Nomu dug into his weak spot. Izuku swallows heavily. He desperately wants to help. He wants to run over there and heal All Might and make those villains stop, but he can't. The familiar, horrible feeling of helplessness rises in his throat and makes his eyes prick with frustrated tears. It's just like that time with Furuya and Akamine, or when those villains tried to kidnap him, or even when Kaken turned on him. He's useless, he can't do anything in a fight, he's not a hero, he's just, Nomu, the boss villain orders, save Kurogiri. The partially frozen beast immediately rights himself into a standing position, completely ignoring how the ice breaks his limbs off in chunks. Izuku watches in horror as new ones grow back right before his eyes. All Might is shocked too. What? His quirk wasn't shock absorption. I didn't say that was all he had. The ringleader laughs. This is his super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to take you at 100%, fear seizes his throat. CRP, but All Might isn't at 100%. Do these villains somehow know of his injury? In the blink of an eye, the Nomu darts over to attack Aizawa, still pinning down Kurogiri. Before anyone can react, the beast punches and sends a giant shockwave across the facility. Something flies right towards Izuku and he dodges, squeezing his eyes shut against the dust and debris. The air slowly clears and he lifts his head, inhaling sharply when he sees that All Might is suddenly a lot closer to him than before. The number one hero has been forced back into a nearby wall, apparently having taken the brunt of Nomu's punch instead of Aizawa. He's been knocked back towards where Izuku has been watching, now only a few meters away from the greenette. All Might is panting heavily as he recovers from the blow. He coughs a couple of times and Izuku can see the BLD that escapes his lips. His eyes widen. This is his chance. Without giving himself time to think twice, he dashes over to All Might, yanks off his gloves, and grabs onto his exposed forearm. As soon as their skin makes contact, his quirk automatically activates and rapidly pours energy into the hero. He's so desperate to help him that he completely forgets why he always avoided healing All Might in the first place. His quirk instantly reacts to the numerous wounds he feels on the man, but thankfully the majority of his energy begins pouring into his immediate wounds first rather than scars or missing organs. All Might startles at his sudden appearance and quickly pushes him away a moment later, stopping his quirk before it can do much to heal his older injuries. That's fine though. All he needed was a few seconds. The wounds from Kurogiri's portal and the Nomu's grip stop bleeding, the skin visibly closed once more. Young Midoriya, All Might rasps, looking torn, "Thank you for healing me, but you need to get out of here right now dash. Oi, what the hell is this?" The boss villain suddenly growls. "Why'd you stop bleeding?" He almost sounds like he's whining. Kurogiri's golden eyes narrow. "Shigaraki, look at the boy's costume." Izuku can't see Shigaraki's face behind the hand mask, but he gets the feeling the villain's eyes are on him. After a moment, the man makes a noise of intrigue. Not a hero, his stance suddenly freezes. A healer? Izuku gulps and All Might tenses up beside him. Shigaraki is speechless for a moment, then a low growl rises in his throat. That's not fair," he rasps. This is cheating." His voice becomes enraged. "You're not supposed to have a healer. How the F did he heal you like that? How did he heal dash?" He cuts himself off abruptly. Kurogiri, having been saved by Nomu, moves beside Shigaraki and whispers something in his ear. The boss villain stiffens. No, he hisses, no, and his hands reach up and he starts furiously scratching at his neck, spitting and snarling with rage. "No, it's not supposed to be this way. It's not supposed to. You're supposed to be weak. He said you'd be dash, Shigaraki." Kurogiri says, tone sharp. The wild scratching stops, but instead Shigaraki whips his head towards Izuku. "Your AF cheat code, you Nomu." As soon as he shrieks the name, both the beast and All Might react. Now that he's healed and energized, All Might is able to meet the Nomu halfway as the latter lunges for Izuku. They strike each other simultaneously and the impact causes another shockwave, knocking everyone off their feet. All Might punches the Nomu again, but the beast doesn't show any pain and punches back. For a few moments, all anyone can do is stare at the two massive forces of power as they trade blows back and forth. All Might soon punches the Nomu strong enough to knock him into a nearby forest area, and the fight continues on there. They can still feel the effects of the shockwaves that are created as All Might forces the Nomu back, but at least now they're able to stand. Brat. Izuku's head whips around to see Shigaraki lunging towards him, hands outstretched. A flash of blonde suddenly crashes into Izuku. Arms wrap around his torso, and the next thing he knows he's flying off the ground, explosions ringing in his ears. Kaken. At the same time, gray tendrils latch onto Shigaraki and yank him backwards, pulling him away from Izuku. Aizawa pounces on the villain and Kurogyri moves to intercept him, but Izuku can't see what happens after that. Kaken carries him over to where Todoroki and, surprisingly, Kirishima are waiting. "You idiot!" he snarls as he sets him down. "What were you thinking, getting into the middle of a fight?" "It's not his fault," Todoroki says. "That thing knocked All Might over to where Midoriya was hiding. Although, rushing over to heal his wounds wasn't a good idea." He gives Izuku a look. "What was I supposed to do?" Izuku snaps. "He was injured." Kaken's eye twitches. "What you're supposed to do is dash. Oi, talk about this later." Kirishima barks, eyes locked on something else. "We've got company." Izuku follows his gaze to see that a few of the villains that Aizawa took down have regained consciousness and are running towards them. Todoroki immediately freezes 3 of them, but one has a quirk that lets her fly, so she's able to dodge his ice. Kaken uses his explosions to launch himself into the sky and lets out a battle cry as he attacks her. Meanwhile, one of the villains that Todoroki froze aims his silver fingers at them. Izuku has just enough time to duck behind Kirishima before an onslaught of bullets are fired at them. Todoroki creates a wall of ice to protect himself while Kirishima activates his hardening quirk, protecting both himself and Izuku. A pained grunt catches the greenette's attention and he looks over. Aizawa isn't faring too well against both Kurogyri and Shigaraki. The man obviously can't risk letting Kurogyri out of his sight, or else he might warp him or them away, and that is something that Shigaraki is clearly trying to take advantage of. He crumbles the hero's scarf beneath his fingers when Aizawa tries to bind him and makes to dart behind him, and the man instinctively turns to intercept, to protect himself, only to have his vision blocked by the purple fog that descends over his face to cover his eyes. He curses and immediately lashes out blindly to strike Kurogyri, but it's too late. Shigaraki grins beneath his mask, and Izuku watches in horror as the villain grabs his teacher's back with both hands. Aizawa screams. A loud boom catches everyone's attention, including the villains. They all look up to see the Nomu go flying into the air, breaking through the glass windows of the dome and causing a massive vibration that shakes the earth. The beast disappears, but a moment later All Might is leaping towards them. In the blink of an eye, he takes out the villains that are attacking Kaken, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Izuku before going to rescue Aizawa. Kurogyri and Shigaraki barely have time to react before the number 1 hero knocks them back with an air pressure strike from his fist while he grabs Aizawa. He immediately brings the injured man over to Izuku and then steadfastly plants himself between them and the 2 villains. Izuku can barely hear what All Might says then. He doesn't have time to worry about the hero's condition after his fight with the Nomu. All he can focus on is Aizawa and the sickening amount of BLD that is pouring out of his back. He's almost glad that the man is unconscious, having passed out either from pain or just pure exhaustion from having fought so strong for so long. He just barely manages to remind himself to analyze Aizawa's wound instead of automatically healing it as he drops to his knees beside him. The skin on most of his back is completely gone, leaving a mess of raw, exposed flesh and muscle. Thankfully, despite the heavy bleeding, it doesn't appear to be very deep. Shigaraki's disintegration, or whatever his quirk was, doesn't seem to have had enough time to reach down to bone, so there's probably no spinal damage, thank God. Izuku wouldn't know what to do if that happened. It's still a horrendously disgusting wound to look at, though, so Izuku swallows down some bile that threatens to crawl up his throat and gently places his hands on Aizawa's bloodied back. He doesn't even think twice about the fact that he's not allowed to heal pros without a license. He's just glad he doesn't have to spend time cutting away Aizawa's clothes like he did with Uraraka. His teacher's shirt has been disintegrated along with his skin, so it doesn't get in the way of his quirk activating. Izuku feels himself weaken even more as his energy flows into Aizawa's body. Fighting and healing All Might's injuries has already taken a decent chunk of his stamina, and now as Aizawa's skin and muscle regrows underneath his palms, he finds himself struggling to stay upright. It's a good thing he's kneeling, he'd probably collapse if he was standing. Aizawa's healing doesn't take more than 15 seconds, but he still doesn't regain consciousness. Before Izuku can even begin to wonder why, Shigaraki's voice catches his attention. He used a cheat. Izuku looks up and feels his breath catch in his throat. The villain is staring at him, BLD red eyes peeking out from between deceased fingers making him feel pinned to the spot. A scratchy voice rasps, he used a cheat. Hey, that's not fair. What's wrong? All Might taunts, you're not coming. Izuku is sure that the only reason All Might isn't going after them himself is because he doesn't want to get caught up in Kurogiri's quirk again. Shigaraki startles at his words and takes a step back, looking at All Might. He gave you a one-up. You were supposed to be weak, Izuku frowns. One-up. He's talking like this is all just one of those video games he plays with Kaken. Shigaraki starts wildly clawing at his own throat again. Diminute. He snarls, we've been completely overwhelmed. I can't believe he did that to my Nomu. All Might quickly gets tired of his chattering. Come now, villains. I'm sure we'd all like this to end as soon as possible. Surrender and come quietly, or I'll make you. I hate you. Shigaraki spits, I hate you. You don't play fair, hero. Shigaraki Kurogiri warns, but before he can say anything else, he suddenly shields Shigaraki from a bullet flying their way. Izuku looks up to see that the rest of UA's teachers have arrived and are standing on the platform. He thinks he sees Principal Nedzu too, but he can't be sure since they're so far away. Despite the distance, he's able to hear Present Mix scream loud and clear as the voice hero takes care of the remaining villains in the plaza. Demon, they're here already? Shigaraki groans and then sighs, clearly disgruntled. It's game over now. Shall we go home and try again later, Kurogiri? I won't let you escape, All Might says, tensing up. Instead of looking at the pro-hero, or even his ally, Kurogiri turns to Izuku. His golden eyes narrow. Izuku shrinks under his unnerving gaze. Actually, Shigaraki Kurogiri starts to say, only to be interrupted by a flurry of snipes bullets flying towards them. Shigaraki shrieks as he gets hit a couple of times before Kurogiri swirls around him. They both disappear into a portal a moment later. Hey! All Might lunges towards them, but it's too late. His hand swipes on empty air. There's a beat. Then, Kirishima lets out a sigh of relief. They're gone. Beneath his palms, Izuku feels Aizawa stir slightly. He carefully rolls his teacher onto his newly healed back, but he doesn't regain consciousness. Why isn't he waking up? Kirishima asks, you healed him? I don't know, Izuku replies, moving to check Aizawa's vitals. His breathing is rapid and shallow, and when Izuku feels his unusually pale skin, it's cold and clammy. His hand moves to the man's neck, feeling for his carotid artery. Aizawa's pulse throbs rapidly under his fingers. I think it's from BLD loss, Izuku says, a bit uncertainly. I guess my quirk can't do anything to help that. His heart's going into overdrive trying to replace what he lost. Is he going to be okay? All Might asks and Izuku glances up at him. He hesitates, eyeing the puddle of BLD underneath Aizawa. I'm not really an expert on BLD loss, but I don't think he lost a dangerous amount. He probably just passed out because it was so sudden. And he also fought for a really long time, so he's probably exhausted anyways. So are you? Kaken grunts, grabbing under his armpits and lifting him up. Izuku tries to gather his feet underneath him, but his legs are too wobbly to hold him up. Kaken wraps Izuku's arm over his shoulder and takes most of his weight. Let's get these guys back. To the bus, he says roughly. Shudakuen. They look up to see Present Mike running over to them with Vlad King right behind him. His eyes widen when they land on Aizawa's unconscious form, and All Might hastily lifts a hand to reassure him. Don't worry, he says, he's all right. That's a lot of BLD. Present Mike protests, kneeling in front of Aizawa. Young Midoriya healed him, All Might explains, stooping to put a comforting hand on his shoulder. He's unconscious from BLD loss, though. Did anyone call an ambulance? Vlad King nods. And the police? They're working with us to gather up the remaining villains. Good. All Might picks up Aizawa and then turns to Kaken. Let me take young Midoriya. I can get him out of here faster. Kaken hesitates, but then Kirishima elbows him and he reluctantly lets All Might gather Izuku into his arms alongside Aizawa. He ends up carrying each of them in one arm, with Aizawa's long legs falling slightly over Izuku's, and he's careful not to jostle them as he leaps into the sky. Once again, young Midoriya, All Might says in a low voice, I must both thank and scold you for running to me like that in the middle of battle. Izuku makes a disgruntled noise, leaning his head against the hero says he tiredly. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. I felt so helpless. All Might lands on the platform with a sigh. I understand it must be frustrating. He glances at the various pro-heroes and police officers that pass by as he briskly walks towards the exit. Well, at least now we know of one way to stop you from overusing your quirk. Izuku blinks, trying to focus his drowsy mind. He recalls his quirk stopped once All Might pushed him away, breaking their skin contact. So, while he can't physically move or stop himself once his quirk is activated, it seems that at least others are capable of doing it. He makes a mental note to mention this discovery to Recovery Girl later. All Might drops Aizawa off at an ambulance and the paramedics quickly start fussing over him, putting in 4 into his arm and giving him fluids. One doctor asks about Izuku, but All Might explains that he's just tired from using his quirk. Is Recovery Girl here yet? Is. She just left with one of the other ambulances a few minutes ago, the doctor replies, already getting back into her own ambulance to take Aizawa away. She's helping treat 13. Once they're gone, Izuku frowns at All Might. Is 13 okay? All Might grimaces. I'm afraid they got attacked by that warp villain. I arrived just as young Ito was escaping and I had him continue on to the school. When I got inside, a few of your classmates had already driven the villain away and I saw 13 injured. Despite his fatigue, the thought of one of his teachers being seriously hurt has Izuku squirming in All Might's grasp. The hero tightens his hold on him. And no, you will not in any way be using your quirk on them or anyone else today. You're going to trust in your mentor's capability and you're going to rest. His tone is firm and leaves no room for argument. Izuku pouts and hides his face in the man's shirt. Bossy-sensei, he grumbles. All Might lets out a huff of laughter. All Might. A plain-looking man approaches them with a smile. His eyes land on Izuku and he tilts his head questioningly. This is Midoriya Izuku, All Might says. Young Midoriya, this is my friend Tsukachi Naomasa. Tsukachi's eyes twinkle as he gazes at Izuku with curiosity. The famous Midoriya Izuku. I must say, I've been dying to meet you after hearing everything that this one has said about you. Thank you for everything you've done. His gratitude is so genuine and sincere that Izuku glances at All Might in confusion. He feels like he's missing something here. The number 1 hero's brow twitches and he says, he knows. Tsukachi just keeps smiling at him. It's almost a bit creepy, but Izuku shyly smiles back. I was going to ask if you were okay after the fight, he says to All Might, not taking his eyes off of Izuku, but I guess there's no need. All Might nods, frowning a bit. Yeah, I'm fine, but that Nomu was terribly strong. If I were as weak as I was last year, I might not have been able to defeat him. He seems troubled by the thought. Tsukachi asks if he can fill out a report and All Might promises to do so after Izuku is taken care of. His classmates are outside the bus being counted by a cat-faced police officer, but they wave at Izuku as All Might brings him into the bus. Rest well, young man, he says, gently setting him down on one of the seats. Your friends will be with you soon. Do you think I'll be able to see Recovery Girl? Izuku asks, then fails to stifle a yawn. Probably not, but I'm sure she'll text you. I will too once this is all dealt with. All Might ruffles his hair gently and Izuku lets out a tired grumble when his ponytail gets messed up. As All Might turns away, he settles into his seat, hoping to nap on the way back to school. Something tugs at the edge of his mind, however, and he finds himself calling out to the hero before he steps off the bus. All Might. The The blonde glances back at him. Izuku blearily blinks and asks in a tired voice, "Why did that man call me a cheat code?" "He talked like we were in a video game." Something flashes in All Might's eyes. "I don't know. We'll talk more once you feel better." With that said, he leaves. The rest of the day passes by in a blur. His classmates worry about him when they get onto the bus, but soon turn to chatting about their own experiences during the attack. Izuku idly listens to their stories as he falls asleep against Kaken's shoulder. When they get back to school, the blonde ends up carrying him the rest of the way home. Since they don't have to stay late for Recovery Girl's lesson, they're joined by Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, and Siro, all of whom insist on helping the duo to the train station, although they really just end up making fun of the way Kaken gives Izuku a piggyback ride. The greenette is more than happy to let his friend deal with trying to soothe his mother's fretting when they get home. He naps on the couch while Kaken explains to Inko and later Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru when Inko invites them over what happened at you. He wakes up long enough to eat dinner and then falls asleep again. He sleeps through most of the next day too, waking up at 1 p.m. and panicking when he realizes he's late for school, only for Inko to tell him that UA is closed today. After that mini heart attack, Kaken comes over to hang out with him, although he's still too tired to do much aside from cuddle with Sushi on the couch and play video games. He tries reading more of the book Recovery Girl gave him, but Kaken yanks it out of his hands and threatens to burn it because apparently reading doesn't count as resting if it's for school. Both All Might and Recovery Girl text him repeatedly to see how he's doing, the latter having a strong time believing that he's actually resting until Kaken takes his phone and sends her a selfie of him pinning Izuku to the couch with one hand. The next picture she gets is a blurred image of Sushi attacking Kaken, taken by Izuku of course. On a whim, he also decides to send it to All Might, just for laughs. Toshinori 3:23 p.m. That cat is going to become the next #1 hero. Midoriya 3:24 p.m. XD when he goes back to school the next day. He asks Recovery Girl how 13 is doing. "Don't worry about them. They're going to make a full recovery," she says, though she seems a bit tired. "That's good." There's a pause as his mentor looks at him with an expression he can't quite decipher. Then she sighs. "I'm sorry you all had to go through what you did," she says. "I know it must have been very scary for you." Izuku opens his mouth to reassure her, then closes it. He knows the older woman well enough by now to know that brushing this off won't help. "It was scary," he admits. "I felt helpless. After what happened when I was 10. I've spent so long learning how to fight and I thought, I don't know, I just thought I was stronger than..." He struggles to find his words. I could barely defend myself. If it hadn't been for Todoroki." He trails off with a grimace. Recovery Girl gives him a pitying look. "You're always going to be at a disadvantage in battle. This world isn't fair, and some people are just born to be more vulnerable than others. But if it makes you feel better, I think you did everything right." Izuku looks up in surprise. Ignoring the fact that you're not supposed to heal pro-heroes, she gives him a stern look and he winces apologetically before she continues. "Toshinori-san told me how you ran to him at the most opportune moment, taking advantage of his distance from the villains to safely heal him as quickly as you could. He also told me how he was able to stop you from going overboard with your quirk, which is something we can look into more later." Izuku looks down at his feet, processing her words. "You did good, Midoriya-kun," she says resolutely, "as did the rest of your classmates. You've all gotten more combat experience within the first 2 weeks of your high school career than most second and third years do. And UA will be making drastic improvements to their security from here on out to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again." Izuku nods, then recalls something. During USJ? Aizawa-sensei mentioned something about the villains being the ones behind the trespassing last week. It comes out sounding like a question rather than a statement. Recovery Girl suddenly looks very guilty. "I should have told you, I wanted to tell you, but Netsu-san didn't want to cause any unnecessary panic." He tilts his head. "You looked kind of worried when you came back from He actually still hasn't found out where Recovery Girl disappeared off to last week after the stampede. When you were late to our lesson, All Might said you were with Nedson. After the press was dealt with, Hound Dog was on patrol and discovered that one of UA's southern barriers had been destroyed, she explains. We didn't know who was the cause, so obviously we were very concerned. I suppose now that it was some sort of declaration of war from this league of villains. She sighs again. Well, anyway, that's why I was late. And why I wanted you to stay close to your friend on your way home. He seems like a good boy. Despite the heavy mood, Izuku snorts. Recovery Girl suddenly claps her hands, startling him. Anyway, I don't want you to spend so much time worrying about this. She declares, we will leave this to the heroes. Now, Aizawa-san will be telling you all some very important information in class today, so I want you to focus on that. Do you have any questions? Yes, he has a lot of questions. He's not ready to just push this out of his mind and forget about it. He wants to know who these villains are and how they knew All Might was weak and why they looked at him like that, but the warning bell rings and Recovery Girl sends him off to homeroom before he can say anything. And so he reluctantly does what she wants and tries his best to push his questions to the back of his mind. He walks into class with Kaken to find his classmates talking about the incident. Did you watch the news last night? Kirishima asks. They were covering the USJ attack? Yeah, all the channels made a big deal out of it, Kaminari says, sounding just a tad bit smug. Can you blame them? Jairu feigns nonchalance. The hero course that keeps pumping out pro-heroes was attacked. Shiro notices Izuku's entrance and perks up. Hey, Midoriya-kun. You feeling better? Yeah, much better. Izuku smiles and goes to take his seat behind Kaken. As his classmates casually talk about the attack, he's suddenly struck by the oddness of it all. They all were attacked by villains and nearly died just a couple of days ago, and now they're chatting about it as if it's just a mildly interesting news story they heard. As if it happened to someone else and not them. Izuku doesn't understand how they can get over it so quickly. It was so scary. Then again, once they're pros, they're going to have to deal with villain attacks all the time. Recovery Girl said, leave this to the heroes, as if it has nothing to do with the two of them. As if it's not their place, as healers, to concern themselves with events like this. Izuku supposes that she's right. The USJ attack was terrifying, but it's unlikely that he'll have to deal with something like that again. For the first time in a while, he finds himself grateful that he's able to become a healer rather than a hero. The world of villains that the pros face every day is not something that he was prepared for. He'd much rather concern himself with injured heroes rather than villains. And yeah, feeling helpless in the battlefield was awful, but at the end of the day the heroes came out on top. They didn't need him. He shouldn't have felt helpless because he shouldn't have worried about them in the first place. He's lucky he wasn't taken hostage at any point, really. He's not a hero, he doesn't belong on the battlefield. Kaken's words snarl in his mind. You've got no business getting involved with fights. You're gonna be a healer, not a hero, so quit acting like you're anything more than a guy with a healing quirk. Izuku frowns. A bitter feeling settles in the pit of his stomach. Morning. Everyone jumps when the door slides open with a bang and Aizawa walks in. Sensei? The class exclaims. Ida's hand shoots into the air. So you are all right, Aizawa-sensei? The teacher raises an eyebrow. Kirishima-kun said that you passed out from BLD loss, Azui Ribbits, even though Midoriya-chan healed you? Izuku winces and curses himself for not remembering to mention that to Recovery Girl. He needs to learn a lot more about BLD loss now that he knows his quirk doesn't do anything to help it. Aizawa sniffs. I'm fine. They gave me fluids and I went home later that day. His eyes slide over to Izuku. Thanks, by the way, he grunts. Izuku tries not to blush as he beams at the praise from the hero. He's pretty sure his eyes sparkle regardless, if the way Aizawa squints and looks away is anything to go by. We have a lot to discuss before your morning classes start, so pay attention, he says. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. Kirishima and a few others immediately cheer, but Jairu and Ojiro express their concerns about another possible villain attack. Aizawa reassures them that security will be increased significantly and that the UA Sports Festival will be a good chance for young heroes such as themselves to get noticed and possibly scouted. He stresses the importance of this opportunity and to begin preparing for it. 1 chance a year, a total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Yes, sir. Throughout the rest of their morning classes, the sports festival is all that's on anyone's minds. Izuku suddenly finds it easy to forget about the villains with such a big event to look forward to. When the lunch bell rings, many students still linger in the room, chatting about the upcoming festival. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited. Kirishima grins, pumping his arms enthusiastically. Shiro joins him. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming pros. He nudges the redhead with his elbow. Izuku smiles as he idly puts his books back into his backpack, listening as his classmates express their excitement. Ojiro-kun, I'm getting kind of nervous now. Hagakura's shrill voice catches his attention. I need to stand out at the sports festival. Ojiro tries to be supportive, but Izuku can easily tell what he's thinking. No doubt it would be difficult for Hagakura to get noticed with a quirk like hers. You're lucky, Shoji-kun, Kaminari says to the multi-limbed teen. Your bronze stands out on its own. Jairu giggles and teases Kaminari, claiming that he'll stand out when he short-circuits his brain. Izuku's never seen the effect himself, but apparently it happened during the USJ attack. He frowns in consideration. Obviously he won't be participating in the sports festival, but maybe he can help his classmates prepare for it. Kaken stands up from his desk and starts stalking over to the door, ignoring his classmates in favor of getting lunch. Izuku makes to follow him, but Ishido's voice calls out to him. Hey, Midori-kun. She hops up to him. So what does this whole sports festival thing mean for you? Her question catches the attention of their other classmates. Oh yeah, Shiro says, you're not going to be participating, right? Izuku shakes his head. Definitely not. Recovery Girl will probably need all the help she can get. I bet there's going to be a lot of injuries. He perks up. This will be a good opportunity for me to practice training my quirk. Kaminari snickers. You're just excited that people are going to get injured? Izuku flushes and sticks his tongue out at him in response. Kaminari cackles. But still, Yayarosa says, turning the attention to her, even though you're looking to be a healer, your future career involves joining hero agencies, doesn't it? How will you get scouted? Izuku thinks for a moment before shrugging cluelessly. I really don't know. I'm gonna talk to Recovery Girl about all this stuff after school. But she has said that healers are always in high demand, so I bet that whole process is going to be a bit different for me. Kaminari grins and leans back in his chair, folding his arms behind his head while feigning nonchalance. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, he says smoothly, once I've got my own hero agency I'll be sure to hire you as my healer. What the F? Kaken turns away from the door and glares at the electric boy. He's not F joining your shitty agency, he snarls, he's gonna be my healer. Izuku opens his mouth, but before he can speak Ishido pouts. Says who? Says me. Kaken snaps, I already called dibs, like, 10 years ago. Jairu wrinkles her nose. What the heck? Why do you get dibs? Yeah, you can't hog Midoriya-kun all to yourself. Kirishima butts in. Guys, Izuku says, but nobody is paying attention to him anymore. To his horror, even his more logical classmates are starting to join in. Yayarozu makes a surprisingly snide comment about Kaken making decisions for Izuku and Jiraiya backs her up, asking why Kaken thinks he deserves Izuku any more than they do. Uraraka asks why he would want a healer if he claims he's so strong, and even Tokoyami adds his own 2 cents to the argument. Izuku loses all hope for salvation when Ida of all people joins the quarrel, claiming that it's selfish to confine a healer to one agency when they're needed by so many. The clock ticks by with Izuku just standing there watching the dispute, emotions swirling between flustered that they're arguing over him and irritated that he's being kept from his lunch. An elbow suddenly knocks into his. He glances over his shoulder and, to his surprise, sees Todoroki gazing at him with his usual aloof expression. Let's go get food, he says, sounding more like a statement rather than a request. Izuku glances back at his arguing classmates before nodding wordlessly at Todoroki. He's not even going to bother asking why the bicolored boy wants them to eat lunch together. It's odd. They've certainly never eaten lunch together before, but right now he just wants to escape from his awkward situation. They make it all the way to the door before they're spotted. Oh no you don't, you candy cane beach. Izuku really needs to tell Kaken to stop yanking him around, it's getting very annoying. He lets himself get dragged backwards by his collar and sighs when the blonde gets all up in Todoroki's face. Thought you could sneak away with him? He snarls. Todoroki simply narrows his eyes in response. A hand falls on Izuku's shoulder and Kirishima says, "Hey, Midoriya-kun, you've really gotta settle this for us." "Yeah, whose agency are you going to choose?" Ashido asks. Behind her, Kaminari points to himself and silently mouths. With everyone's gazes on him, Izuku gets steadily more and more flustered. "Well, I don't know." His mind scrambles to find the right thing to say. Of course he's not going to commit to anyone right now, but he doesn't want to PSS off Kaken by outright denying him. He decides to settle on something light and teasing. I guess I'll just go with whoever charms me the most." He laughs nervously and scratches the back of his head, completely oblivious to the sudden competitive tension in the air as his classmates glare at each other. "Anyway, let's go to lunch." As soon as he steps out of the door, a hulking flash of blonde intercepts him. Young Midoriya is here. All Might enthusiastically points at him as he beams. Izuku jumps. "All Might, what's the matter?" "Lunch," the number one hero exclaims, holding up a wrapped-up bento box. "Wanna eat together? Yes?" Izuku interrupts, seeing his chance for escape. Ignoring the confused murmurs behind him, he darts towards All Might and immediately starts ushering him away. Yes, I would love to have lunch with you. Let's go right now." He practically runs away from Class 1A, All Might following with a bewildered smile on his face. When they get to the teacher's lounge, he collapses onto the couch with a loud sigh. "Is everything all right, young Midoriya?" All Might asks, looking as if he doesn't know whether to be concerned or amused. Izuku waves him off. "Yeah, I'm fine. You just saved me from an incredibly awkward situation though, so thanks." Oh, now All Might doesn't hide his amusement. Even after he shrinks into his normal form, his eyes twinkle with mirth as he sits down on the couch across from him. "I'd ask about it, but I'm afraid of what would happen if your face turned any redder." Izuku rubs his heated cheeks and groans. All Might chuckles. "Anyway, I just wanted to see how you were doing." Izuku blinks, surprised. "I'm fine." It comes out like a reflexive response, his tone way too light and dismissive to show any real consideration behind his answer. All Might tilts his head. "Did Aizawa-kun talk about the sports festival?" "Oh yeah. Sounds like fun," Izuku says. Thinks about saying more, but he gets the feeling that the sports festival isn't exactly the topic the man wants to talk about. There's a beat, then All Might shifts in his seat. "I'm sorry, I would have met with you later, but you have your lesson with Chio-san and I don't want to take you away from that." He clears his throat. "Anyway, I just thought maybe we should talk about USJ?" Izuku perks up. All Might notices and says, "I can't tell you much because it's still an ongoing investigation, but I just thought, if you had any questions, or something you wanted to discuss." "Yes." Izuku straightens up. "Yes, oh my god, I have so many questions. Recovery Girl said not to worry about it and I've been trying to just focus on the sports festival but he rambles rapidly and the blonde raises his hands. Easy kid," he says and Izuku forces himself to take a breath. Remembers why his mind has been so plagued for the past couple of days. "No, it's not supposed to be this way. It's not supposed to. You're supposed to be weak. He said you'd be All Might." He purses his lips, trying to hide his worry. "They knew you were injured." All Might sighs and nods solemnly. "It seems so." Izuku opens his mouth, but he doesn't know what to say. All Might continues, "There's a lot of things we don't know about this League of Villains, how they knew about my injury being one of those things. We don't know how much information they're privy to, however I suspect it is very minimal, considering how surprised Shigaraki was when he saw you." Izuku frowns, confused. All Might clasps his hands together. "If I had been in the same state as I was in when I first met you, I highly doubt I would have been able to defeat Nomu." Izuku can't help but flinch. Even though he was heavily injured, All Might was still extremely strong back then. Strong enough not only to survive with a missing lung and stomach, but also to keep being the symbol of peace for years after that devastating fight. If he really believes that he would have lost to Nomu, then that beast must be terrifyingly powerful. Not to mention the multiple quirks. I assume that those villains must have somehow created Nomu to be able to withstand the strength that I had back then, All Might says. They knew I was injured and thought that they could defeat me while I was weakened. But they didn't expect you. Izuku is still a bit confused. It must show on his face because the man says, I've been thinking about why Shigaraki called you a cheat code. There was something else he said about you, but I can't quite recall the term. One-up, the boy says, then explains, he said I gave you a one-up. In video games that's an extra life. All Might brightens and nods emphatically. And that's just what you did. You basically gave me an extra life. Young Midoriya, you must understand. He leans forward and looks at him very seriously. You have done what countless other healers have failed to do. You've given me my health and my power back. And those villains weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting you. Izuku nods slowly, processing his words. So, that means that we have the advantage. All Might leans back, looking satisfied. Their information was dated and flawed. I doubt that they'll try an attack like that anytime soon, now that they've realized how grievous of a mistake they've made. It was a bold attack that normal people wouldn't carry out even if they had thought about it, anyway. They may have escaped, but their ringleader is injured and Nomu has been captured. I don't think they'll be causing trouble anytime soon. Izuku smiles, feeling a bit of pressure lift off his ear. All Might smiles back. Does that make you feel better? Yes. Izuku breathes out a sigh of relief and the man laughs. Good, he says. I thought you'd be worried, so I figured the least I could do is help ease your anxiety. Izuku looks down at his hands with a faint blush. He's confided in All Might about many things over the past year, one of which being his tendency to occasionally panic or worry over little things. Still, it's strange to be sitting here talking about it in real life, rather than over text. Oh, All Might suddenly says, reaching over to hand him the bento box, I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep you from your lunch. Here, I asked Lunch Rush to make this for you. Izuku takes it gratefully and starts opening it. What about your lunch, All Might? The blonde waves him off. Don't worry, I'll eat later. Izuku gives him a firm look. I will. I promise. You know nothing can keep me away from food now that I have a stomach. He grins and Izuku rolls his eyes. They talk a little more about USJ while the freckled boy eats. All Might mentions how his healer costume can be both a blessing and a curse, since it'll identify him for heroes but could also put a target on his back for villains. Izuku shudders when he recalls how both Shigaraki and Kurogiri looked at him when they realized he was a healer. It was incredibly unnerving and he's tempted to bring it up, but he doesn't want the older man to think that he's being paranoid, or worse, cause him to worry too. Naturally, the conversation moves to the sports festival and by the end of the lunch PRD Izuku is snorting with laughter as All Might recounts an outlandish tale from his own high school days during the festival. He leaves reluctantly when the lunch bell rings and walks back to class with a smile on his face. Oi, Zuku, Kaken says as they gather up their things at the end of the day, what did you and All Might talk about during lunch? Izuku's sweat drops and frantically tries to think of an answer, slowly putting his books in his backpack to give him more time. Yeah, I'm curious too, Siro says, having heard Kaken's question since he sits in the row across from them. You guys seem familiar with each other. Oh, are you guys talking about All Might? Uraraka calls out from across the room, catching even more attention. He looked like a maiden when he asked you to lunch. She giggles. Oh yeah, Midoriya-kun, what was that about? Kirishima asks curiously as he shoulders on his backpack. Now with multiple sets of eyes on him, Izuku swallows down a wave of panic. Then an idea pops in his head. Thankfully, as an apprentice healer he has certain privileges, so he simply says, sorry guys, you know I can't always talk about stuff like this. More secret stuff. Ashido pouts as she comes over to lean on his desk. Is it about tomorrow's hero class? You're so lucky you get to know things before us. Her comment causes murmurs of surprise and confusion to pass through the class. What is she talking about, Midoriya-kun? Yayorozu asks, tilting her head. Izuku waves his hands frantically. It's nothing really. It's just, you know, as Recovery Girl's apprentice, I'm just... Well, there's just some things that I need to be aware of beforehand, and sometimes those things involve our future classes. But it's not stuff I can talk about. Ashido puffs out her cheeks. The secret stuff. Izuku winces guiltily. Sorry. Nonsense. Ida shouts, making his way over with a firm chop of his hand. It is merely part of your duty as a healer in training to be informed and prepared for all activities that require your abilities prior to their occurrence. Izuku blinks rapidly, trying to process what he said. He gets the feeling that Ida is trying to make him feel better. Eventually, he just gives him a smile. Right, thanks. He starts making his way over to the door. Most of his classmates like to stick around for a few minutes after school to chat, but he has to get to the infirmary. Sorry, guys, I've got to go to Recovery Girl now. See you tomorrow. He opens the door to see a crowd of people standing right outside. He yelps, stumbling backwards in surprise. Midoriya-kun. What? Uraraka's eyes widen. What's going on? The crowd doesn't do much aside from lots of muttering and staring, but they're completely blocking the door. All of Class 1A has looked over at this point and Ida walks to stand beside Izuku. What business do you have with Class 1A? The blue-haired boy asks firmly. A scoff comes from behind. They're scouting the enemy, Four Eyes. Kakin grouses. Ida sputters at the rude nickname and Izuku sighs, giving him an apologetic smile. We're the ones who made it out of the villain attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. The blonde grabs Izuku by the elbow and walks to the door, glaring at the sea of students who eye him warily. There's no point in doing stuff like that. We've got places to be, so get the F out of my way, extras. He barks. Kakin. Izuku squeaks, glancing nervously between him and the other students. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them. Ida scolds. He didn't mean that. Izuku apologizes to the crowd, moving in front of Kakin. Sure hope not, a drawling voice says from within the mass, although, it kind of sounded like he did. The crowd parts as a boy makes his way through. I came to see what the famous Class 1A was like, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all students in the hero course like this? Izuku makes a strangled noise as he hears Kakin growl behind him. No, of course not. He's just, oh. The student who spoke earlier finally weaves his way to the front of the crowd. He's a tall, lanky boy with messy purple hair and dark circles under his eyes. He steps right up to Izuku, who takes a step back and bumps into Kakin. Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned, the boy says, sounding rather uninterested as he rubs the back of his neck. His gaze briefly roams over the class before settling on Izuku. His eyes narrow. You're that new healer everyone's been talking about, aren't you? Izuku stammers. People have been talking about him. I guess so. My name's Midoriya Izuku. The boy eyes him up and down like he can't quite decide what to make of him. And how'd someone like you get into the hero course, Midoriya Izuku? Through recommendations, Izuku replies hesitantly. Something about this guy makes him nervous. Hardly any emotions pass over the taller boy's face, but Izuku thinks he sees his nose wrinkle ever so slightly. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course, he says, tilting his head and looking down at him with hooded eyes. Did you know that? Izuku gulps. The school has left those of us a chance, the boy continues. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. And it seems they may also transfer people out. He arches a brow at Izuku when he says this. The greenette feels Kakin tense behind him. Oi, what the F are you going on about? Kakin snarls, pushing Izuku aside with his shoulder so he can sneer at the purple-haired boy's face. He remains unfazed. I came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. His indigo eyes roam over their classmates. I came with a declaration of war. As he speaks, the tension in the air continues to rise until Izuku feels like he can barely breathe. Alright, time for him to do something about this. What was that Yaoyorozu said earlier about him being a neutral party? Izuku puts on a friendly smile and laughs nervously as he steps back between Kakin and the other boy. Wow, that's bold. he says, putting a hand on each of their chests and pushing them apart. Kaken begrudgingly takes a step back, still glaring over his head the entire time, but the other boy doesn't move and instead eyes Izuku's hand on his ist disdainfully until the healer hastily removes it. Haha, you hero types really do get competitive, don't you? He forces his grin not to waver. But, there's really no need for all this, you know? We have an extra spot after all. A boy got expelled on the first day of class, so UA entrance exam has the highest number of applicants and the lowest acceptance rate, the boy interrupts. With such a limited number of spots in the hero course, forgive me for wondering why they would give one to someone like you. Izuku's breath hitches in surprise. Then, it's as if a dam breaks. Hey, what's your problem, man? Who the hell do you think you are? What is wrong with you? I'll kill you. The last one comes from Kaken, who Izuku hastily restrains from attacking. The purple-haired boy seems mildly surprised at the sudden appearance of pretty much every student in Class 1A glaring at him fiercely as they surround Izuku. Still, he's not deterred. I'm just saying he'd be perfectly capable of healing people while in the general course. Why waste a spot in the hero course on someone who's not even going to become a hero? This time, Kaken doesn't even have to say anything because the rest of Class 1A is one step ahead of him. The classroom suddenly erupts into a loud cacophony as Izuku's classmates furiously scold and berate the boy for what he said. Kirishima and Kaminari just barely hold themselves back from pouncing on him. Ida nearly whacks him in the head with his chopping motions as he lectures him on the importance of healers in the hero society. Yaoyorozu sounds like she's trying to explain why healers need to learn how to handle themselves when it comes to the dangers of the hero world. But Izuku can't quite hear exactly what she's saying since everyone's talking and yelling at the same time. The purple-haired boy looks like he's starting to regret opening his mouth. Ignoring the ringing in his ears from the loud noise, Izuku shouts at Kaken, "I need to go to Recovery Girl." He nods and shoves his way into the crowd, shouldering the boy roughly as he passes. Izuku averts his eyes and hastily walks after his friend. It's only when they're in the nearly empty hallway next to the infirmary that he starts to relax. Man, what a jackass, Kaken growls, glancing back at him. You alright, Zuku? Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku replies softly. He scratches the back of his head. I feel kind of bad now, Kaken wrinkles his nose. What the F for? I mean, I guess he had a point. There are so few spots in the hero course and I'm just a healer dash. Oh. Shut up, idiot. Kaken interrupts him. Don't let what that effer said get to you. He's just whining cause he was too weak to make it into the hero course and decided that he had nothing better to do than pick on a healer. I mean, how pathetic is that? The blonde grabs him and gives him a rough noogie, one that he loudly protests, before shoving him towards the infirmary. Forget about that, but focus on what's ahead of you. And if he bothers you again, tell me and I'll kick his butt. Alright. Izuku rolls his eyes but smiles as he steps up to the door. See you later, Kaken. See ya. The beginning of his lesson with Recovery Girl goes about the same as usual. They go through the list of patients that she treated today and see to the occasional student that walks in. After about 10 minutes, however, they start discussing the sports festival. He'll be helping her during it, of course. His heart warms when she expresses her immense relief to be having someone helping her out this year. It really makes this poor woman work too strong. However, since the first week of school is over, she brings up how they'll be training with his Quirk. The sports festival is going to be a great opportunity, but that's still 2 weeks away. There's no reason he can't start training now, so Recovery Girl helps him come up with a list of goals that he wants to achieve with his Quirk. 1. Be able to touch someone without automatic Quirk activation. 2. Learn how to control the speed and output of his energy. 3. Be able to slow down or completely stop his Quirk before an injury is fully healed, therefore helping him save as much energy as he can. 4. Figure out how to direct his energy to specific injuries so that they're healed first. 4 goals doesn't seem like a lot, but Izuku still finds himself intimidated. Multiple people have claimed his Quirk to be one of the most powerful healing quirks ever, but that doesn't make it perfect. Here are his 4 greatest weaknesses laid out on a simple piece of paper and he's just supposed to overcome them. He realizes now that he's terribly inexperienced when it comes to his quirk. He always just let it do its thing, never even tried to control it, not really. His mind flashes back to the first time he used his quirk on All Might, how terrified he was when he realized he could do nothing to control or stop the energy that was rapidly draining out of him, trying to reach as many wounds as possible as fast as it could. He couldn't do anything to make his body move, he felt frozen. Midoriya-kun. Recovery Girl's voice snaps him out of his thoughts. His worry must show on his face because she says, "This is... Of course, I don't expect you to accomplish all of this right away. I know you like to do things as quickly as possible, but I would really rather you take your time with this. You have 3 years to MSTR your quirk. Let's just focus on one thing at a time, alright?" Izuku swallows, forcing his mind to calm down, then lets out a slow exhale. "Okay. Good," his mentor says. "I think a good goal to work on right now would be number 3. Focus on the energy as it leaves you, focus on that flow, and try to HR and assess it. The good thing about this one is that we know we have a backup for it in case you're unable to stop your quirk. If you need, you can ask your patients to pull away from you at a certain point to break the skin-to-skin contact." "Okay," Izuku says, nodding resolutely. That's a good plan." "Yes, but you're still going to be training with traditional methods, of course," she says. "You can't exactly train your quirk unless there's injured people." Izuku smiles sheepishly and says, "Kaminari-kun made fun of me by saying that I'm excited that people are going to get injured in the sports festival because it means I can use my quirk." Recovery Girl rolls her eyes with an amused huff. "Oh, don't worry, there will be plenty of injured young hooligans for us to deal with on that day. I swear, all these gray hairs you see on my head are all from past sports festivals. Netsu-san's ideas get crazier and crazier each year." She sniffs. "That rat drives me nuts." Izuku tilts his head. "I thought he looked more like a bear." "Oh, who knows?" He snorts. The next couple of weeks are full of nothing but training, for both Izuku and his classmates. Kaken finally has something to do while he waits for his after-school lessons to be over. He often loses track of time when he's in the forest just outside of the gates, making explosion after explosion until his wrists start to hurt. Since Kaken is no longer waiting in a nearby hallway or classroom, Izuku has to go looking for him in the forest, which leads to a couple of near misses with the blonde's large explosions. Their other classmates are also staying after school to take advantage of UA's numerous facilities to help them train. Izuku occasionally looks outside the window of the infirmary to see Ida running by in one of the fields below. During lunch, Ashido talks about how she and Uraraka are working together to improve their quirks in ground beta. Sometimes during their hero classes or PE, a few classmates are still tired from their personal training the previous day. Aizawa is ruthless and continues to push them forward. It's not just Class 1A that's training too. All of the students in the hero course, from 1st to 3rd years, seem to be physically preparing themselves in some way for the sports festival. And, of course, an increase in training means an increase in injuries. The first case is with Kaminari. A couple of days after Aizawa announced the sports festival, Izuku is walking out of the main building, having just finished his lesson with Recovery Girl, when he's approached by Jairu and Yaoyorozu. "Oh, Midoriya-kun. Can you help us out here?" Izuku glances over to see the two girls holding Kaminari up in between them. The dazed look on his face causes a spike of panic to strike Izuku's heart, and he quickly rushes over to them. "What happened?" he asks, confused by Jairu's laughter and Yaoyorozu's exasperated expression. "I wanted to practice with my ability to make electricity-resistant materials," Yaoyorozu explains, "so I figured I'd train with Kaminari-kun today, but he went over his wattage limit and short-circuited his brain." Kaminari makes a strange noise that sends Jairu into peals of laughter. Yaoyorozu seems like she's struggling not to laugh as well, a smile tugging at her lips. "Do you think you can do anything about this?" she asks. Izuku's gaze roams over Kaminari, who appears totally out of it. The disoriented look in his blank eyes makes him nervous, so he nods and lets the girls shift Kaminari over to him, pulling the boy's arm over his shoulders so he can help take some of his weight. "I'm no neurologist, but I'll see what I can do," he says, glancing at Kaminari worriedly. "Do you know if this happens often?" I really don't like how unresponsive he is. For some reason, Jairu is still laughing. And sure, Kaminari might be acting a bit funny, but his freaking brain just got shocked with who knows how much electricity. Does she not realize how dangerous that can be? Jairu takes one look at his face and sobers up pretty quickly. Sorry, she coughs awkwardly. He usually comes to in about an hour. Izuku nods and bids his goodbyes before starting to lead Kaminari back to the infirmary. The blonde goes with him fairly easy, 2 days to cause much fuss. When they reach the infirmary, there's a note on the door saying that recovery girl stepped out, so Izuku leads Kaminari into the empty office and has him lay down on one of the beds. He texts Kaken quickly to let him know that he'll be late before turning his attention to the other blonde. Kaminari babbles nonsense while he checks his vitals, all of which seem normal enough. It's obviously just a problem with his brain. Izuku takes a step back and sighs, gazing at his friend lying on the bed with a thin line of drool dribbling down his chin. He recalls how he, Kirishima, and Ishido made a list of all of their classmates' quirks. Drawbacks just because they wanted to help him out. When he looked at the list, he realized there were a lot of little things he could do to help out his classmates, like get anti-nausea pills for Uraraka or nutrition bars for Yaoyorozu to keep in his pouch. But for Kaminari, Izuku isn't quite sure how to help. He knows a decent amount about the human brain from the Human Anatomy and Physiology book that Recovery Girl had him read multiple times. There was a whole section dedicated to neurology. But Kaminari's brain obviously must work differently, or at least be enhanced in some way. Most people would die from the amounts of electricity he deals with on a daily basis. How could Izuku help? His eyes trail over to the computer on his desk. When Recovery Girl returns to the infirmary half an hour later, she's surprised to see her apprentice eagerly scribbling down notes onto his clipboard as he stares at his computer. Kaminari snores loudly with his head buried in a pillow. She doesn't bother asking what happened, instead choosing to sit at her own desk and get some paperwork done. Occasionally, she'll send a curious glance towards Izuku, but whatever the freckled boy is researching has his full attention and she doesn't want to disturb him. Another half hour later, Kaminari wakes up abruptly. He jerks into a sitting position and glances around in confusion. Kaminari-kun, you're awake? Izuku says, turning around in his chair. How are you feeling? Fine. The blonde seems confused. How did I short-circuit again? Izuku nods. Yeah. Jairu-san and Yaoyorozu-san brought you to me. I didn't quite know how to help, so I figured I'd just let you sleep. Kaminari is already waving him off with a smile as he swings his legs over the side of the bed. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Happens all the time. Usually I get better in about an hour, so. He shrugs carelessly and glances at the clock on the wall. Oh hey, I've gotta go. Thanks for keeping an eye on me. He leaves as quickly as he woke up. Izuku and Recovery Girl watch him go before his mentor turns to look at him, arching her brow questioningly. He sighs and rolls his chair over to her, handing over his clipboard. Recovery Girl, what do you think of this? Hey, Kaminari-kun? Izuku asks the next day during lunch. Said boy glances up at him from across the table with a smile. Yaman, what's up? Unsure of how to begin, Izuku shifts in his seat and asks hesitantly, how often does the whole short-circuiting your brain thing happen? Kaminari blinks, surprised at the question, before his expression smooths out. Is this about what happened yesterday? He gives him a reassuring smile. Seriously, dude, it's nothing to worry about really. Ishido asks, leaning across the table, did you fry your brain again, Kaminari? Kaken glares at the other blonde. Yeah, the dumbass kept Zuku in the infirmary for another hour after his lesson. We had to take the late train. Kaminari waves his hands as he sheepishly apologizes. I'm sorry. He really didn't have to do that. I overuse my quirk all the time. Just stick me in a corner for an hour and I'll be fine, I swear. Siro snorts around his noodles. Still, Izuku says, trying to regain control of the conversation, it can't be healthy to do that to your brain so often. The electric blonde shrugs. I haven't really had any long-term damage. But what about when you're a hero? Izuku presses. You can't afford to be in such a vulnerable state in the middle of a battle. Kaminari blinks at him again, this time more confused, and now the others are looking at him weirdly too. Izuku shrinks back slightly. Alright, no point in beating around the bush anymore. He quickly takes out a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolds it. Well, I did some research last night and Recovery Girl helped out too, of course, but I just was trying to think of ways to, prevent your brain from short-circuiting. He hands the paper to Kaminari, who peers down at it curiously along with Shiro and Ishido. I thought that maybe if you could strengthen your myelin then your electricity might not affect you so badly anymore. It's just a theory, of course. I didn't have time to run any neurological exams on your or anything, but Recovery Girl thinks it's a good idea. Kaminari, Ishido, and Shiro are staring down at the paper with identical confused expressions. But, I'm sorry, I'm kinda confused. What did you say, myelin, Izuku explains, it's a sheath made of fats and cholesterol that protects nerve cells. It insulates the neuron and directs the impulse of the nerve. His friends gaze at him with blank expressions. Pressing his lips together, Izuku tries again. Imagine a bunch of wires bundled up together. Myelin is basically the plastic coating around the wire that keeps the electricity going to the right place and prevents it from touching other wires. But if none of the wires had any myelin to separate them from each other, if they were all just naked wires, then as soon as one picks up electricity, all the others light up as well. I think something like that happens with you when you short-circuit your brain. Kaminari nods slowly, not quite looking like he understands yet. Okay. The brain has all sorts of electrical impulses, Izuku continues, but with your quirk, you've got a bit more electricity than others. Now, most of the time, a person's body will accommodate in some way for their quirk, which is probably why yours hasn't killed you yet. Kaminari blinks. However, as we all know, quirk overuse can harm a person. I believe the excessive amounts of electricity may be either damaging or just be enough to bypass the myelin sheaths around your nerves. So, what I'm hoping is that if you strengthen your myelin, then your nerves will be better equipped to process the amounts of electricity that your quirk produces. His friends stare at him for a few moments before turning to the piece of paper in Kaminari's hands. Shiro tilts his head. So, this is like a diet. He asks that if Kaminari-kun eats this stuff that'll make his myelin stronger, then his brain won't fry up anymore. Izuku nods. In theory, yes. Kaminari perks up, suddenly looking far more interested. You should have just led with that, man, Kirishima laughs. Ishido leans her cheek against the palm of her hand. My head hurts. Kaken smirks. Zuku, you've got to remember that we're surrounded by dumbasses. You can't say complicated SHT like that and expect them to understand. Hey. Ishido wrinkles her nose. I mean, he has a point, but still, hey. Shiro says. Sorry. Izuku winces apologetically, then turns to Kaminari, whose eyes are roaming over the paper. It doesn't have to be a super strict diet, you mostly have to make sure to eat the right fats and avoid certain things. No, this is great. Kaminari says, I can definitely stick to a diet like this. He points at a particular note on the paper and grins. Get more sleep. Don't need to tell me twice. Izuku giggles. There's also some over-the-counter vitamins included in there that you can find at the pharmacy pretty easily. Also, having healthy myelin can improve your memory and learning abilities. Kaminari gasps, eyes practically sparkling. Dude, this will make me smarter. Ishido lunges for the paper. Holy, I need me some of that. Shiro leans away from the two as they begin to scuffle. Izuku smiles and glances at Kaken and Kirishima who are sitting next to him. The blonde glances back at him before rolling his eyes. Nerd, he grumbles under his breath as he stabs at his food. Izuku beams. After the incident with Kaminari, Izuku turns his attention to his other classmates. He goes up to Aoyama during homeroom with the Recovery Girl approved list of foods and supplements that will help strengthen the lining of his stomach. The elegant blonde boy calls him a genius in French and thanks him by kissing him on both cheeks, which leaves him red-faced and spluttering. Thankfully, when he approaches Uraraka with some anti-nausea medicine and promises to always keep some in his medical pouches for her, she thanks him with a smile and a hug. It still leaves him blushing furiously, but at least there are no surprise kisses. He does his best to help the rest of his classmates with their quirks, and ends up adding a lot of things to his medical pouches. Nutrition bars for Yaoyorozu, sugary candies for Sato, glow sticks for Tokoyami, and a couple of soothing creams for Ashido and Siro, whose quirks both affect their skin. He eventually asks Recovery Girl if he can reorganize his medical bags in his costume so he can have one of the smaller pouches just be meant for holding his things for his classmates. In regards to his own quirk, Izuku very quickly learns that controlling it is going to be a lot harder than he thought it would be. After going his entire life just letting his quirk do its thing, trying to control it now is an incredibly difficult undertaking. He constantly reminds himself of Recovery Girl's insistence on patience, that it's all right to be struggling, he'll get the hang of it eventually. Whenever he tries to get a grasp on the energy flowing out of him, however, by the time he manages to even focus on it, the wound is already healed and his quirk turns off. Stopping it is a futile endeavor. He feels like a lone boulder in a river of gushing water, desperately trying to block the flow to no avail. At least there's plenty of opportunities to practice. With so many people training for the sports festival, there's bound to be accidents. On the Monday of the week before the festival, Izuku walks into the infirmary for his after-school lesson to see Recovery Girl fussing over a raven-haired boy with an obviously broken ankle. His blonde friend pats him on the shoulder while he winces in pain. "Sorry, Recovery Girl." The friend laughs. "Third year is turning out to be a lot tougher than our second year." Recovery Girl grumbles under her breath as she checks the other boy over for more injuries. "Please, boys, the sports festival hasn't even come yet. How could you possibly break your ankle this badly?" The boy shrinks while his friend rubs his back, saying, "Tamaki-kun was trying a new move. It's super cool. If all goes well, you'll see it at the sports festival next week." Recovery Girl looks like she's about to say something particularly sarcastic, but then she notices Izuku standing in the doorway and greets him. "Ah, Midoriya-kun, good timing." Izuku walks in and sets his bag down on his desk chair, smiling politely at the two upperclassmen when they look at him. This is Amajiki Tamaki and Togata Mirio. His mentor introduces them. They're third years, although from the way that they act you wouldn't know it. Amajiki shrivels while Togata lets out a bark of laughter at Recovery Girl's dry tone. Izuku's lip twitches at the woman's disgruntled expression. "Get used to them, 'cause they get injured a lot." "Usually me," Togata says, not a hint of remorse in his bright blue eyes. Izuku's gaze roams over the numerous scars littering his arms. The blonde grins at him. "You must be the new healer I've been hearing about. Midoriya-kun, right?" Izuku is taken aback. First that purple-haired boy and now him. "Have people been talking about me?" "Oh, yeah," Togata says. "It's not every day Recovery Girl takes on a new apprentice. Apparently, a boy in Class 1B has been making quite a fuss about 1A getting a healer and not them." He arches a brow. "Oh." Izuku shrinks, feeling a bit guilty. Maybe he should be making more of an effort to help out the other hero class. "Anyway," Recovery Girl says, bringing the attention to her, "now that you're here, Midoriya-kun, let's go ahead and take Amajiki-kun to the X-ray room, right?" He moves to help the raven-haired boy stand, but Togata waves him off. "Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, I've got this." He wraps his friend's arm around his shoulder and follows Izuku and Recovery Girl as they lead him to the X-ray room. Once Amajiki is settled on the table, he walks into the other room while Recovery Girl takes Izuku through the motions of setting up the X-ray. The freckled boy eyes the machine warily. Just the thought of having to work with such a complicated and expensive piece of equipment by himself one day makes him nervous. Thankfully, the process doesn't take too long and the two upperclassmen wait while Izuku and his mentor go over the results. To his relief, the break doesn't look too bad, and it's only in one place. Recovery Girl hums thoughtfully. "I think I'll be able to set this from the outside," she says. "Lucky boy." "No surgery." Izuku blinks in surprise. She shakes her head. Sometimes broken ankles need to be fixed with surgery, but usually as a last resort. "It's getting rather late now, so I would like to try fixing this without doing anything invasive. I think I can use this as an opportunity to teach you something new. I'll be needing your help, though." Izuku nods and she goes to talk to Togata and Amajiki, who are waiting in the other corner of the room. "We're going to fix it without surgery," she says, the boys watching her attentively. What we're going to do is put you back on the table and set your bones while performing a fluoroscopy procedure, which means we'll have a monitor showing us a live X-ray the entire time. Once I set your bones properly, Midoriya-kun will heal you. It'll be a tad bit uncomfortable, but considering that the other option is surgery, she trails off. Amajiki swallows and nods. A fluoroscopy procedure is something that Izuku has only seen be done on TV. He tries to hide his excitement as Recovery Girl lies Amajiki down on the table and gets to work, using a couple of dull, metal probes to gently nudge his broken bone from the outside. Izuku watches the X-ray monitor with fascination as he sees the bone move in real time back into the right places. Once everything's in the right place, Recovery Girl nods at him and holds her probes steady while he touches the older boy's skin, focusing on the energy flowing out of him. There's no point in trying to stop it in this case, so he just tries to familiarize himself with the feeling. Amajiki, who was wincing and grimacing the entire time despite the mild anesthetic he was given, lets out a sigh of relief as his bone heals. He tentatively rolls his ankle and blinks in surprise. "That was fast," he murmurs, barely audible. Izuku realizes that this is the first time he's heard him speak. Recovery Girl huffs as she turns off the X-ray machine. "Oh, yes, much faster than mine, isn't it? I'm not tired either." Amajiki looks at Izuku and smiles softly. "Thanks." For some reason, Izuku finds his face heating up slightly. He blushes even harder a minute later when Togata plops a heavy arm around his shoulders and gives him a friendly shake. "Wow, Heian was right. Your quirk is pretty amazing," he says, glancing at Amajiki, who is walking with ease. Izuku is briefly confused as to who he's talking about, then recalls one of the upperclassmen he healed after the stampede. "Thanks, Togata-san," he says, but the blonde waves him off. "None of that," he says. "Call me Mirio." Izuku presses his lips together and flushes even more. "And Mirio-senpai." Mirio beams so brightly Izuku nearly goes blind. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun," Amajiki says, his voice slightly louder than before. "We should go now, though." He gives Mirio a look. "All right. Sorry, Kohai, we'll get out of your hair now." Mirio waves cheerfully before practically skipping down the hall with Amajiki in tow. Recovery Girl and Izuku watch them leave, and the former huffs. "I am not looking forward to another year of dealing with those two," she grumbles. "They give me too much work." "I like them," Izuku says resolutely. "Oh, wonderful. Now you can be the one to deal with them for the rest of the year." The majority of the week goes by without much drama, which Izuku is immensely grateful for. It seems like ever since he came to UA, there's just been one incident after the other, whether it be the stampede, USJ, people injuring themselves, etc. It's nice to be able to have a relatively calm week. He really should have known better at this point. It happens on the Friday before the sports festival. Their usual hero classes have been steadily increasing in difficulty in order to prepare them for the event. Today's lesson involves getting through an obstacle course in teams of 2, each team competing to get the best time. Even though they're meant to use their quirks, Izuku still wants to participate and Aizawa has no qualms about letting him. So, he gets paired up with Aoyama and they watch from the monitor room with their classmates as the first team goes. It's Kirishima and Ishido, who will no doubt do well considering that they're both fairly athletic and get along phenomenally. Izuku smiles as his friends enthusiastically fist bump before taking off at breakneck speeds as soon as the buzzer sounds. Just as he assumed, the two complement each other well. Kirishima is strong and can bulldoze his way through many of the obstacles with sheer brute force, while Ishido is lean and agile enough to dodge quickly as she slides across the ground with her acid. They're both clearly having a blast, if the identical grins on their faces are anything to go by, and perhaps it's their excitement that distracts them enough for the accident to occur. It happens when they're nearing the finish line. Kirishima and Ishido are running next to each other, although the redhead is above her, dashing along the top of a flat slab of concrete jutting out of the ground. It's coming to an end soon, so Kirishima prepares to jump off, but when his foot hits the edge, the concrete crumbles. He squawks as he starts falling towards the ground and instinctively hardens himself as he braces for impact. Unfortunately, Ishido is directly underneath him, and this time the pink girl doesn't manage to completely dodge. The monitor screens have no audio, but her classmates are clearly able to hear her scream from outside. Izuku is running out the door before anyone can react. He dashes into the training area and follows the sounds of screaming and crying. Heart in his throat, he spots Ashido kneeling on the ground with Kirishima fretting over her and races over to them. "Midoriya-kun!" Kirishima exclaims, tears flying as his head whips up at the freckled boy's arrival. I didn't mean Ashido-san and I saw," Izuku says briskly, coming to kneel in front of Ashido. He can immediately see that her shoulder is dislocated. Kirishima must have clipped her with his hardened form when she tried to dodge. He's grateful that she even managed to react in time. He doesn't want to think about how hurt she would have gotten if Kirishima's full hardened body had landed on her. Ashido's shoulder juts out awkwardly, swollen and already turning purple. Her sea heaves wildly as she cries, tears and snot streaming down her face. "It's all right, Ashido-san." He reassures hastily, trying to check her over as quickly as possible. "Have you ever dislocated your shoulder before?" She shakes her head rapidly. "No." She sobs, "It hurts?" "That's normal." After making sure she doesn't have any other injuries, he carefully takes her arm into his gloved hands. "I'm gonna set your shoulder now, okay?" he says, struggling to keep his voice steady. He's never done this before, he's only ever read about it. "Take a deep breath." Ashido nods shakily and Kirishima kneels beside her, taking her free hand into his. Izuku swallows and concentrates on her arm. He has to be extremely cautious. If a nerve gets caught, he'll cause even further damage. The muscles around her dislocated shoulder are tense, so he slowly begins rotating her arm, trying to gently ease her humerus back into place. Ashido wails the whole time, squeezing Kirishima's hand tightly. The sight of his friend crying makes Kirishima cry too, although he at least makes an attempt to compose himself. "Young Ashido." Izuku hears All Might's voice behind him, followed by the multiple footsteps of his classmates as they finally catch up. Aizawa comes to hover by his side, but he keeps his focus on Ashido, carefully rolling her arm until finally, after a few more nerve-wracking seconds, her shoulder pops back into place. A choked gasp escapes Ashido's lips, then she lets out a shaky sigh. Izuku double-checks that everything is where it should be before taking off his gloves and placing his hands on the bare pink skin of her forearm. He can feel his friend's energy swirling around her swollen shoulder, but it soon eases once his quirk takes over and heals the torn muscles and ligaments. Ashido's whole body droops once the pain is gone. Izuku catches her and shifts her to lean against Kirishima while she gasps for breath. "Wow," she croaks. That looks a lot less painful in movies." Kirishima lets out a wet laugh and hugs her. "I'm so sorry." His voice is shaky and laden with guilt as he struggles to control his tears. "It's all right, it was an accident." She sniffles, wiping at her face with a quivering hand. Izuku gives himself a brief moment to let out a quiet sigh of relief as his heart thumps in his. "How does your shoulder feel?" Izuku asks. "A lot better." The girl tries to sit up, but she's still trembling violently. She sniffles again and it turns into a wet cough. "So sorry, it's all right." Ashido is clearly shaken, no doubt still coming down from the rush of adrenaline as is Izuku, so he does his best to soothe her. Dislocated shoulders are very painful. I don't like how movies make it seem like they're so easy to walk away from. "Yeah, what the heck?" She snorts, wiping her face again. "I feel lied to." Kirishima takes a shuddering breath and tries to smile. "You've got to teach me how to pop a joint back into place, man. That didn't look like the movies either." Izuku smiles, then startles slightly when a hand falls on his shoulder. "Does she need to go to the infirmary?" Aizawa asks, looking down at him with dark eyes. Izuku nods immediately. "I would like to take her. Just in case, you know." Ashido blinks. "But my shoulder feels better, see?" She lifts her arm up and down to prove her point, but Izuku can see how careful she's being. "Better to be safe than sorry," he says, helping her stand up along with Kirishima. "I'm still an apprentice after all." Ashido pouts but doesn't protest. "I'll be back soon," he says, glancing over his shoulder at his teachers and classmates. They all gathered around him as soon as they caught up, but thankfully kept a good distance so that he didn't feel crowded or distracted as he worked. A couple of the girls look like they might have been crying, but mostly everyone just looks relieved. All right. Aizawa nods, then gives him a look of approval. Good job, Midoriya-kun. You acted quickly and stayed calm. The mark of a true healer. All Might gives him a thumbs up. Izuku smiles and tries to hide his flush, but it becomes impossible when his classmates start praising him too. Good job, Midoriya-kun. Yeah, great job, man. Geez, I would have freaked out. Her shoulder looked gross. Dude. Man, I'm glad we have you here, Midoriya-kun. They're all gazing at him with such palpable relief in their eyes that makes Izuku realize that this really the first big injury they've seen him heal. Usually it's just scrapes and bruises. Even Uraraka didn't cry that much when Kaken burned her. But Ishido's screams of pain have obviously shaken them all. Aizawa takes this as a time to give them a lecture. As Izuku walks out of the center with Ishido, he hears the teacher say, I hope this incident has shown you all how dangerous hero training can be. I don't care if some of the exercises seem like fun, you should never let down your guard because major injuries can and do happen sometimes. Alright. Midoriya-kun isn't here just to heal your scrapes and bruises, he's here to help keep you all safe. His words fade as Izuku gets farther and farther away. Still, a feeling of importance fills his iti and makes him feel warm. He smiles and glances at Ishido, who has her arm looped around his and is cheerfully humming under her breath. He reaches into his pouch. Would you like some gummies? Finally, after what feels like the longest 2 weeks ever, the day of the sports festival arrives. Wow, this looks like so much fun. Izuku exclaims as he and Kaken walk into school. Despite it being early in the morning, UA is already packed. Vendors and booths line the walkways, selling fun foods and decorations. Music from the stadium can be heard all the way over. Can you believe we're finally here, Kaken? Kaken grunts non-committally, eyeing the festivities disinterestedly. His mind is probably more focused on the trials to come, as Izuku's should be. Still, he casts a longing look at a vendor selling takoyaki as he follows his friend to the first-year stage. Aizawa already informed everyone of what to do before the festival begins, so they meet up with the rest of their classmates in the 1A waiting room. Hey, Bakugo-kun, Midoriya-kun. Kirishima greets them. You guys excited? So excited. Izuku pumps his fists. I can't believe I'm actually here. Kaken and I always used to watch the sports festival on TV together. Zuka's just excited about the food, Kaken grunts. You should have seen him back there. He was practically drooling the entire way here. Hey! Izuku lightly slaps him on the shoulder while his friends laugh. He huffs and rolls his eyes. Well, anyway, I can't stay long. I have to meet up with Recovery Girl soon, he says. I hope I don't have to give you guys a lecture on staying safe. Kaken groans while everyone else shakes their heads. They're all wearing their training uniforms, having changed right before going to the waiting room, but Izuku is still wearing his regular uniform. It makes him feel just a little bit like an outsider, and a small twinge of envy tickles his teeth. They both watched the sports festival since they were kids, but Kaken's the one that gets to participate, but he covers it up with a bright smile. He chats with his friends for a few minutes until Ida steps into the room. Everyone, are you ready? He asks loudly, we will be entering soon. Oh, Midoriya-kun. He tilts his head in confusion. Before Ida can ask what he's doing here, Izuku waves his hands apologetically. That's my cue. I guess I'll see you guys when this is all over. A volley of goodbyes shower him as he steps towards the door, but something makes him hesitate. He glances back at his classmates. Kaken, for once, is sitting quietly in a chair, eyes intense and focused. A few others like Tokoyami and Todoroki do the same, while the more excitable students try to chat away their nerves. Even though they've only been in UA for a few weeks, they all look so much more confident than they used to. He knows how strong each and every one of them has been training for this day. Midoriya-kun? Ida asks, noticing him lingering, is everything all right? Izuku nods. He pauses, trying to find his words, before looking up with what he hopes is an encouraging smile. There's no point in me telling you to do your best, because I know you're all going to do even more than that. So I'll just say, good luck everyone. I'll be cheering you on. They all stare at him for a few moments. Then, Midoriya-kun? Thanks man. Holy, I might cry. Good luck to you too. With one last grin, Izuku turns around and starts jogging down the hallway. He's never been to the stadium's infirmary before, but Recovery Girl gave him a map of the first year's stage the other day, so it's easy enough to find. His mentor is bustling about inside, trying to prepare as best as she can for the busy day ahead. Recovery Girl, he greets, walking in. What do you need me to dash? He's interrupted by his costume being thrown at his face. Put that on and go join your classmates, she says. Izuku blinks. This wasn't part of the plan. But they're going out soon. I know, and you're going to join them, Recovery Girl says as if she hasn't just dropped a huge bomb on him. Come back here once the first game starts. Izuku's mind is whirling. But hurry up and change. Startling, Izuku jumps into the other half of the room and pulls the curtain to give him some privacy. He changes in record speed, realizing that his healer costume is missing its gloves, elbow and knee pads, so that he's just left with his green and white jumpsuit and belt, which doesn't carry his usual bags. It looks a bit more informal, like Recovery Girl's outfit that she wears while working rather than what he'd wear in the field. He doesn't have much time to dwell on it because soon he's racing back down the halls towards the waiting room. He nearly slams face first into Ida's seat as the door swings open. Midoriya-kun, Ida exclaims, grabbing him by the shoulders to steady him. What's wrong? We're going out now. I know, Izuku pants. Recovery Girl told me to join you. Murmurs of confusion ripple through his classmates. But you're not in uniform. Ida sputters. Izuku shrugs cluelessly. I dunno, I'm as confused as you are. Present Mick's voice zealously yells over the speaker and he winces. Let's go. Ida looks like he wants to protest. The lack of order must be killing a goody two-shoes like him, but he just shakes his head and starts leading the way to the field. Izuku falls into step beside Kaken, who gives him a reassuring nod as they step into the entrance tunnel. It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A. The roar of the crowd is deafening. Fireworks pop and cameras flash from every angle. As Izuku walks out onto the field with his classmates, he swallows heavily and glances around. He knew there would be a lot of people, but he never thought that he'd be one of the students under their eyes. There are so many people, he squeaks. Kirishima grins and nudges him. Man, Present Mike is going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous. Aren't you, Tkun? He glances at the blonde. No. Kaken bares his teeth. I'm just getting more into it. Izuku lets out a nervous laugh. Easy there, Kaken. Class 1B gets announced after them, as well as the General Studies, Support Course, and Business Course. They all gather together in front of a stage where Midnight stands. She announces that it's time for the players' pledge and, to everyone's surprise, calls up Kaken to represent them. What? It's Kaken. Izuku glances at Kirishima and Kaminari in confusion. Siro's head pops over his shoulder, startling him. I think it's 'cause he got first place in the entrance exam. Yeah, Kirishima says. Apparently Midnight pulled him aside last week and told him to prepare a speech. Izuku's brow furrows. He didn't tell me anything. Kaminari snickers. He probably forgot about it. Kaken stands in front of the microphone with a neutral expression, hands in his pockets. Everyone waits with bated breath. Then, I just want to say, I'm gonna win. Izuku facepalms. Kaken ignores the screeches and jeers from the crowd and walks back to stand beside Izuku. His expression doesn't change. Why are they booing? He grunts. I'm right. Izuku just sighs. You are hopeless, Bakugo Katsuki. Midnight is quick to call the attention back to her and announces that the first game will be an obstacle course race. As she begins to explain the rules, Izuku wonders when he should take his leave. It's not like he really has a reason for being here. He should be helping Recovery Girl prepare. Why did she send him out here? In his costume, no less. He's garnering many curious looks from the other students, most of whom recognize him as Recovery Girl's apprentice. He tries his best to push down his growing anxiety, but the whispers behind him don't help. Midnight tells everyone to take their places around a nearby gate, which probably leads to the obstacle course. Izuku mentally panics, wondering what he's supposed to be doing here. He ends up trailing behind the large group, not wanting to get caught up in another stampede when the game begins. There are a couple of entrance tunnels sort of close to the gate. Maybe he can start? Midnight yells. The next thing he knows, all the students are rushing forward and pouring into the gate, leaving him standing alone. By himself in the massive field, where everyone can see him. The back of his neck prickles as he shrinks underneath the numerous gazes of the crowd, feeling vulnerable and exposed as he hears confused murmurs pass through the throng of people. God, what the F is happening? Why didn't Recovery Girl tell him more? This is so embarrassing. What is he supposed to do? Maybe if he just walks off like it's natural, then nobody will notice. There's an entrance tunnel nearby. Maybe he can. Hey. Present mixed loud voice echoes throughout the stadium. You may be wondering why this little guy here didn't join them. Izuku jumps, eyes wide. What is going on? Well, that's because this is Midoriya Izuku, the young apprentice of UA's very own Recovery Girl. Word is that he's got the best DMN healing quirk anyone's ever seen. So be sure to give this kid a cheer. He'll be making sure our students live to fight another day after today. Haha. Izuku flushes as the crowd erupts into cheers. It's different from before, not like they're cheering for the upcoming violence and competitive spirit. It's more polite and encouraging, and it makes Izuku smile despite his nervousness. He gives a little wave before disappearing into one of the entrance tunnels, letting out a huge sigh of relief once he's out of the public eye. Recovery Girl laughs at him when he returns to the infirmary. How could you do that to me? He cries, burying his face in his hands. The older woman just laughs and pats his back. Why didn't you warn me? I wanted it to be a surprise. Her eyes sparkle with mirth. I felt bad that you're going to be helping me the whole time while all the other first years get to participate in the sports festival. So, I asked Present Mike to shine the spotlight on you briefly so you could have your moment of glory. Izuku's face somehow turns even redder. I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to simultaneously throw up, SHT my pants, have a heart attack, and then just die right in front of everyone. Recovery Girl dissolves into peals of high-pitched laughter and he smiles despite himself. Thanks, I guess, he eventually mumbles, trying to rub the heat out of his cheeks. His mentor giggles for another moment before catching her breath. Come on, she says, still smiling, we should pay attention to the race. Oh right, Izuku says, what did I miss? Todoroki-kun froze everyone. Of course he did. They both turn towards a screen in the corner of the room showing a live broadcast of the sports festival. The vast majority of the students are still trapped in the tunnel, their feet frozen to the ground by Todoroki's ice. Said boy is currently running ahead towards a group of enormous robots, the rest of Class 1A and a few others right on his heels. They all stop when they reach the robots, obviously trying to figure out a plan to get past, but Todoroki doesn't hesitate for long. One loud crackle and a blast of ice later, the massive machines are frozen stiff. Todoroki runs between their legs, leaving the rest of the students behind him stunned. Recovery Girl lets out an impressed whistle. Well, there's something to be said about brute force. She makes a couple more comments after that, but her voice fades into the background as Izuku gazes at Todoroki running on the screen. He hasn't really spoken to the boy in a while. Not since. One morning, 5 days before the sports festival, Izuku is walking down an empty hallway to the infirmary for his usual check-in with his mentor. He hums to himself, idly wondering what he'll have for lunch, when a low voice reaches his ear. Midoriya. Izuku startles so badly he nearly trips. Todoroki-kun. He shrieks, stumbling as he whirls around to face the boy. Oh my god, don't scare me like that. Todoroki blinks slowly at him. Izuku presses a hand to his ear to ease his racing heart. What are you doing here? He asks. It's early. Todoroki shifts, not quite meeting his gaze for a moment, then says, I was injured during a training accident last night. His voice betrays nothing, but the implication is clear. Izuku straightens up. I was just on my way to meet with Recovery Girl. If you come with me, she'll dash? No. Todoroki says sharply. Izuku jumps in surprise and even the other boy seems startled by his own outburst. Clearing his throat, he says, No, there's no need to bother her with this. Your quirk should be enough. With that said, he reaches for Izuku's hand, but the green net pulls back. He eyes Todoroki uncertainly, but the other boy's face remains impassive. Something about this doesn't feel quite right. Why wouldn't Todoroki want to see Recovery Girl? Is something wrong? Todoroki tilts his head. Is there? Izuku asks, why don't you want to go to Recovery Girl? Todoroki gazes at him for a few seconds, then says, her quirk will make me tired. Yours won't. Oh, it's a fair point, but Izuku struggles to find a response. Well, he stammers, can I at least see your injury first? Todoroki pauses, then his eyes briefly flicker down the hallway before his hands reach up to unbutton his shirt. When he exposes his shoulder, Izuku winces. A large, severe burn spreads across his skin from his collarbone to his shoulder. It looks hastily wrapped in gauze, but he can easily see the injury underneath. He hisses between his teeth as he gently reaches to undo the gauze. Geez, Todoroki-kun, this looks like it's almost third degree. How on earth did this happen? Todoroki is silent for a moment. Like I said, it was a training accident. Izuku's attention is on his burn, so he doesn't see his expression, but he can hear how carefully blank he's keeping his voice. He glances between Todoroki's face and his injury. Training, he murmurs. He doesn't recall Todoroki getting injured during PE yesterday, and it can't be the product of his own quirk since it's on his left side. What kind of fire quirk would burn its user? So that only leaves. Were you training at home? He asks cautiously. Endeavor. Did he do this? Todoroki's jaw clenches briefly before his gaze turns to meet Izuku's. It was just a training accident. Voice devoid of emotion. He's lying. Izuku doesn't know why or how, but something in his sagacity tells him that Todoroki is lying. He stares at the taller boy, hoping to find some hint of something he doesn't know what, but Todoroki just stares back at him, eyes cold and intense. Izuku averts his gaze. Well, fine. If he wants to be stubborn, he turns his attention to the burn. I can heal this, but once I do my quirk will probably try to heal your scar as well. It addresses fresh wounds before old ones, so if you don't want that to happen, then just pull away as soon as your burn heals. It's easy to fall into a more professional tone, but his mind still races. All right. Izuku gently places his hand on Todoroki's shoulder, and as soon as his skin turns smooth again the boy pulls away. Thanks, Todoroki says, buttoning up his shirt again. Izuku presses his lips together uncertainly. Todoroki-kun. He opens his mouth to say more, only he finds that he really doesn't know what to say right now. Todoroki sees his escape and turns away without sparing him another glance. See you in class. Todoroki doesn't come to him with any more burns, but the strong rock in the pit of Izuku's stomach doesn't disappear. Midoriya-kun. Midoriya-kun. Are you listening to me? Recovery Girl's voice snaps him out of his stupor. He glances at his mentor and winces at her annoyed expression. Sorry, what did you say? She huffs through her nose. I know this is all exciting, but it's important to stay focused today. I know. He waves his hands. I'm sorry. He sighs and shakes his head to clear his thoughts. It won't happen again. Good. Recovery Girl nods. Well, I was saying that we're probably going to get flooded with kids after this first race, so let's do what we did when that stampede happened. Treat them with traditional means and send the worst ones over to me. What about my quirk? He asks, isn't this a good opportunity to train? Yes, but I need you to save your energy for the battle tournament, she explains. Of course, don't tell anyone I told you this, but it's going to be a series of one-on-one battles. It's like a bracket system, you know. They fight and fight until one person comes out on top. Foolish and barbaric if you ask me. She grumbles the last part and Izuku snorts. Anyway, the winners of each match have to go on to fight another, but they're often injured from the previous fight. It's always been such a pain to figure out how to deal with them because my quirk will sap them of the strength they need for their battles. But now I have you. His mentor smiles and rubs her forehead. Oh, Midoriya-kun, you are a godsend right now. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with these idiot kids throwing themselves at each other all by myself anymore. Izuku knows just what to say to cheer her up. Netsu-san works you too strong. Yes, he does. She cries out, then huffs good-naturedly, alright, come on you, let's get to work. It soon becomes clear that the obstacle race is really between Todoroki and Kaken, the two being leagues ahead of the other students. Izuku is surprised that Ida isn't doing as well as he thought he would, considering that it is a race, but the camera hardly focuses on the stragglers as Todoroki and Kaken enter the minefield. He knows he needs to remain unbiased, neutral, as all healers should be, but he can't help the little leap of excitement his heart gives when he sees Kaken start to overtake Todoroki. They push and pull at each other, trying to slow each other down, but when the rest of the students start to catch up they break apart. Between Todoroki sliding on his ice and Kaken propelling himself with his explosions, it's a tight race, but Todoroki ends up winning by a hairbreadth. Izuku is mildly surprised, but he doesn't have much time to think about his undoubtedly pissed-off friend before students start coming into the infirmary with injuries. After that, he hardly has time to pay attention to the festival at all, too busy looking over patients and treating what he can alongside Recovery Girl. Thanks to Todoroki, most of the injuries involve frostbite. The boy didn't melt his ice like he did with Ojiro and Hagakure, so the prolonged exposure resulted in more damage this time. Fortunately, none of the students have any dead tissue, so it's mostly just a process of rewarming the skin and bandaging it up in some cases. When he glances up at the screen again, the cavalry battle is occurring. Once again, everyone, including present Mike, realizes that it's really just a fight between Kaken and Todoroki. Izuku briefly wonders how the blonde's wrists are doing, he's never seen him use his quirks so much before. A moment later, however, his attention is drawn back to his work. They make good time going through the numerous wounded students, but a decent handful have injuries aside from frostbite, and it takes him a moment to realize that some of the students coming in are upperclassmen. He knows that the second and third year's sports festivals happen at the same time, but he has no idea where they are. The first year's stage is massive, how could they fit two more into the stadium? He brushes it off as UA just being huge and focuses on his work. It's not particularly difficult, he doesn't come across anything that he's never dealt with before, but it's taxing and he's been on his feet constantly since leaving the train this morning. By the time he's able to look at the screen again, the cavalry battle is almost over. He watches as Kaken lunges towards Todoroki, who has barricaded his team in ice. The blonde snarls and grabs onto his left forearm, and this must be it. Todoroki is definitely going to use his fire now. Except he doesn't. Instead, he lets Kaken yank his arm aside and grab one of his headbands, ripping it off as he flies by. Even through the screen, Izuku can see the burn that is left on Todoroki's arm when Kaken lets go. Despite his efforts, however, it seems that the wrong headband was grabbed, because Todoroki remains in first place with over 10 million points. The crowd roars and cheers, but Izuku just winces. Kaken has lost twice to Todoroki. No doubt his friend is furious. And he most certainly is. Thankfully, Izuku is the only one in the infirmary when Kaken bursts in. There are surprisingly few injuries after the cavalry battle, and those that are wounded are seen to quickly. Recovery Girl steps out for a moment to restock their supply of bandages and gauze, telling Izuku to hold the fort before leaving. So, Izuku is able to give his friend his full attention as he comes stomping into the infirmary, visibly seething. That half and half mod half. He hisses, his red pupils mere pinpricks, that's the last time he'll make a fool out of me. I'm not gonna F around anymore. Unperturbed, Izuku simply asks, are you injured? Kaken grits his teeth and shoves his forearms towards him. I would have blasted him out of the ring at the end there, he growls, but my wrists were killing me. I suppose there wouldn't be any point in telling you to take it easy, Izuku sighs, gently placing his hands on his wrists and letting his energy flow. Recovery Girl hasn't told him to start using his quirk yet, but he assumes that it's okay since Kaken is going to be fighting in the battle tournament. But at least be careful. Now rejuvenated, Kaken testingly rolls his wrists and bares his teeth in a grin. I'm gonna wipe the floor with his butt? Kaken, Izuku huffs. Yeah, I'll be careful too. Kaken rolls his eyes. Come on, the lunch break just started. Let's go eat, I'm starving. Oh, Izuku glances around the empty infirmary. I don't know if it would be such a good idea for me to leave. What? You don't get a lunch break? Kaken scowls. Don't act like you're not hungry. Doesn't your quirk work better if you're full? Let me just wait for Recovery Girl to get back, Izuku says. She shouldn't take long, but why don't you go ahead and get in line for us? I'll join you soon. Kaken looks like he might argue, but then his own stomach lets out an audible growl. Fine. As soon as he's gone, Izuku flops down in the nearest chair with a heavy sigh. His feet ache, and even though he hasn't used his quirk that much yet, he feels like he could go for a nice long nap. He's about to close his eyes just to rest for a little bit when a knock on the door startles him. It can't be Recovery Girl, she would have just walked in, so it must be another injured student. Stifling a sigh, Izuku drags himself to his feet and opens the door. Todoroki-kun. Said boy seems slightly surprised to see him. I thought you'd be at lunch. Izuku shakes his head and steps aside to let him in. Recovery Girl stepped out for a minute, so I was waiting for her to get back first. He trails off when his eyes land on the burn on Todoroki's left forearm. He grimaces. Man, Kaken really doesn't know how to hold back. Why would he? Todoroki asks as Izuku leads him to sit on one of the beds. The greenette doesn't respond, instead looking over the boy for any other injuries. He has a few other burns from Kaken that he must have gotten while they were scuffling during the obstacle race. Like with Uraraka, Todoroki's uniform has been seared into his skin in some places. Izuku makes a disgruntled noise and walks over to one of the drawers. I'll have to remove the burned cloth from your wounds before I can heal them, he says, grabbing some tweezers and scissors, but it shouldn't take too long. Todoroki nods but doesn't respond. Izuku quietly gets to work on the burn on his shoulder. The same shoulder that had been burned just about the same last week. Izuku presses his lips into a thin line. He doesn't really know what to think about all this. Everything involving Todoroki. There's too many confusing hints, too many questions that he doesn't have the answers to, but at the same time he's afraid of what those answers might be. He glances at his burned arm. You know, he murmurs softly, if you had used your fire dash, I won't use my fire, Todoroki interrupts, not looking at him. Izuku hesitates, then, it would have been to your advantage. I don't care. His voice is cold. I'll win without using my left side. He sounds so resolute, like he'd decided this a long time ago. It's confusing, and it only makes the strong ball in the pit of Izuku's stomach get even heavier. There's just something about the way that Todoroki speaks, so meticulously devoid of any emotion, like he's trying to hide something. Or protect himself. Still treading carefully, Izuku says, You don't seem to be very fond of fire. It's more of a comment than anything, an idle musing while he plucks bits of charred fabric out of the burn. Todoroki remains quiet. Izuku swallows. Does that have anything to do with endeavor? A long, tense silence follows. Slowly, Todoroki's face turns towards him. Izuku keeps his eyes on the burn, but his hands aren't moving. He's too nervous to do anything but wait for the response, trying not to suffocate under the rising tension. Finally, Midoriya I just noticed things, you know? Izuku blurts out, completely interrupting him. It's just, I don't even know you that well, but whenever you've mentioned training with your father or not using your fire you never seem happy about it, you know? Not that you have to be thrilled or anything. He's rambling now. But I just started thinking, I couldn't help but wonder, especially with your scar and then when you came to me with that burn, I just Midoriya, Todoroki tries to interject. I don't want to make assumptions, you know. But everything that I've seen from you kind of looks a certain way and I can't help but worry Midoriya. And I know it's absolutely none of my business anyway. Izuku waves his hands frantically. I'm totally being rude here, but he trails off, struggling to find his words. All he can think about is the burn that was on Todoroki's shoulder, how painful it looked and how he lied. Izuku knows he did, but what can he do? The helpless feeling that he hates with a passion returns, frustration burning his throat. I'm a healer, Todoroki-kun, he whispers, head bowed. I want to help people. I want to save people, but I can't. All I can do is heal them after they've been hurt. He takes in a deep, shuddering breath and looks up at Todoroki with a weak smile. But I've always wanted to be a hero. I hate not being able to stop people from getting hurt. So, please, Todoroki-kun. I don't know what's going on, but if there's anything I can do to help you. Todoroki stares at him for a few moments, eyes slightly widened. Then, he blinks and his face becomes impassive once more. There isn't. Izuku swallows and tries to stifle his disappointment. Oh, he whispers. Todoroki looks like he might say something else, but when he doesn't, Izuku wordlessly averts his gaze, turning his attention back to his injured shoulder. He dutifully picks the bits of fabric out of the burn, ignoring the pair of mismatched eyes that stare at his face as he works. There are only a couple of other burns that need his attention, smaller ones that he cleans fairly quickly. Then, he leans back and starts to take off his gloves. Todoroki's hand shoots out. He catches him by the wrist, just below his palm, carefully avoiding the bare skin below his glove. Izuku startles and looks up at Todoroki to see him staring at him. Todoroki-kun. The taller boy slowly slides off the bed, making the greenette take a step back as he stands in front of him. Izuku pales as Todoroki gazes down at him, something unreadable in his eyes. I don't need you to save me, he says. Izuku blinks. Todoroki presses his lips in a thin line and tries again. It's nothing I can't handle on my own, so don't worry about it. Unwittingly, Izuku's eyes flicker over to his shoulder, then back to his face. A soft sigh passes through Todoroki's nose. He seems to be considering something. Todoroki-kun, I'm sure you know, the other boy says, that Endeavor has been stuck as the number 2 hero forever. My old man has a strong longing to rise in the world. As a hero, he won a name for himself with crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? Izuku is a bit taken aback by the turn of the conversation, but he doesn't want to risk saying anything that might make Todoroki stop. He has a feeling this is finally going to clear up everything he's been wondering about. Todoroki continues, that thing became a problem for the second and third generation after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. His eyes narrow. The old-fashioned way of thinking is brought about by a lack of ethics. He is a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of her quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own longing by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. Izuku's breath hitches. Todoroki isn't even looking at him anymore. Instead, he's scowling at the ground. It's so annoying, he hisses through gritted teeth, I won't become the tool of scum like that. In my memories, my mother is always crying. She told me my left side was unsightly as she poured boiling water on me. Izuku's eyes widen as Todoroki raises his hand to cover his scar. He feels like he can't breathe. That scar, he knew it wasn't from fire, but his own mother. Todoroki's voice brings him out of his thoughts. I will reject him completely by winning first place without using my DM and old man's quirk. His hand drops and he fixes Izuku with a determined look. So no, I do not need to be saved. I have a plan and it will work. He looks so stubborn and resolute that Izuku almost believes him. Todoroki-kun, the door slides open. Sorry about the wait, Midoriya-kun. Recovery girl chirps as she walks in, her arms full of bandages and gauze. Izuku takes a step back and Todoroki lets go of his wrist, as if he didn't realize he was still holding on to it. Oh, hello, Todoroki-kun. Recovery girl notices the boy. You've done very well so far. Is everything all right? She directs the question to Izuku, frowning at the burns on Todoroki. Izuku straightens up, trying to recollect his whirling mind. Please. I just had to remove some pieces of cloth that were seared into his skin. He turns back to Todoroki, taking off his glove. I can heal it now. Remember to focus on the flow, his mentor reminds him as he places his hand on the burn. He tries to concentrate, he really does, but Todoroki just dropped a huge bombshell on him. Endeavor is really that awful. The number 2 hero. Izuku remembers a time before his quirk manifested when he was interested in the flame hero. He wanted someone to look up to in case he inherited his father's fire-breathing quirk. But even though he never seemed too friendly on the news or even during the recommendation exam, Izuku never would have thought. Endeavor is supposed to be a hero, how could he do something so horrible? Like before, Todoroki pulls away from his touch before he can heal his scar. Thanks, he mutters, already turning away. Before he can leave, however, Recovery Girl calls out, "Oh, Todoroki-kun, why don't you take Midoriya-kun with you to lunch? You both need to eat well before the final event." Todoroki pauses at the door and Izuku hastily trots after him, saying goodbye to his mentor as he leaves. They walk down the hallway in silence. Pretty much everyone is busy getting lunch, so it's mostly empty. Izuku casts a glance at Todoroki, but the taller boy isn't looking at him. There's still something that he didn't quite confirm, although from the way he talked about Endeavor, it's fairly obvious. Despite Todoroki's odd attempt at reassurance, Izuku still feels a flare of protectiveness in his psyche. If he tries to hurt you again, he won't, Todoroki says. He knows better than to leave a mark on me when I have school the next day. The pause. His lips press together. Usually, Todoroki's words don't bring Izuku any ease. Instead, his stomach churns even more. He glances at Todoroki's healed forearm. Something tugs at his heart. They part ways during lunch. Kaken has already gotten both of their meals when he meets him. The blonde loudly complains about how long he took to get there, but Izuku can't find it in himself to say much in response. Kaken casts him a couple of odd, quizzical glances as they eat with their friends, no doubt noticing his sudden lack of enthusiasm. Not wanting to worry his friend, Izuku plasters on a smile and forces himself to eat, despite the fact that he actually feels quite nauseous. There isn't much to do when he goes back to the infirmary, so he just idly watches the broadcast of the sports festival. Midnight announces what the final round of the competition will be, and Ojiro surprises everyone by withdrawing along with a boy from Class 1B. Izuku tries to pay attention, but all he can think about is what Todoroki told him. The ache in his sidesty grows bigger. What does he do now? One of his classmates is being abused by his father. A pro hero. This is really serious, should he tell an adult? He isn't sure if they'd believe him without proof, but he is a healer, or at least he's going to be. He wonders if doctor-patient confidentiality applies to his case too. But if he did tell someone, Todoroki might not ever forgive him. He probably wouldn't have told Izuku his secret if he didn't have some level of trust in him. He doesn't want to betray that. It might even just make things worse. Endeavor is an immensely powerful man, not just physically, but socially too. If it came to a legal battle, there's no way he'd go down easy. And Todoroki would be the one having to deal with the repercussions. Swallowing past the strong lump in his throat, Izuku looks down at his lap. He needs to ease his mind somehow. He takes out his phone. Midoriya 1:15 p.m. Hi, Toshinori 1:15 p.m. Hello, young Midoriya. How are things on your end? Midoriya 1:16 p.m. Fine. Bit of a lull right now. Where are you? Toshinori 1:16 p.m. I'm at the third year's stage in the teacher's booth. But Izuku briefly wonders why All Might is watching the third years instead of the first, but saves the question for later. Midoriya 1:17 p.m. Can I ask you a question? Toshinori 1:17 p.m. Of course. Izuku stares down at his phone. He starts typing a response, then almost immediately deletes it. How does he ask this? After a few more typed and deleted responses, he finally hits send. Midoriya 1:20 p.m. Can I call you? Toshinori 1:24 p.m. Yes. Can I go to the bathroom? Recovery Girl glances up in surprise. You don't have to ask me, she replies, but the recreational games are going to be over soon, so don't take too long. Izuku nods and tries not to rush out of the infirmary too quickly. Instead of heading towards the bathroom, he finds himself in an empty hallway and presses the call button. Young Midoriya? All Might's voice sounds a little breathless, as if he also hurried to find a quiet spot. Is everything all right? Are you okay? I'm fine, Izuku sighs, leaning against the wall. He winces. Actually, maybe not so much. Are you hurt? Where are you? I'll come. No, it's okay. I'm not hurt, I just dashed. He cuts himself off with a rough exhale, struggling to find his words as he pinches the bridge of his nose. All Might, what would you do if you knew someone was in trouble, but they didn't want your help? Young Midoriya? All Might sounds bewildered. If you know you shouldn't meddle because it's none of your business, and it might make things worse anyway, Izuku lets out a heavy sigh, but you can't just sit back and do nothing, you know? All Might is quiet for a long time. Izuku knows that he's probably confused the man, but he can't think of another way to ask. After a few beats of silence, All Might says, I think I would just do what my heart tells me is right. I've always believed that meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Somehow, the words make Izuku's easy feel just a bit lighter. His mind is still in turmoil, but now, he knows he should do something. He has to do something. He doesn't know what yet, but the resolve is enough to steady him. Thanks, All Might. He smiles softly even though the man can't see him. Are you sure you're okay? All Might asks, I'm assuming those questions weren't rhetorical. No, but you helped. He hears a particularly loud cheer come from outside. I think I should go now. Will I see you later? I don't know. I'll text you if I can't stop by. Bye. Izuku hangs up and walks back to the infirmary. The first match of the battle tournament is between Azui and the purple-haired boy from General Studies, whose name is apparently Shinso Hitoshi. He's curious as to what his quirk is, but he doesn't get to see it because as soon as the match starts, Azui flicks out her tongue and wraps it around Shinso's waist, flinging him out of bounds. It's an awfully swift defeat, and Izuku spares a wince of pity for the other boy as he claps for his classmate. Shinso seemed so determined to get into the hero course. It's kind of unfortunate that he got taken down so easily. But perhaps it was just a bad matchup. Or, Izuku reconsiders as he watches Azui turn away without a single ounce of remorse on her face. Perhaps he shouldn't have pissed off Class 1A. The next match has the crowd roaring with excitement. It's only natural. Todoroki has taken first place in the preliminary events. He'd probably make sports festival history if he won in all 3 competitions. Izuku feels a little bad for Shiro. Despite being friends with the boy, Todoroki is the most powerful student in Class 1A for a reason. Hopefully, the fight won't be as short as the last one. Start? Actually, it turns out to be even shorter. The crowd is dead quiet. A massive glacier stands in the middle of the arena, jagged spikes jutting over the top of the stadium. It groans under its own weight, and even in the infirmary Izuku can feel how cold the air has suddenly gotten. Everyone, including Izuku, stares in awe at the evidence of Todoroki's sheer power. At the very bottom of the glacier, Shiro stands nearly completely frozen in ice. Don't you think that's a bit much? His voice is tiny over the TV screen. Recovery Girl lets out a whoosh of air. I'll repeat myself. There is something to be said about brute force. Even she sounds impressed. Then she huffs, but this boy is giving us an awful lot of frostbite to deal with. Izuku doesn't respond, too busy watching as Todoroki moves towards Shiro the moment his victory is announced. The boy stands under the eyes of the crowd shouting condolences for his defeated opponent, melting what he had frozen himself with his left hand. There's no triumph in his posture, however. No, even though Izuku can't see his face, something about Todoroki seems very sad to him. Well, Recovery Girl did this a few moments later, catching his attention once more. I'll go ahead and see to that poor boy. Stay here in case anyone comes by, you know the drill. Izuku nods, noticing that Shiro is looking a little stiff as he's finally freed from his icy prison. Once the glacier is melted, Present Mic announces a brief hiatus while the stage dries off. Izuku turns away from the screen, frowning. That was certainly an impressive display of power from Todoroki. Unnecessary. He could have defeated Shiro with a much smaller attack, so what prompted him to show off like that? He gets his answer when Todoroki walks through the door again a few minutes later, this time without knocking. He's glaring at the ground and his jaw is clenched, but he looks up when he sees Izuku. The freckled boy pauses, taking him in. A thin layer of frost coats his right side, spanning across his skin and creeping onto his cheek. Looking closer, Izuku also realizes that he's shivering ever so slightly. Todoroki doesn't seem like he's going to move any closer, so Izuku gets up and slowly approaches him. Mismatched eyes watch him for a moment, then drop. "Saw my old man before the match," he says quietly as Izuku comes to stand in front of him. "Told me to stop being childish and to focus on surpassing all might." Izuku gazes at him, then looks at his nearly frozen right side. He can't see his skin, but he has no doubt that there's frostbite. His hand reaches for his arm, but the layer of ice prevents him from making skin contact. He hesitates. "Todoroki-kun, you need to unfreeze yourself." Todoroki acts like he doesn't hear him. His fist clenches. "I got angry," he hisses through clenched teeth. His gaze is still averted. "Todoroki-kun," Izuku says, gently putting a hand on his shoulder to make him look at him, "you're going to hurt yourself. I need you to warm yourself up." Todoroki inhales shakily through his nose, and when he exhales, a cold puff of air brushes Izuku's curls. He's never seen his classmate look so ruffled before. It doesn't show on his face, but he can see the swirling turmoil of emotions in his eyes. He seems lonely. So terribly, miserably lonely, and maybe that's why he told Izuku about his past. Maybe that's why he's come to him now, because he's the only one who knows. Because he just needed someone to understand. It must be so horribly isolating to have to go through what Todoroki has gone through all on his own. He always seems so stoic, but maybe he just needs a friend. Todoroki stares at him for a few moments, slowly breathing in and out. Gradually, the ice on his body starts to melt away, revealing red, irritated skin. It's not as bad as Izuku thought it would be, but he reaches out to heal it anyways. Todoroki steps back after a second. Neither of them speak right away. Todoroki's eyes are still troubled, switching back and forth between quiet distress and cold fury. Izuku takes a deep, steadying breath. Then "I'm sorry about everything that happened to you," he says, keeping his voice soft, "but I still think you should use your fire." Todoroki's jaw clenches. "Weren't you listening to what I said? I don't need his power to win. I refuse to let myself be controlled by him." "But you are," Izuku insists. He has no idea what he's doing, but All Might told him to do what his heart tells him, so he's going to listen. Even if it's not what Todoroki wants to hear. You are letting yourself be controlled by him. You're letting him hold you back. This hatred you hold for him is only going to hurt you. It's not that simple. Todoroki glowers. "I know it's not. I know there's a lot more to it, and I know there's probably a lot I still don't know about," Izuku admits. "I don't think I'll ever truly understand what you've gone through, but you're letting him become a weakness. If you keep this up, if you keep ignoring this other half of you, all you're going to do is hurt yourself. You know you're susceptible to frostbite, you need the heat to negate the effects. You could be so much stronger if you just don't." Todoroki suddenly snaps, pulling away. "Don't say that. Don't sound like him." Izuku pauses, holding up his hands placatingly. Todoroki watches him with narrowed eyes for a tense moment, but it doesn't seem like he's about to run away. Slowly, carefully, Izuku continues, "I'm just going to say this, everyone out there is giving it their best. To ignore half of yourself, to only fight with half of your power, it's incredibly disrespectful to your peers. Everyone has worked so strong to get to this point. How do you think it would feel if someone beat you with one of their hands tied behind their back?" Todoroki's eyes flash, but he says nothing. Izuku takes a deep breath. "I get that you want to spite your father by winning the sports festival without your fire, but how far will that take you? How far will spite and anger take you? Will you be a hero fueled by those negative emotions? Because let me tell you something, Todoroki-kun, if that's the case, then you're going to become just like your father." It's harsh, and Izuku hates saying it, but it's necessary. Todoroki inhales sharply, and for a moment, a brief flash of anger passes over his face. He opens his mouth to retort, or yell, or curse, but nothing comes out. He just keeps staring at Izuku with wide, unreadable eyes. He needs to end this. "I know you hate your father, Todoroki-kun," Izuku whispers, "but you shouldn't hate your quirk too." Todoroki's breath hitches. "It's not " she stutters. "His power, I won't " that catches Izuku's attention. "It's not his power," he says firmly, It's yours, isn't it? That's why your body aches for the heat it knows is there. That's why denying this half of yourself will only get you hurt, will only make you weak. He gives him a weak, sad smile. And that is how Endeavor is still controlling you. Silence follows his words. Todoroki stares at him, his face going slack. He's completely still, not moving a single inch as he stays rooted to the spot, his eyes never leaving Izuku's for a second. God, Izuku can't even describe the expression on his face. But it doesn't matter, because in the next moment he lets out a slow, shaky exhale, as if he'd been holding his breath for minutes. As the air escapes his lips, steam starts rising off the left side of his body. Izuku smiles. You can do it, he says softly. Todoroki's throat clicks as he swallows. Then a small flame flickers to life on his left forearm, soon joined by another, then another, until a thin line of flames is dancing along his arm, curling around his shoulder and flitting between his fingers. Another shuddering sigh. His hand clenches. The flames go out. I can't dash, his voice rasps and he coughs slightly to clear it. I can't control it. That's fine, Izuku says, you'll learn. Like we all do. Holding his gaze, Todoroki slowly nods. He still looks uncertain, but it's enough. Not much is said between them after that. They kind of just stand there for a while, Izuku waiting patiently as Todoroki works through whatever thoughts and emotions he's battling with now. His brows are furrowed as he looks at the ground, but he occasionally glances back up at Izuku, expression unreadable. Soon, the familiar pitter-patter of Recovery Girl's footsteps approaches from the hall, dragging them both out of their reverie. The door slides open and his mentor startles when she sees them both standing there. Before she can say anything, however, Todoroki bows his head politely and steps past her. He glances back at Izuku one last time before the door closes, and when their eyes meet, he can hear Todoroki's wordless response clearly. Thank you. The fight between Kaken and Uraraka is brutal to watch. Not because of the merciless explosions the blonde sends her way, but because, despite the obvious, immense differences in their strength, Uraraka still gets so close to winning. No matter how many times she gets blasted across the arena, she gets right back up and tries even harder. She comes up with a brilliant plan, one that takes the whole audience by surprise, but it's all for naught. Kaken is too strong, too clever, and he burns her plan to smithereens and fights until she collapses. Izuku is grateful that Aizawa defended Kaken the way he did. He knows his friend better than anyone, and when the crowd started accusing him of being cruel, his heart sank to his stomach. But Aizawa made everyone realize that all Kaken was doing was acknowledging the strength of his opponent and doing what he had to in order to come out on top. Izuku wonders when Aizawa got to know Kaken so well. Recovery Girl stays true to her word and doesn't allow him to heal Uraraka since she lost. She heals the worst of Uraraka's wounds with her quirk, leaving her only with a few scratches that Izuku cleans and bandages. He manages to convince his mentor to let him SERT her back to the stands, but once they leave, Uraraka insists on going to one of the waiting rooms instead. You really don't have to come with me, she says, smiling reassuringly. I feel fine now, just a little tired from Recovery Girl's quirk. I just want to make sure you get there all right. It's the least I could do. He rubs the back of his neck uncertainly. I feel a little bad. I know Kaken can be rough, but I'm glad he didn't hold back, Uraraka interrupts, sounding surprisingly unbothered. Even though losing sucks, I think I would have felt even worse if he had let me win. At least I know that he was taking me seriously. Oh, he blinks, taken aback. That's really mature, Uraraka-san. He smiles at her. She returns his smile, then bares her teeth in determination. You better tell your precious Kaken that I'm going to kick his butt next time. Izuku lets out a surprised laugh. Uraraka laughs too, dispelling any worries that might have weighed at his heart. He wonders why he doesn't hang out with her more often. She's so cool. He escorts her to one of the waiting rooms and leaves when she tells him that she's going to call her father. A particularly loud cheer from the arena lets him know that Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's match must have ended, so he hurries to get back to the infirmary. Before he can even get close though, Endeavor suddenly appears out of nowhere, stepping into the corridor. Izuku just barely manages to stop himself from colliding with the man. Squeaking in surprise, he stumbles backwards as Endeavor's gaze turns to him. It's you, he rumbles in a low voice. Izuku gulps and tries not to cower. The flame hero is surrounded in such an intense aura that Izuku feels like he could suffocate if he gets too close. The fact that he's massive doesn't help either. He hasn't seen Endeavor since the recommendation exam. Recalling the hostility he faced makes Izuku's stomach churn with anxiety. Recovery Girl's scolding no doubt wounded Endeavor's pride, but surely he wouldn't be so outwardly aggressive towards Izuku now. It was just a misunderstanding, a mistake on the hero's part for making assumptions. Judging by Endeavor's expression as he gazes down at him now, he can tell that the older man doesn't quite know what to make of him. Izuku, on the other hand, knows exactly how he feels about Endeavor now that he knows the truth from Todoroki. He has more than a few choice words to throw in his face, if only he could get past his nerves. You healed my son after the cavalry battle, didn't you? Endeavor eyes him up and down. Izuku gulps, nodding. He gets the feeling that the man is rather unimpressed. Thank you for that. However, it was foolish of him to get injured in the first place. It was easily avoidable too. He growls, seemingly to himself, then says, if he gets hurt by that Bakugo boy again, don't heal him. Izuku stiffens. He stammers, healing is kind of my job. He needs to learn his lesson. Endeavor insists, my Shudo should be strong enough to avoid getting injuries. Izuku's jaw clenches. My Shudo, he said, as if Todoroki is some sort of possession. It ignites a familiar feeling in Izuku's tea, one that's both indignant and desperate for freedom at the same time. I'm going to become the best DMN hero this world has ever seen, and you're going to become the best DMN healer. And you are going to be mine. That's why this is familiar. Yeah, alright, sure, Izuku huffs sarcastically, but when Recovery Girl gets pissed off, I'm sending her to you. Endeavor raises a brow. I see her attitude has already rubbed off on you. He lifts his chin and haughtily gazes down at him. Forgive me for asking, but what exactly is your relationship with our beloved symbol of peace? Izuku blinks in surprise. Endeavor narrows his eyes. I've been trying to figure you out ever since the recommendation exam. I can't imagine why someone like All Might would go out of his way to sponsor someone who won't even be a real hero. Now that pisses Izuku off. Straightening up, he glares at Endeavor and says, well, perhaps All Might simply wanted to help me out because he's smart enough to recognize the importance of healers, especially to hero schools like UA. His tone drips with false politeness. I didn't mean to imply that they're not important, Endeavor growls lowly, but their place certainly isn't within the ranks of future heroes as if they're equals. I don't understand why All Might would waste his precious time in the first place. Izuku has to repeatedly remind himself that punching a pro hero would not be a wise idea. He knows what Endeavor is looking for. He wants to know how the #1 hero happened to meet some kid with a healing quirk, and why he was impressed enough to help him get into one of the best hero schools in Japan. But he can't say that he healed All Might. He can't expose a weakness as great as that, especially not to someone like Endeavor. He needs to get out of this situation. I don't think All Might saw it that way, he says simply, trying to keep his voice steady, but speaking of time, I'm currently wasting mine. So, if you'll excuse me, he averts his gaze and tries to move past, but Endeavor stretches an arm out to stop him. He doesn't touch him, just blocks his path with a large hand. Izuku can feel the heat radiating off it as he turns to look at Endeavor. The flame hero's gaze is piercing, his face showing the barest hints of a snarl as he glares down at the boy. Why you? He hisses, looking as if he's struggling to solve a particularly difficult puzzle. What's so special about you? Izuku's heart threatens to jump out of his throat, but he swallows it down and smiles sweetly up at Endeavor. There's nothing special about me, Endeavor, he says softly. I'm just a kid with a healing quirk. Endeavor is silent for a few long moments. Holding his fiery gaze is just about the hardest thing Izuku has ever done, but he manages it until Endeavor finally lowers his hand, letting him walk away. Izuku still feels his eyes drilling holes into the back of his head as he leaves. As soon as he's alone, he leans against a wall and lets out a huge sigh of relief, pressing a hand to his tea to steady his racing heart. He didn't realize it earlier, but his whole body is trembling faintly. He gives himself a few moments to calm down, then continues on to the infirmary. He really has been gone too long. You know, you two didn't have to come with her, Recovery Girl says as soon as Izuku steps into the room. He's surprised to see Mirio and Amajiki standing together, supporting a girl between them that looks like she's about to pass out. I'm sure you have your own matches to prepare for. Nonsense. Mirio chirps, friends always come first. We stick together. He spots Izuku and grins brightly. My little Kohai. There you are. You certainly took your time, Recovery Girl says, clearly miffed. Izuku winces. Sorry, I got held up. He eyes the girl worriedly. What's wrong? She raises her head tiredly and gives him a weak smile, but Mirio speaks before she can. This is our friend Heido Nijire. She just kicked butt in her last match, but she overused her quirk and now she's super sleepy. Normally, I can't do anything about this one, Recovery Girl says. Her quirk is very similar to yours in that it relies on her utilizing her own stamina. And just like you, when she overuses it she exhausts herself, Izuku finishes. His mentor nods. Of course, using my quirk on her would only make things worse, she says, but now we have you. Mirio tilts his head curiously. Your quirk uses your stamina too. Izuku nods. Yeah. It's like a transfer of energy. I give people my own energy and it helps heal them. He looks at Heido. I've never tried giving any to someone that isn't injured, but I'll try. Mirio and Amajiki watch as Izuku gently places a hand on Heido's forehead. As soon as his quirk activates, he takes note of the girl's own energy. It isn't swirling around any particular point, like it would with a wound, but it definitely feels weak. Almost like how All Might's missing organs felt, except that there isn't a complete absence of energy, just a lack of it. As usual, he tries his best to control the flow of his own energy as it leaves his body, but it escapes him before he can even fully grasp it. Heido perks up as soon as he pulls his hand away. Wow! She exclaims, I feel so much better. Even better than I did this morning. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. He smiles. You're welcome. Or Midoriya-chan. Mido-chan. Can I call you that? She gasps, eyes widening. Can I call you Kohai? No fair that Togata-kun gets a Kohai and I don't. Her cheeks puff up as she pouts. A second later, she smiles again and squeals, Oh, you're just so adorable. I love your hair. Izuku flushes as she squeezes his cheeks and continues to chat away. She really likes to talk a lot. He almost regrets replenishing her energy. Still, he'd take her over Endeavor any day. Did you all make it to the final event? He manages to ask while Heido is taking a breath between sentences. Yup. Mirio puffs up his issy proudly. It's the first time either of us have made it this far. I hate all the attention, Amajiki whispers, eyes fixed on the ground. Izuku frowns in concern, noticing the slight quiver in the taller boy's frame. As a fellow sufferer of anxiety, he sympathizes. He places a hand on Amajiki's shoulder, causing him to look up in surprise, and gives him the kindest smile he can offer. Don't worry, Amajiki-san. I don't like the spotlight either, it makes me nervous, but you shouldn't let it get to your head. I'm sure you'll do great. Amajiki stares at him, wide-eyed. Then, his face slowly starts turning red. A second later, he suddenly jumps behind Mirio and buries his face in the boy's back, a deep flush still visible on the tips of his pointy ears. Izuku pulls away and glances at the other two upperclassmen in confusion. Did I say something wrong? Mirio only answers by bursting out into laughter while Heido rolls her eyes. All right, Recovery Girl interrupts, making a shooing motion with her hands. If you're all fine and dandy now, then you can leave. We have work to do. Right? Sorry, Recovery Girl. Mirio apologizes, still smiling. He wraps a beefy arm around each of his friend's shoulders and leads them to the door. See ya later, Kohai? Bye, senpai. Izuku giggles. Hey. Heido protests, twisting around to look at Izuku as she's dragged out the door. You come eat with us at lunch sometime, alright Mido-chan. Thankfully, Izuku is saved from answering by the door closing behind them. Silence fills the infirmary, only broken by the cheers from the TV. Recovery girl sighs, "How are you feeling?" Izuku blinks and takes note of himself. Actually, I'm a lot more tired than before. Not exhausted or anything, but I guess Hato-san needed a lot of energy to replace. Well, sit down for a bit, then, recovery girl says, nodding at his chair. I need you to last until the final round. From the way things are going, she glances at the TV and Izuku follows her gaze. The fight between Todoroki-kun and Bakugo-kun is going to end in BLD. On the screen, Izuku can see the fight between Todoroki and Azui. The frog-like girl is agile enough to avoid Todoroki's attacks, but when she tries to grab him with her tongue, he blocks with a wall of ice. It's two long-distance fighters against each other. Eventually, however, the chilled temperature of the air begins to affect Azui and she slows down long enough for Todoroki to trap her in a slab of ice, securing his victory. He doesn't use his fire once. Izuku presses his lips together and looks away. I want to ask how Hato-san uses her quirk in battle. He says instead, I know our quirks must work differently, at least in regards to output, but surely she must have more control over hers than I do. Maybe she can give me some ideas on how I can control mine, recovery girl hums in thought. It's not a bad idea. You can take her up on that offer to eat lunch with them. Izuku's face heats up. Just the thought of eating lunch with upperclassmen makes him nervous. He never thought he'd be making friends with third years when he came to UA. Azui ends up being carried to the infirmary, fast asleep. Apparently, due to her frog-like nature, when she's exposed to extremely cold temperatures, she goes into hibernation. Recovery girl expertly swaddles her in a heated blanket and lets her nap on a bed while Izuku watches the fight between Ida and a girl with a vine quirk from Class 1B. The next few matches go fairly quickly. The fight between Kirishima and Kaken is particularly interesting to watch. Izuku's never seen someone who's able to withstand his friend's explosions for so long before. However, despite Kirishima's brawn, Kaken is clever and wins in the end with a round of searing explosions. As soon as the redhead collapses, recovery girl sighs and prepares to deal with more burns. To their surprise, Kaken is the one to bring Kirishima to the infirmary while Ida and Todoroki fight. It's probably because he just wanted to get the gash on his cheek treated, but Izuku doesn't miss the way he glances at Kirishima as the other boy is being treated by recovery girl. Izuku arches a brow questioningly when the blonde looks back at him. Kaken pauses, then grunts, "Not bad." Izuku gives him eating grin. To no one's surprise, the final round ends up being between Kaken and Todoroki. Izuku takes a seat and watches the screen with bated breath. As much as he loves his best friend, he can't help mentally rooting for Todoroki a little bit. He knows that if Kaken loses to the other boy one more time, he'll be insanely furious. But, if Todoroki is going to use his fire against anyone, it would be Kaken. Only he is strong enough to force it out of him. If Todoroki really wants to win, then he'll have to use his fire against Kaken. Start. Todoroki immediately traps Kaken within a massive glacier, similar to the one he used against Zero, but Kaken blasts his way out of it in a matter of moments. He then uses his explosions to launch himself at Todoroki, grabbing him and launching him over his shoulder, trying to throw him out of bounds. Izuku doesn't miss the way he grabbed Todoroki by his left side. Pretty much everyone has realized at this point that Todoroki won't use his fire. The boy saves himself from going out of bounds by making an ice slide, but it's a close call. As the fight continues, and Todoroki shows no sign of flames, Izuku steadily gets more and more nervous. The rock in his stomach has returned, but this time, Izuku has trouble sitting still, despite his fatigue. He fidgets and shifts until recovery girl asks him what's wrong, to which he responds by asking if he can be excused. "I'll be right back, I promise," he says, already rushing out the door. "Midoriya-kun," his mentor exclaims. Todoroki is going to lose. No matter how much ice he sends at Kaken, the blonde just blows it away. He's beginning to tire, his dodges become too narrow, and he's getting burned repeatedly. The crowd roars as Izuku runs down one of the entrance tunnels, stopping right before the edge, and takes a deep breath. "Sorry, Kaken, Todoroki-kun. Don't lose. Do your best." His cry rings across the field. Todoroki tenses up. Then, The arena bursts into flames. Katsuki can't see Izuku's eyes, but he knows they're not on him. He hears his friend cry out, but it's not for him. Once again, Katsuki loses. Somehow, it hurts more this time. Don't touch me. Izuku freezes at Kaken's growl. The blonde is sitting in front of him on the bed, covered from head to toe in a variety of burns, bruises, and frostbite. His whole body is tense, muscles quivering with rage as he glares at the ground with crimson eyes. Usually, when Kaken gets mad, he's loud and violent about it, but now, Izuku has never seen his friend so angry before. He gulps. Kaken. Kaken doesn't look at him. Just let Recovery Girl use her quirk on me. Boo, but it'll make you tired. It's alright, Midoriya-kun, Recovery Girl says, watching the two boys carefully. I'll just heal him halfway, so I don't completely drain him. It's not like he has another fight after this. She kisses Kaken on the cheek and the blonde doesn't budge. Doesn't make a sound. Anxiety claws at Izuku's heart as he turns to his mentor helplessly. She gives him a look, then Kaken, then turns to the door. I'll go see what's keeping that Todoroki boy. She's clearly just giving him and Kaken some space to talk. As soon as she's gone, Izuku turns to his friend nervously. Kaken. I understand that you're upset, but you cheered for him, Kaken suddenly says, his voice barely above a whisper. You cheered for him. Finally, he lifts his head, and when he does, he glares at Izuku. Why? Izuku stares, frozen. How can he explain this to him? He can't tell him about Todoroki's past. That would be a huge betrayal of trust. But how could he explain why he's glad that Todoroki won? Why it was more than just about winning for Todoroki? How happy he is that he used his flames. Eventually he says, I thought if Todoroki-kun didn't use his flames, if he won without them, then it would be worse. For you, I know it sucks that he won, but at least you know that he was taking you seriously. He unconsciously repeats Uraraka's words. If you had beat him when he was only fighting with half his power, then I think you would have been really upset. Kaken gazes at him for a few moments, then drops his eyes. His shoulders slump. He looks tired. Izuku hesitantly places his hands on Kaken's wrists, sliding them up his forearms as he steps closer between the blonde's thighs. Kaken inhales deeply as his wounds finish healing, then wraps his arms around Izuku's lower back, pulling him closer and plopping his forehead on his shoulder. I've lost, he whispers, as if he can't quite believe it yet. Izuku idly scratches his spiky hair. Well, you did win second place. I'm not the best. I'm not the strongest. He is. Then, slowly, Katsuki's arms begin to tighten around Izuku's waist and he snarls in a deadly low voice. I'm going to kill that F-er. Izuku's sweat drops. How about a friendly rivalry? He suggests weakly. Kaken acts like he doesn't hear him, too busy growling obscenities under his breath as he clutches at the back of Izuku's costume. The freckled boy sighs and continues patting his head soothingly. A couple of minutes later, he hears the door open behind him. Before he can turn to see who it is, Kaken's arms suddenly tighten into a vice grip around him. Kaken snarls, "The F are you doing here, half-face?" Izuku struggles to glance over his shoulder. Todoroki's voice speaks up, "I wanted to see Midoriya, what the F for?" Kaken spits, "You're fine." Todoroki-kun. Izuku wiggles. "Recovery Girl did heal me a bit," Todoroki says, "but I wanted to talk to Midoriya before the awards ceremony." "Since when do you two talk?" Kaken growls, "Bullshit. You just want to use his quirk." "Well, he's been busting his butt all day, so he's too tired to dash, Kaken." Izuku whines, squirming in his hold. Todoroki approaches and Kaken's grip gets tighter with every step he takes. "Let him go," he demands coolly. "Don't tell me what to do." "I said oh shut up," Izuku shouts. He pushes his way out of Kaken's arms and stands between the two boys, flustered and rumpled. He tucks a few wild curls back into his messed up bun before fixing Kaken with a firm gaze. "Kaken, if Todoroki-kun wants to talk to me about something, then he has the right to do so. But why don't you go change into a new uniform before the ceremony?" His suggestion is more of an order. Yours is a mess right now. Kaken scowls. I'm not leaving you here with this little. Izuku rolls his eyes. Oh, come on, what's he gonna do? I'm a healer, he knows better than to mess with me. He giggles to himself and flashes a smile at Todoroki, who is watching their exchange with an unreadable expression. Kaken still looks pissed off. He's gonna do nothing because he's leaving. He whips his head to Todoroki and snarls, "Beat it, you two-toned beach." Kaken. Now Izuku is starting to get a bit annoyed. He puts a hand on Kaken's bicep, but the blonde shoves him off. Todoroki's eyes narrow. The door opens once again and Recovery Girl walks in. "Hey, you two." She frowns at Kaken and Todoroki. "If you're done harassing my apprentice, you can get your butts back to the arena. The awards ceremony is about to begin." The two boys glare daggers at each other, neither wanting to be the first to move. Izuku scoffs and shoves them both out the door, shutting it behind him and sliding to the floor. "I think I'm done with hero students for today," he groans, covering his face with his hands. Recovery Girl snorts. Kaken's insufferableness continues on for the rest of the day. Izuku trudges behind his friend as they walk home from school, tired from the long day's events. He glances up at Kaken's back, taking in his hunched shoulders and incessant grumbling and sighs. Kaken had openly glared at Todoroki throughout the entire awards ceremony, vehemently refusing the second-place medal when All Might presented it to him. The poor number one hero had resorted to hanging it off his gritted teeth while the explosive blonde shrieked at him. It's around his neck now, but that's entirely Izuku's doing. He also refused to leave Izuku's side after the ceremony, insisting on walking him back to class from the infirmary and snarling at anyone who got too close. He nearly threw a fit every time he caught Todoroki glancing at the greenette. It's a giant step backwards for Kaken's behavior. Izuku hasn't seen this level of aggressive possessiveness from his friends since junior high, but he tries his best not to worry about it. Kaken's had a long, stressful, and ultimately disappointing day, so Izuku's hoping that he'll go back to normal once he gets over this. And if he doesn't, well, Izuku's too tired to think about that right now. So maybe it's wrong, but he lets Kaken indulge in his old shitty behavior for now. He sends apologetic smiles to everyone and doesn't complain when Kaken drags him away. Doesn't complain when he stays attached to his hip the entire way home, or when he invites himself in for dinner once they reach Izuku's house. Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru end up coming over and Inko makes them all a congratulatory dinner. Kaken seethes the entire time and Izuku's too tired to do much talking, but he does his best to smile along as his mother recounts her point of view of watching the sports festival. Then Kaken announces that they're having a sleepover. Except, he doesn't ask Izuku, more like demands it from the adults, and Inko allows it since they're being given the day off from school tomorrow. So now it's a little past 8 p.m. and Izuku is curled up in his bed while Kaken lies on a futon on the floor. It's much earlier than Izuku's usual bedtime, but using his quirk so much has left him exhausted and Kaken always goes to sleep early anyways. However, it seems that sleep is escaping his best friend right now. He grumbles and snarls to himself, which Izuku normally might be able to ignore, except they're the only ones in the room so it's all he can hear. He waits 5 minutes, then 10, then 15, but the grumbling doesn't stop. Finally, after 20 minutes, he lets out a loud sigh. "Kaken, can you please be quiet?" Kaken falls silent. Izuku hums and snuggles deeper in his blankets. A moment later, he hears sheets rustling and suddenly the blanket is being yanked off him. Squinting in the low light, he whines in protest as Kaken clambers onto the bed and pushes him aside to make room for himself. "Kaken, what are you doing?" Izuku makes a disgruntled noise in his throat, one that Kaken entirely ignores. Instead, the blonde flops down next to him with a huff and wraps his arms around him, pulling him to his knee. Izuku blinks in surprise. Kaken has never really been one to initiate cuddling, although Izuku isn't quite sure if this counts as cuddling, his grip is way too tight. The smaller boy shifts uncomfortably. It must really be upset then. But it's not the loud, aggressive anger that Izuku is used to seeing from him. Usually Kaken isn't afraid to let everyone around him know that he's pissed off about something and why. This is the quiet type of anger though, the one that stems from a deeper problem, one that he wants to keep to himself. It rarely happens. The last time Izuku can think of is when they had that big fight last year and didn't talk for almost a month. But why this time? It's just a sports festival. There's a good chance he'll win one of the next two, especially since he has so much time to get stronger. Maybe it's just his pride that's been wounded then, but that doesn't explain why he's all quiet now. Izuku's confusion slowly fades away as he starts to get sleepier and sleepier. Kaken's tight hold is a bit uncomfortable, but he's warm and he always smells like burnt sugar thanks to his quirk, so Izuku can't help relaxing in his arms as he begins to doze off. Just when he's about to fall asleep, Kaken shifts. His grip tightens ever so slightly. Hot breath brushes against the greenette's curls as he hears his friend whisper quietly, "I'm gonna be strong enough for you. I promise." Izuku doesn't have time to process the words before his mind succumbs to sleep. Izuku blearily blinks his eyes open, confused when he notices the room is still dark. Something is making the bed vibrate, and it takes him a moment to realize that it's coming from his phone underneath his pillow. Sighing, he grabs it and brings it close to his face, grimacing when the bright light from his screen threatens to blind him. When he's finally able to see who's calling, he's only even more confused. Ida is the one that's calling him. The blue-haired boy had insisted that everyone exchange phone numbers a couple of weeks ago, but he's never called Izuku before, at 11 p.m. no less. They're friends, of course, but they're not exactly close. Izuku's even more surprised to see that he already has 2 missed calls from the boy. Worry claws at his heart as he sits up, carefully extracting himself from Kaken's grip, which is much more lax now that the blonde is asleep. Picking up the call, he presses the phone close to his ear and whispers, "Ida-kun. Is everything Midoriya-kun?" Ida shouts, causing Izuku to wince. "Midoriya-kun? Oh thank God, I apologize deeply for calling you so late, but he lets out a choked noise and Izuku straightens up in concern. "Ida-kun?" He asks, "Ida-kun, what's wrong?" Behind him, Kaken lets out an annoyed grumble as he stirs. Izuku barely notices, suddenly a lot more awake than before. He's never heard Ida sound so distraught before. "Midoriya-kun, it's..." Ida's breath hitches before he wails, "It's Nii-san. It's my Nii-san. That he got attacked by the hero killer." "What?" Izuku exclaims, his mind whirling. Kaken sits up and leans against his shoulder, frowning as he listens. "Ida-kun, what are you talking about?" Ida's response is barely intelligible. He was on patrol and he got attacked and I'm in the hospital with him now, but Four Eyes' brother. Kaken grunts, arching a brow. "He's a hero, isn't he?" Izuku nods. Pretty much everyone in the class found out about Ida's family of heroes when Uraraka couldn't keep her mouth shut about it. So, if it's Ida's brother, then he must be talking about Ingenium. He got attacked by the hero killer. Izuku hasn't been able to keep up with the news that well during the past week, but he's heard that a particular villain has been causing trouble for the heroes lately. "Ida-kun, Izuku says, trying to keep his voice steady, "I need you to calm down. Please, tell me what's going on." Ida gasps for breath. It sounds like he's been crying for a long time. "Tensei, he's paralyzed?" His voice shatters when he says this. Izuku tenses up and Kaken hisses. That villain got him and he can't move, his hero career is over, but, oh Midoriya-kun, could you heal him? Izuku startles. "You said you've healed big injuries." Ida swallows audibly, clearly trying to compose himself. You regrew a stomach before, didn't you?" Izuku shrinks slightly, anxiety clawing at his teeth. "I don't know, Ida-kun. I've never healed a spine before. Please, Midoriya-kun." Ida is practically begging now. None of the healers here can do anything for him. If anyone could heal him, it's you. Izuku's breath catches in his throat. Tears start pricking at the edge of his eyes, but he forces himself to remain calm. "Ida-kun, even if I could heal him, I'm not allowed to. I'm still in training and I need a license before I'm able to use my quirk on pro heroes." Ida lets out another choked noise of dismay and Izuku hastens to reassure him. "But I'll talk to Recovery Girl in the morning, okay? Maybe we can figure something out or, I don't know, but we'll fix this, alright. It'll be okay." Ida inhales shakily and says, Thank you." And again I'm sorry for calling you so late dash. Don't worry about it, Ida-kun, Izuku says, just stay calm and try to get some sleep. You've had a long day. He doubts Ida will listen to him, but he hangs up soon after anyways. Then, he turns to Kaken, who was silent the entire time. I guess that's why he had to leave the festival early, the blonde muses. Izuku sighs, rubbing his forehead tiredly. The sudden dump of information and emotions is a lot to process when he's still half asleep. Poor Ida-kun. I mean, paralysis would be horrible for any hero, but Ingenium, he's a speedster too, isn't he? Kaken asks and he nods. Who is this hero killer anyway? Kaken flops back down on the bed and after a moment Izuku lies beside him. Haven't you been paying attention to the news? He grumbles. Guy calls himself Stain. Apparently he's killed, like, 17 heroes and injured a bunch of other ones. Izuku's eyes widen. I bet Ingenium was trying to go after him. That's horrible, Izuku murmurs. His friend grunts, yeah what? You'll call Recovery Girl in the morning. He grabs Izuku again and pulls him close. No point in worrying about it now. Get back to sleep. The freckled boy squirms. Unlike before, he's no longer pressed against his st. Instead, Kaken is curled around his back, being the perfect definition of the big spoon. Izuku huffs, you're being awfully cuddly tonight. Shut the F up. Despite his fatigue, he doesn't end up sleeping too well during the rest of the night. Kaken snores like a motorboat behind him, growling in irritation when Izuku wiggles out of his arms as soon as morning arrives. He quietly steps out of his house before calling Recovery Girl. He quickly informs her of the situation, but she already knows. She seems annoyed that Ida called him last night and tells him that she's going to go visit Ingenium as soon as she can. But can I? I mean, could I? He starts to ask. His mentor sighs as if she was expecting this and says, you know you can't. Even if you did have a license, I wouldn't let you heal an injury like that until you got better control over your quirk. It was very inappropriate for Ida-kun to ask that of you. Izuku feels a flash of defensiveness on behalf of his classmate. He was just upset. I probably would have done the same if I were in his situation. I know, Recovery Girl says, but still. You have the next 2 days off. Enjoy them. Leave this to me for now. Izuku reluctantly agrees and hangs up. After a moment of deliberation, he pulls up his messaging app and texts Ida, apologizing for his inability to help but promising to work strong and get his quirk licensed as soon as possible so he can try to help Tensei. Ida doesn't reply, but it's still early in the morning and the boy has no doubt had a rough night, so Izuku doesn't worry about it. As soon as he pockets his phone, he hears the door open behind him. Oi, dumbass, don't come out here all by yourself, Kaken growls. Ignoring the twinge of annoyance his words cause, Izuku says, I was just calling Recovery Girl. Didn't want to wake anyone up. Kaken grumbles unintelligibly in response and comes up behind him, hooking his chin over his shoulder as he lets out a drowsy huff. So, what's the deal? Can't do anything without a license, Izuku sighs. Thought so, Kaken hums. Then, after a moment, his arms wrap around Izuku's middle and pull him flush against his st. Izuku frowns. Apparently Kaken's strange behavior isn't over yet. Not that Izuku's opposed to cuddling, but cuddling is supposed to feel relaxing, and this doesn't feel very relaxing. It feels more like Kaken is trying to keep him from running away. It bothers him a little, but he ignores it in favor of wiggling out of Kaken's grip and going inside to make breakfast. The rest of the morning is rather boring. Izuku is mostly just lounging, trying to regain the rest of his strength back after yesterday's ordeal. He brushes Sushi's fur and watches some TV with Kaken until the blonde suggests playing video games in the afternoon. He's in the middle of a round of Super Smash Bros. When his phone buzzes beside him on the couch. He glances over briefly and Kaken takes advantage of his distraction by punching his Mutuo off the platform. The blonde snickers while he huffs and grabs his phone. Todoroki 1:15 p.m., hello. Izuku blinks in surprise. Todoroki is texting him. Midoriya 1:15 p.m., hi. What's up? Kaken complains loudly and he reluctantly turns back to the game, but curiosity makes it strong to focus and he loses their next match within 2 minutes. At the same time, Todoroki texts back. Todoroki 1:17 p.m. I visited my mother this morning. Izuku almost drops his phone in shock. That was very out of the blue. He isn't quite sure how to respond at first. Midoriya 1:18 p.m. Oh wow. How did it go? Come into Izuku. Kaken glares at his phone. Who the hell are you texting anyways? Izuku waves him off dismissively, watching as the typing bubble appears for a few moments, then disappears. It reappears and disappears a couple of more times before he finally gets a response. Todoroki 1:21 p.m. Can we meet up somewhere? Midoriya 1:21 p.m. Now. Todoroki 1:22 p.m. If you're not busy. Izuku, Kaken gripes, waving his controller in his face. Come on, are we playing or not? Actually, Todoroki-kun wants to meet up so we can chat, Izuku says, putting down his controller as he types out his response. A particularly nasty growl from Kaken has him pausing and looking up. The blonde looks pissed. Since when are you two friends? Since, Izuku trails off, suddenly nervous, I don't know. Since whenever? He and Todoroki never really hung out before the sports festival, which Kaken knows since he spends so much time with Izuku, so the fact that they want to hang out now probably looks suspicious. Kaken huffily turns back to the TV. Well, tell him you're resting or some Izuku frowns. But I want to go see him. Why, He throws his hands up in the air. You can talk over the phone, Kaken says dismissively and unpauses the game. You should be Samus next. I'm not playing anymore, Kaken. The spark of indignation returns. He pushes his controller aside and gets off the couch. I'm going to go hang out with Todoroki-kun. Suddenly, a hand snatches his wrist in a vice grip. No, you're not. Kaken snaps, jumping to his feet. Izuku tenses up as soon as he grabs him. His training kicks in and he twists out of the other's grip, stumbling back a few steps and turning to fully face him. Kaken glares at him with crimson eyes, muscles tense and hackles raised, looking as if he's 1 second away from pouncing. Kaken, Izuku says warningly, are you not letting me leave? Yes, no dash, Kaken cuts himself off, then lets out a frustrated noise. Just F it, I'm coming with you then. He takes a step towards him but Izuku steps back. I don't want you to come with me. Why not? The blonde snaps, reaching for him again. Because a hand closes around his forearm again. Izuku tries to twist away again, but Kaken doesn't release his grip, instead moving closer and grabbing his other wrist too. Let me go, Kaken. Why don't you want me coming with you? Kaken demands, stepping even closer and crowding his space as Izuku continues to struggle against him. Because you'll just freaking argue with him all the time? Izuku snaps, then shoves the other boy with his shoulder. Let me go. Kaken pushes right back. No. Izuku tries to wrench his wrists out of his grip and the blonde bares his teeth in a snarl. You little of stop let me go. Izuku snaps again, then yelps when Kaken suddenly yanks him so close their chests nearly collide. But as soon as he's pulled closer, he's shoved back again by Kaken's shoulder, only this time the boy's foot is hooked around the back of his ankle. Izuku squeaks when he loses his balance and Kaken uses his grip on his wrists to twist him to the side, forcing him back down onto the couch. The blonde pounces on top of him, attempting to pin him to the cushion, and Izuku's heart leaps to his throat in panic. Kaken! He cries out, thrashing in his grip. Kaken's fingers tighten painfully around his wrists, his crimson eyes narrowed to pinpricks in fury. Stop it! He snarls, trying to force him onto his back while the smaller boy struggles against him. Stop squirming. For all of Kaken's aggressiveness, he's hardly ever truly rough with Izuku, so maybe that's why a stab of fear goes through him now. And the next thing he knows, they're wrestling. Except it isn't playful or even for training, Kaken is really angry and Izuku has no idea why. He tries to push him off, to give himself space so he can scramble away, but the angle is bad and Katsuki is a lot stronger than him. He forces his arms back down with a snarl and pins his wrists on either side of his head. Izuku kicks his leg out and attempts to flip him with a JRK of his hips, but Katsuki is stubborn and jams his knee into his hip a couple of times in retaliation until he stops trying to flip him, then presses his knees down on either side of his thighs to keep him from moving. Izuku squirms breathlessly, but Kaken is heavy weight on top of him, impossible to move. Finally, he falls still, breathing heavily as he glares up at Kaken above him. The blonde stares at him with wild eyes, panting slightly. Then, in a low voice, he says, "I'm not letting you go alone. You need protection." "Protection?" Izuku exclaims in disbelief, "That's what you're worried about." He rolls his eyes, scoffing in exasperation. Just Kaken being overprotective as always. "Geez, don't worry, I'll be safe. I'll be with Todoroki-kun." He means to appease his friend, but if anything, he only makes him even angrier. The grip on his wrists tightens painfully. "Why the F would you rather hang out with that icy hot F-er than me?" Kaken snarls at his face. "What's he got that I don't? Is it 'cause he beat me in every F game? Is it 'cause of that shiny new first place medal?" "Kaken." Izuku's eyes widen in shock. "Well, him." Kaken shrieks, "I don't give a SHT that he won this time. And I don't give a SHT that he won on the first day either, or that he's a recommendation student, or that he's the son of the number 2 hero, 'cause I'm gonna be number 1. I'm gonna be the strongest F hero there is, and I'll wipe the floor with his butt." Izuku gulps as those wild eyes glare heatedly down at him. "And I'll kill any villain that tries to lay a hand on you. So if you think that you'll ever be safer with that F-er than with me, you're dead wrong. I'm gonna be better than that piece of just you wait." His seat heaves as he pants heavily after his rant. Izuku stares up at him, stunned. Silence fills the room. The memory of Kaken's voice whispers in the back of his mind, "I'm gonna be strong enough for you. I promise." Izuku blinks. "This, Kaken," he says quietly, "you know you're enough, right?" Kaken scowls. "The F do you mean?" "I mean," he tries to wiggle his wrists, but Kaken won't let him go, his grip instead tightening even further. Izuku hesitates. "I mean, you're good enough. For me." He presses his lips together and gazes up at his friend. Do you really think that I would prefer Todoroki-kun over you because you lost?" He can't keep the hurt out of his voice. How could Kaken think so little of him? The blonde is quiet for a few moments, jaw clenched. Then, it would make sense. "I lost to him. I keep losing to him. He's stronger than me." He bites out the words as if they're physically painful to say, and, knowing Kaken, they probably are. His throat bobs as he swallows. "He'd be a better hero for you. He'd keep you safe." "You keep me safe?" Izuku insists, but Kaken just scoffs. "Not well enough to keep you from getting attacked by a bunch of F reporters. Or to keep you from nearly getting kidnapped and sold for your quirk." His voice quivers ever so slightly and he squeezes his eyes shut. I couldn't even keep you safe from me. I just keep failing dash." "Kaken, stop it," Izuku protests. "You're fine, you're perfect. Trust me, I would get into a lot more trouble if I didn't have you around." He gives him a solemn look. "We're still learning, remember? Don't you remember what I said back during our first hero lesson? You're going to fail, and that's all right, that's part of life, and I won't think any less of you for doing so. It just means you're going to grow even stronger from then on." Katsuki doesn't look convinced. "Icy hot dash. Todoroki-kun is going to fail too," Izuku interrupts, deciding to ignore the rude nickname for now. "I know it may not seem like it right now, but he will eventually. He's a 15-year-old boy just like the rest of us, and he came to UA to learn, just like the rest of us too. You can't learn without making some mistakes along the way." Katsuki opens his mouth to say something, then closes it, mouth pressed into a line of displeasure. His expression is still tense, but his jaw looks less tight than before. Izuku takes it as his cue to continue, "And you shouldn't compare yourself to him like that. Yeah, he's really strong and he might be stronger than you now, but you're plenty strong too, and I know you're going to get stronger than ever now that we're in UA." He rolls his eyes and playfully cocks his head to the side. "You're the most bull-headed, stubborn person I know, Kaken. If you said you're going to beat Todoroki-kun, chances are it's gonna happen sooner or later." Kaken huffs, and his grip on Izuku's wrists finally eases up slightly. Izuku slips out of his grasp and slides his hands up his arms comfortingly. He can feel the power and strength in his friend's strong muscles, along with all the stress and tension as well. His lips press together. And, he adds in a gentler voice, because he knows how important being his protector is to Kaken, I know you think you're the only thing standing between me and villains, but you're not. We're in UA, surrounded by some of the best heroes in the country. We have All Might as our teacher. He smiles, letting a little awe seep into his voice before he sobers up again. And we have friends now, strong friends that are going to be great heroes too. You should trust in their ability to keep me safe. I do. Kaken wrinkles his nose, then glances away with a low growl. I still don't like that icy hot. Izuku gives him a deadpanned look. Well, sorry, but I'm allowed to hang out with people other than you. And just because I want to spend time with Todoroki-kun today doesn't mean that I suddenly hate you or think that you're inferior or whatever you were implying. I'm not hanging out with him because I think he's better than you, I'm hanging out with him because I like making new friends. Kaken scowls. Izuku decides to take a little pity on him. But you'll always be my best friend. He smiles brightly. Kaken squints and grumbles under his breath before begrudgingly leaning back with a huff. Whatever, then, he grunts as he gets off him, shoving his hands into his pockets. Just one condition, he's gotta come pick you up. I don't want you walking alone. Izuku rolls his eyes and sits up, relieved to be free of Kaken's suffocating weight. Yes, Your Highness, he says sarcastically, turning to search for his phone. Unsurprisingly, it had fallen to the floor during their scuffle, and he sighs in relief when he sees it's undamaged. Midoriya 1:34 p.m., sorry for the late response, but yeah, I'm down to hang out now. Do you mind picking me up at my place? Kaken's being an overprotective and doesn't want me going by myself. Todoroki 1:35 p.m., sure. What's your address? Izuku texts it to him, and then, after a moment, texts his mother as well, letting her know that he's going out. He's glad that she had to leave earlier to take Sushi to the vet, otherwise they both would have been witness to his little argument with Kaken. As he types, he calls out, Hey, why don't you hang out with Kirishima-kun while I'm gone? You like him, don't you? Kaken wrinkles his nose. I don't like anyone. A pause, then, and who the is Kirishima? Izuku looks up. Are you kidding me? We hang out with him every day. The blonde frowns as if it's actually taking a lot of work to remember. Then he blinks. You mean shitty hair? Oh my god, Kaken, you are hopeless? He pulls up another chat. Midoriya 1:40 p.m. Hey, could you do me a huge favor? Kirishima 1:41 p.m. Anything bro, Midoriya 1:42 p.m. Can you invite Kaken out somewhere? I want to hang out with Todoroki-kun and Kaken's being annoying about it. Kirishima 1:43 p.m. Sure thing. Todoroki arrives at his house 20 minutes later. It's strange to see him in civilian clothes, but even stranger to see him without the usual cold look in his eyes. He greets Izuku with a faint smile and doesn't even seem to mind when Kaken outright growls at him, demanding that he bring Izuku back in one piece. The blonde then proceeds to glare at him the entire time as they leave. Sorry about Kaken, Izuku apologizes as he walks beside Todoroki. He's been a bit grumpy ever since the sports festival. Todoroki nods, then glances over his shoulder before looking back at him. I'm a bit confused. I know that you guys walk to school together, but does he live with you too? Oh no, that's not it. Izuku waves his hands. We just live on the same street, so he comes over often. Ah, Todoroki hums. There's a brief pause, then he adds, he seems to be very protective of you. Izuku winces, recalling how Kaken had practically snarled at anyone, Todoroki especially, who got too close to him after the sports festival. Heck, he didn't even allow him to heal the rest of Todoroki's injuries. Yeah, he says, he has his reasons though. How are you feeling today, by the way? He eyes the large bandage on the boy's cheek. I'm fine. Todoroki looks at him. What are his reasons? His reasons, the other boy repeats, for being so protective. Forgive me for being rude, but I don't think I'm the only one who's noticed the way he treats you. He acts like he's constantly expecting someone to snatch you away from him. Like you can't defend yourself. He glances away. I thought our sparring match proved to everyone that you can certainly put up a good fight, despite being a healer. Izuku pauses, considering his answer. Well, we've been friends basically since we were babies. Kaken's always been really strong, especially after he got his quirk, and when mine manifested, I guess it kind of just made sense for him to protect me. Healing quirks are pretty rare, and they're sought after by both heroes and villains. Todoroki nods, as if this is something he's already aware of, and Izuku assumes that he must know about the incident with his father's healer. Still, he hesitates to continue. Todoroki has already told him incredibly personal things about him. It's only fair that he reciprocates. But I guess it only got really bad after, well, there was this one time I almost got kidnapped by villains. Todoroki's eyes widen slightly. I was hanging out with Kaken and some friends, and the villains lured me into an empty alley and put me in a bag. He trails off, curling into himself slightly at the fear the memory brings. They wanted to sell me for my quirk, but Aizawa-sensei saved me. And ever since then, Kaken's just been super paranoid about me being taken again. And that paranoia kind of bleeds into our school life, so I'm sorry that he's a bit aggressive towards people sometimes, but it's not coming from a mean place, I promise. He looks at Todoroki earnestly and the other boy nods. He's quiet for a moment, then hums thoughtfully, I guess I've misjudged him, then. Izuku smiles, then huffs a little laugh. This is actually kind of weird for me. Hanging out with you. I hardly ever go anywhere without Kaken. This is kind of weird for me too, Todoroki agrees. I don't really ever hang out with people. He looks so unsure and awkward that Izuku can't help but smile even wider. He gets the feeling that Todoroki isn't really cold so much as socially inept. I do wish he would trust me a bit more, though, he says conversationally. I mean, I like to think that I'm a decent fighter. You are, Todoroki says. Not good enough to beat you, though, Izuku points out. Yeah, well, Todoroki shrugs. You said you've been taking self-defense classes since you were 10, didn't you? Izuku nods, surprised that he remembered that. I've been training my entire life to be a pro hero, so it's not fair to compare yourself to me. Not many people would win against me. Izuku's lip twitches and he's tempted to make a sarcastic comment about how humble Todoroki is, but the boy doesn't sound like he's trying to brag. More like he's simply stating a fact. Izuku is silent for a moment, then shakes his head. Well, anyway, enough about me. What about you? You wanted to talk about your mother, didn't you? He realizes that, thanks to Kaken, he hasn't been able to properly talk to Todoroki since he convinced him to use his fire. Which is a huge deal that he's definitely going to ask about later, but one thing at a time. They've been walking for the past few minutes, so now they're just approaching a neighborhood park. Todoroki wordlessly leads him over to a bench and sits down beside him. It went better than I thought it would, he says quietly. After the sports festival, I was still unsure about using my fire. My old man approached me afterwards and told me how proud he was that I had gotten over my childish tantrum. He sneers somewhat and frowns at the ground. It made me sick. But I realized that when I used my fire during the battle, I didn't think about him at all. All I could think about was why he suddenly cuts himself off, pressing his lips together. Izuku tilts his head curiously, but he can't see the expression on the other boy's face since he turns it away slightly. After a moment, Todoroki clears his throat and continues. So I thought I'd visit my mother at the hospital this morning. I never visited her before because I figured that my presence would put pressure on her, but I may have just been making excuses for myself. I thought, if I could just see her, talk to her, maybe try and fix things, then maybe it would be okay for me to be the hero I want to become. Izuku watches him quietly. He doesn't exactly know what that means, what kind of hero Todoroki wants to be, but the other boy seems to know exactly what he wants to aim for, so that's all that matters. And he prompts gently. Todoroki smiles softly and looks at him. She forgave me. She was even happy to see me. I told her everything and she apologized for burning me and told me to move forward in my life without anything holding me back. That would be her salvation. Izuku beams at him, heart-warming his itin. So I will no longer let my father hold me back, Todoroki says resolutely. I won't let him control me. And I won't become someone as bitter and angry as him. That's wonderful, Todoroki-kun. He says, I'm so happy for you. Todoroki gazes at him. I would never have been able to do it if it hadn't been for you. Izuku blushes and starts to stammer out a protest, but Todoroki insists, no, really. If you hadn't said what you did, if you hadn't opened my eyes, nothing would have changed. I'd still be trapped by my father, so seriously Midoriya, thank you. He looks so earnest it makes Izuku's heart jump. Still blushing furiously, he hides his face in his arms and squeaks, "You're welcome." Todoroki tilts his head, blinking curiously. "Are you okay? Your face is red." "I'm fine. If you're not feeling well, then we can dash," I said. "I'm fine." Izuku frantically tries to change the subject. So what are you going to do now?" I'm assuming you need to train your fire. I mean, since you didn't use it for so long." Todoroki pauses and then nods. They talk about school for a bit after that, about how Todoroki might train his fire quirk and how Izuku is currently training his own quirk. Izuku finds that talking with Todoroki is a lot different than talking with Kaken, who usually leads the conversation. Not to say that he doesn't ever listen to Izuku, but the greenette is finding that Todoroki is more than happy to sit back and let him talk enough for the both of them, occasionally commenting or giving his input here and there. It's different, but nice. Izuku regrets not having befriended him sooner, although he supposes that Todoroki has changed a lot since the first week of school. The conversation eventually turns to ingenium when Izuku's phone lights up with a notification of a news story reporting his near-fatal encounter with the hero killer. He admits to Todoroki about Ida calling him the previous night, expressing his worry over their vice class president. Todoroki seems rather disturbed too, although he doesn't show it very much. "You're friends with Ida, aren't you?" "Oh, sort of. We're friendly with each other, but we don't really hang out much," Izuku says. "Didn't you team up with him during the cavalry battle?" Todoroki nods. "Yeah. He seems passionate. I just hope he doesn't turn it against that hero killer." Izuku frowns. "What do you mean?" "Well, he probably holds a lot of resentment towards him," Todoroki points out, "for effectively ending his brother's hero career." Izuku winces. "Do you think he'll? I dunno, do something?" Todoroki shrugs cluelessly. "I'm not sure. I don't know him well enough. I just know that anger can make you do stupid things." His tone is all too knowing. Izuku gulps, and the strong rock in the pit of his stomach returns, only this time his anxiety isn't for Todoroki. His phone suddenly vibrates in his pocket, distracting him from his thoughts. Startling, Izuku takes it out and blinks at the message Kirishima sends him. Kirishima 2:51 p.m., obliterated. The text is followed by a picture of Kirishima and Kaken, the former flashing a grin and a thumbs up while the latter demolishes an ice cream cone. And despite his worry, Izuku can't help but smile. "Who are you texting?" Kaken grunts as they take the train to school a couple of days later. Since it's raining, the train is more crowded than usual, so the two boys are pressed together uncomfortably while Kaken futilely growls at anyone who gets too close. Without looking up from his phone, Izuku replies, "Haru-kun." Kaken wrinkles his nose. "You still talk to that guy?" "Only sometimes though. We're both kinda busy." Izuku glances at his friend. "Don't you still talk to Tsubasa-kun or Inaba-kun?" "Why would I?" Kaken raises an eyebrow and Izuku shakes his head with a sigh. "Well, anyway, Haru-kun says congratulations on getting second place. Tell him to F off." Another sigh. Kaken dash, "Excuse me," a voice suddenly whispers, "Hey, Dogu from the hero class." Kaken and Izuku both blink in surprise and glance over at a man flashing the blonde a thumbs up. "Good job at the sports festival. You were so close." Izuku winces when he hears his friend's teeth grind audibly behind him, but the stranger's whisper catches the attention of other passengers too. "Oh, you're the one who got second place. You were so cool. You'll win next year, I'm positive." They mean well, they really do, Izuku can tell, but all they're doing is rubbing Kaken's loss in his face. The blonde starts to growl, but Izuku interrupts him by elbowing him sharply. Glancing over his shoulder, he meets Kaken's glare and counters it with a warning look that clearly says, "Be nice." Kaken's jaw clenches. Then, through gritted teeth, he hisses, "Thanks?" Pleased, Izuku is about to turn back to his phone when a woman calls out, "Oh, who's that green-haired boy with him? Isn't that the new healer?" "Oh yeah, it is. Midoriya, right?" Startled by the sudden attention, Izuku flushes under the curious but friendly gazes of the other passengers. He supposes it makes sense that they would recognize him too, even if he didn't compete. Present Mike did put him under the spotlight, and the fact that he was the only student not wearing a training uniform coupled with the fact that healers are incredibly rare probably helped people remember him. The freckled boy smiles politely at their well wishes, but he can't help the sigh of relief that escapes him once they leave the train. Kaken snorts at his flustered state before propping his own umbrella open. His usual check-in with Recovery Girl is brief and a little disappointing. He asks about Ingenium, but she says that there isn't much anyone can do for him. She sends him off early, and so when Izuku walks back to homeroom, he gets there the same time as Ida. They both stop when they see each other. Izuku's eyes roam over the taller boy. He looks surprisingly fine. Aside from the faintest hint of dark circles under his eyes, he looks as neat and proper as usual. It baffles Izuku, but then Ida smiles and greets him. "Good morning, Midoriya-kun. You're here early." He tilts his head thoughtfully. "Or, do you meet with Recovery Girl in the morning as well?" "I do," Izuku replies a bit hesitantly. He pauses, then asks, Ida-kun, I was wondering if it's about my brother." Ida uncharacteristically interrupts, "There's no need to worry. I apologize for calling you the other night. It was incredibly inappropriate for me to do so." "Oh." Izuku blinks. "Well, if you're sure I am." Ida smiles at him, but something about it feels forced. "Let's go inside, shall we?" Without another word, he leads the way into homeroom. Izuku stifles a sigh and follows him, taking his seat behind Kaken, who glances questioningly between him and Ida. Soon, everyone starts filing in and chatter excitedly about the sports festival. "So many people talk to me on my way here," Ashido exclaims. "Yeah, me too," Kirishima says. "Bakugo-kun and I went out for ice cream the other day and people kept coming up to us while we were in line." "You two went out for ice cream?" Kaminari raises an eyebrow. "Together." Ashido perks up while Kaken snarls wordlessly at the blonde. Izuku makes eye contact with the pink girl and grins. She squeals. Their classmates continue to chat about their own experiences with their newfound fame until Aizawa slides open the door, causing everyone to scramble to their seats. The teacher silently trudges up to his desk before turning and fixing them all with a firm look. "We're having a special hero informatics class today," he says promptly. Everyone tenses up. "Code names. You'll be coming up with hero names. We're going to be doing something exciting." The whole class cheers, only to be silenced by a flash of red from Aizawa's eyes. The man goes on to further explain the pro-hero draft picks he mentioned the other day, how it's uncommon for first years to receive offers and that they'll have to prove themselves during their internships. He then displays the list of nominations, and Izuku isn't surprised to see that he has none. He makes a mental note to ask Recovery Girl what he's going to be doing for his own internship, if he even gets one. Todoroki, of course, has the most nominations. Izuku glances over his shoulder and casts him a supportive smile. Meanwhile, Kaken growls under his breath at once more being forced into second place by Todoroki, having around 600 fewer nominations. Keeping these results in mind, Aizawa says, "Whether or not anyone asked for you, you will all be participating in internships with pros. At USJ, you already got to experience combat with real villains, but it will still be meaningful training for you to see pros at work firsthand." The students glance at each other with smiles on their faces, murmuring in excitement. Shiro looks at Izuku and asks, "Do you think you'll be doing an internship too?" "Yeah, what about Zuku?" Kaken asks. Aizawa blinks, slow and tired. "Midoriya-kun will also be participating in an internship?" "I will." Izuku jumps in surprise. "But I didn't get any nominations." Aizawa scratches his cheek idly and grunts. "I think I heard Recovery Girl mention something about introducing you to some other healers. I'm not quite sure what you'll be doing though, so ask her." Izuku perks up. "Meeting other healers. That'll be fun." "So that explains the hero names," Sato says. Aizawa grumbles something about the names being temporary, then retreats into his sleeping bag to let midnight take over the name-choosing process. The class immediately starts brainstorming for ideas, but Izuku finds himself hesitating. He hasn't thought about having a hero name in years, not since his quirk manifested. Before then, of course, he always imagined what his future name might be. They all ended up being variations of All Might. But that was back when he could still dream about being a hero, when he could still spend hours wondering what his life will be like and how cool his quirk will be and how he could become a hero like All Might. But now, he isn't even sure if he's supposed to be thinking of a hero name. After all, it's not like he's going to be a real hero. He's just a healer. I can't imagine why someone like All Might would go out of his way to sponsor someone who won't even be a real hero. Endeavor's voice snarls in his mind. Across from him, Zero plops his chin on his palm and sighs, "Man, I'm stumped. I thought of a bunch of names when I was a kid, but now they just sound dumb." He glances at Izuku. "What about you, Midoriya-kun? Any luck?" Izuku blinks in surprise as he's dragged out of his thoughts, then looks down at his blank board. "Oh, I don't really know. Am I supposed to think of a name?" Zero tilts his head, confused. Midnight hears from the front of the room and calls out, "Of course you need to think of a name, Midoriya-kun. The pros need to know what to call you during your internship." Her loud voice catches the attention of his other classmates and Izuku shrinks slightly, feeling self-conscious. "But I mean, this is hero stuff," he mumbles. I'm just a healer, you know." Midnight blinks, and she seems to take on a more serious tone when she says, "Midoriya-kun, I hope you realize that healers are considered heroes as well." Recovery Girl said something similar before when they first met, but when Izuku glances at the rest of his classmates, all of whom are strong and fought so strong during the sports festival, he can't really find himself agreeing. His silence seems to make Midnight even more displeased. "Midoriya-kun, why do you call our beloved nurse Recovery Girl instead of Chio-sensei?" Izuku frowns in confusion, then his eyes widen in realization. He glances away sheepishly. Because it's her hero name? And what is her full title? Izuku feels his face heating up slightly. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. That's right. Midnight smiles, her eyes twinkling with warmth. Because she is a hero. That woman has saved more lives than I can count, and I'm sure you will too someday. I don't know about you, but that counts as a hero in my books. Izuku ducks his head, trying to hide his burning cheeks. His classmates smile at him reassuringly, and even Kaken sends a sharp kick to his shins, as if to scold him for thinking something so stupid in the first place. "I guess I don't know what to pick for myself, then," he admits. "I've never really thought about this before." Kaminari perks up and suggests, "You should be Recovery Boy." It's stupid and it makes everyone groan, but Izuku can't help the snort of laughter that escapes him. In the end, he doesn't manage to think of a name before class ends, but Midnight is forgiving and allows him to have extra time to come up with one. The rest of the school day is fairly uneventful, except for lunchtime. Izuku wants to let Todoroki join their group, since he has a suspicion that the boy usually eats alone, but Kaken snarls and complains when he suggests it. He compromises by quickly getting one of the big tables for them, one that they can't fill up with their usual Baku squad, as Ishido has dubbed it. So, he waves Todoroki over, and to his surprise Yaoyorozu and Jairu come along with him. Soon, they're also joined by Uraraka and Ida. Izuku beams as he successfully sits between the two groups, ignoring Kaken's growl as he talks to Todoroki. The conversation about internships continues. Everyone, minus Izuku, received a list of agencies to choose from, even those who didn't get any nominations. "I've already decided," Uraraka announces. "I'm going to Battle Hero, Gunhead's agency." Izuku exclaims, "Gunhead's a huge battle type." "You're going there, Uraraka-san." "I got an offer from them." Uraraka says, smiling determinedly as she throws a fake punch. "Didn't you say you wanted to become a hero like 13? Yaoyorozu asks, "You seemed really excited to meet them at USJ." "Ultimately yes," Uraraka replies, "but fighting Bakugakuin at the sports festival made me think the stronger I get, the more possibilities I'll have. If I only do what I want, I'll have a narrower perspective." Kaken, who has been stubbornly pretending to not pay attention to them, suddenly sneers loudly, "You're still gonna get your butt kicked, round face?" Uraraka smiles sweetly and promptly flips him off. Yaoyorozu's cheeks turn pink while Jairu and Izuku burst out laughing. Kirishima has to hold Kaken back from launching himself across the table and pouncing on Uraraka. As Izuku laughs, he can't help but notice that Ida is being strangely quiet. It's shocking that he didn't scold Uraraka for her rude gesture, but the blue-haired boy is silently staring down at his mostly untouched meal with a faraway look in his eyes. Izuku's heart aches. Anyway, he tears his gaze away from Ida, forcing a smile on his face. Now I'm wondering if I should try to go somewhere that will increase my fighting skills. It might be helpful if I decide to join a rescue agency. But didn't Aizawa-sensei say that you're gonna do something with other healers? Uraraka asks. I wonder if healers have their own agencies? Jiru says. Izuku shakes his head. Probably not. I'll have to talk to Recovery Girl-san about it after school. He turns to Todoroki with a small smile and asks, what about you, Todoroki? Decided on a place yet? The boy hums. My father's agency nominated me, he says, his voice blank. I think I'll go there. Izuku freezes while the girls smile and give encouraging comments. Todoroki meets his gaze and says in a much quieter voice, I thought I'd learn what I can from him. Izuku doesn't quite know how he feels about this, but he trusts Todoroki's newfound resolve to become his ideal hero, so he simply nods and tries to look supportive. At the end of the day, as Kaken and Izuku are leaving the classroom, Kirishima trots up to them and asks to walk to the train station with them. Oh, sorry, Kirishima-kun. Izuku apologizes. I meet with Recovery Girl-san after school, remember? Oh right, I forgot. The redhead turns to Kaken. What about you, Bakugo-kun? I walk him home afterwards. Kaken grunts. Kirishima cocks his head to the side. Do you wait by yourself the entire time? Kaken shrugs in response, but Izuku nods. Kirishima grins. Don't worry, bro, I'll wait with you. Kaken looks puzzled. I don't mind, I like hanging out with you, he chirps. Kaken stares at him like he's gone crazy. Hey, let's go train in the gym. I want a rematch for the sports festival. Izuku nudges his friend encouragingly and Kaken shakes himself out of his stupor, a savage grin forming on his face. You're on shitty hair. Glancing at Izuku, he adds, text me when you're done. Izuku waves him off and smiles as he watches them leave, proud that his stubborn childhood friend has made a friend of his own. He's still smiling when he walks into the infirmary for his lesson. After their usual business of going over the day's patients, Recovery Girl finally tells him about his internship. As I'm sure Aizawa-san told you, hero agencies are only allowed to nominate one student each, so they have to choose wisely, she explains, but just because they chose your classmates over you doesn't mean that nobody was interested in you. I thought I might have to pull a few strings, but actually I got a lot of calls from healers that I know asking if they could mentor you for your internship week. Izuku's heart flutters and he smiles. So, I hope you don't mind, but I went ahead and chose someone for you. Her name is Kame Yuki, also known as Vapormend, and she's a very good colleague of mine. I've worked with her on and off throughout the years, and I trust that she will give you a good insight into the world of hero healers. Vapormend. Izuku says, I've never heard of her. What agency does she work at? Well, since they're in such high demand, healers don't often stick to just one agency, Recovery Girl says. Kame-san primarily works at Endeavor's hero agency but often travels to other agencies that reside in the same area, like the Ryukyu Hero Agency. You'll be shadowing her during your internship week and, since she's also a combat medic, you'll get to explore more of that field for yourself. I know you're still figuring out exactly what you want to do with your future. Izuku nods, trying not to fidget eagerly. He gets to follow around a combat medic for a whole week, going to multiple hero agencies. So cool. Okay. His voice squeaks a bit and Recovery Girl's eyes twinkle with mirth at his obvious excitement. I don't know exactly where you'll be meeting up with her yet, but we can work out the details later, she says, then leans back in her chair and arches an eyebrow. So, I believe I heard from Kiyama-san that you had trouble coming up with a hero name today. Izuku freezes. How much did she tell you exactly? Recovery Girl gives him an unimpressed look and he cringes. He supposes he deserves the 20-minute lecture about the importance of healers to the Hero Society and yes, Midoriya-kun healers are heroes too, that comes afterwards. What about something that refers to your quirk? Kirishima suggests as they walk to the train station later. What was it called again? Healing energy. Izuku nods. So, how about that? Kaken wrinkles his nose. The healing hero, healing energy. Sounds weird. Izuku hums in agreement, patting Kirishima reassuringly when the redhead's shoulders droop. Don't worry, it was a good idea. I mean, relating it to my quirk and all, I can't believe she didn't like my name, Kaken says. Izuku gives him a deadpanned look. And I can't believe you actually thought she would. King Explosion Murder is AF great name. The blonde snaps, that beach has no taste. Kirishima snickers, a great name for a video game character maybe, but way too violent for a pro hero. You wanna die, shitty hair. Izuku is about to stop Kaken from lunging at Kirishima, but the latter easily defends himself from the blonde's explosions by making his arms strong. Anyway, he says casually, as if he wasn't just attacked, I'm more worried about the internships. I'm torn between Fourth Kind's agency and Swift Wonders. Kaken returns to Izuku's side with a huff while the greenette thinks. I think Fourth Kind would be better, considering your quirk. What about you, Kaken? He looks at his childhood friend, who smirks and flaunts his long list of recommendations. Of course I know where I'm going. He boasts, I got nominated by Best Genist. Kirishima's eyes widen. Whoa, the number 4 hero. Kaken tilts his chin up smugly. Then, he pauses and glances back down at the list. Wait a minute. He frowns. You said that healer chick you're gonna follow around works at Endeavor's place, right? Yeah? Izuku says. That's too far from Best Genist. Red eyes roam over the list. His brows furrow even deeper. None of these F agencies are anywhere near where you will be. Izuku rolls his eyes, already knowing where he's going with this. Don't worry, Kaken, I'll be fine. What's he worried about? Kirishima asks. Sighing exasperatedly, Izuku turns to the redhead and says, Kaken's convinced himself that he needs to be my personal bodyguard at all times. Even though I will literally be surrounded by heroes the entire time. He gives Kaken a pointed look, but the other boy merely curls his lip wordlessly. Thankfully, Kirishima seems to agree with him. He'll be fine, Bokogu-kun. He's a tough little healer, isn't he? Grinning, he ruffles Izuku's curls good-naturedly. Remember when he kicked Todoroki-kun's but during training? Half and half wasn't using his quirk, Kaken grumbles, but when Izuku narrows his eyes at him, he sighs loudly, but fine, whatever. Just be sure to text me, alright. It's as good as he's going to get with Kaken. Izuku smiles, not noticing the way Kirishima glances between the two of them curiously. The next day goes by quickly. Lunch goes about the same way, with the Baku squad sitting on one end while Izuku's other friends sit on the other end. It's nice, not that Izuku doesn't like hanging out with Kaken, Kirishima, Siro, Ashido, and Kaminari, but it's fun to get to know his other classmates better. Yaoyorozu is eager to give him tips and recipes when she learns of his quirk's connection to food, which is similar to her own. They have a stealth-based hero class that afternoon, and once school is over, Izuku helps Recovery Girl treat a handful of students. She gives him a bit more homework than usual, trying to prepare him as best as she can for the internship week, but he's more concerned about his difficulty controlling his quirk. He's hardly made any progress and, despite his mentor's insistence on patience, he finds himself becoming frustrated. Oi, Midoriya-kun, what's with the frowny face? Uraraka asks, dragging him out of his thoughts. It's the last day before the weekend and they're currently eating lunch in the cafeteria. Oh, it's nothing, he starts to say dismissively, but as he looks up at her, a flash of blonde catches his attention. He glances over, spotting Mirio walking with Heido and Amajiki, all with trays in their hands and obviously looking for a table. An idea forms in his mind. Excuse me, he says, grabbing his tray and standing up. His friends blink in surprise. Where are you going? Yaoyorozu asks. Across the table, Kaken notices his movement and frowns in confusion. Izuku waves them off reassuringly as he awkwardly slides past Todoroki. I just remembered that I've been meaning to talk to someone. I'll see you guys later, Midoriya, Todoroki starts, but Izuku is already shuffling away. Don't wait up for me. He calls over his shoulder, making his way across the cafeteria with his tray in his hands. Mirio, Heido, and Amajiki have found a table at this point and are sitting down. As Izuku approaches them, he finds himself getting increasingly nervous. Just talking to upperclassmen makes his heart P&D, but now he wants to eat lunch with them. What is he thinking? But no, he can't back down now. This is a good idea. It could really help him. He can't let his anxiety get in the way. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like they'll be outright mean to him. Forcibly swallowing down his anxiety, Izuku determinedly walks over to the upperclassmen and stops in front of their table. Hi guys Kohai. Mirio shouts as soon as he looks up at him. The blonde gives him a blinding grin and Izuku feels his cheeks heat up slightly. Hey, wait, never mind, this was a terrible idea. Abort, Mido-chan. Heido's grin is just as dazzling as Mirio's. Where have you been, cutie? Come sit with us. Her comment makes his cheeks burn even more. Well, at least she saved him from having to ask. If you don't mind, nonsense? Mirio says, scooting over to make space for him. Amajiki grunts when his friend presses against him and squirms away. Izuku nervously sits down and Mirio immediately plops a muscular arm around his shoulders. How are you doing, Midoriya-kun? Oh, I'm fine, Izuku says, not quite sure how to ask what he wants to ask. Heido puts her chin in her hands as she leans against the table. What are the first years up to now? Both she and Mirio gaze at him as if he's the most curious thing they've ever laid eyes on. Izuku tries to force his flush away and replies in a meek voice, mostly just getting ready for our internships. Mirio makes a noise. So are we. It'll be your first time, right? What am I saying? Of course it is. Heido sighs with a wistful look in her eyes. I remember my first internship. How wonderful it must be to be young and carefree. Izuku stifles a snort, but Mirio doesn't bother, letting out a loud bark of laughter. Heido smirks before perking up. Oh, you guys must have chosen your hero names then. Alright. What's yours, Midoriya-kun? Mirio asks. Izuku gulps. Actually, I've been having some trouble picking mine. Curiosity tickles his mind and he asks, what are your hero names? Mirio puffs up his iste proudly and announces, I will be the hero Lemillion. He grins at Izuku and explains, because I want to save at least 1 million people. He sounds so positive and confident that Izuku wholeheartedly believes that he will achieve that goal. Izuku smiles and glances at Heido, who wraps a curl around each of her pointer fingers and says, mine's Nijire-chan. Izuku blinks. Your own name? He recalls Todoroki and Ida choosing their given names too, but he thought someone as bubbly as Heido would choose something more creative. Still, the girl seems proud of her choice, and a gentle squeeze of his shoulders has his attention turning back to Mirio. Your name can be whatever you want it to be, really. Just make sure you choose something you won't regret later. He laughs and glances at Amajiki, who is watching them with his head ducked. You could also have it relate to your quirk. Tamaki-kun's hero name is Sun Eater. At the sight of Izuku's confused expression, Mirio explains, his quirk is called Manifest. He can manifest the physical characteristics of anything he eats. You see that takoyaki he's eating right now? Well, during class he'll be transforming his fingers into octopus tentacles. Amajiki turns his face away as the tips of his ears flush. Izuku doesn't understand why he seems so embarrassed. That's such a useful quirk. That's really cool, Amajiki-kun. The raven-haired boy somehow shrinks even further into himself. Thanks, he mumbles, barely audible. Actually, now that I think about it, Izuku says, looking at the other two upperclassmen, I don't really know much about your quirks either. He sees his chance. It's a good transition to the topic that he came here to discuss. He smiles and listens politely as Mirio explains his permeation quirk, which is super cool, but he's a lot more interested in Heido when she talks about her wave motion quirk. Much like him, she has the ability to convert her own stamina into energy and release it, but hers gets discharged in the form of powerful spiral shockwaves. That's really cool, he says, and the girl preens. After a moment, he hesitantly adds, Actually, one of the reasons I wanted to eat lunch with you guys today is to talk about your quirk. Oh. Hato tilts her head curiously. Yeah. His shoulders scrunch slightly. Well, I don't really have that much control over my quirk. I usually just let it do its thing when I was younger because all I was healing was small injuries like scrapes and bruises, but one time I tried to heal something really big and I kind of totally exhausted myself and ended up in a coma for a couple of days. He scratches the back of his head sheepishly while the upperclassman's eyes widen in alarm. Anyway, I just thought, maybe, since our quirks are kind of similar, I thought that maybe you could teach you how to control it. Hato interrupts, practically throwing herself across the table to reach out and grab his cheeks. Of course I will. But she grins almost manically. Only if you call me senpai. Mirio squawks while Izuku blinks, his face squished between Hato's palms. He squeaks. Her grin widens and she releases him. As he gingerly rubs his cheeks, she asks, "So, what have you been having trouble with the most?" Well, Recovery Girl gave me a list of things to work on, but right now I'm just trying to focus on controlling the output, he says. My quirk activates automatically once I make skin contact, and it won't stop until the wound is healed. So, even if I realize that I'm draining my energy, my body physically won't let me stop until it's over. Which is why it can be dangerous for me. Hato nods, looking surprisingly serious. And your energy, what does it feel like? Izuku ponders about it. Kind of like, tingly and warm. Like energy, he stammers lamely. And when it's leaving me it's like a flow that I can't touch or grab onto no matter what. Hato perks up. See, that's your problem right there. You can't control your energy by touching it. Instead of focusing on the energy itself, focus on where it leaves your body. Izuku frowns, then glances down. Like my hands? Sure. She chirps, you've got to put all your concentration there to control the flow. Izuku is a bit hesitant. I don't know. I can't really move my hands at all once my quirk's activated. No. It's not about moving your hands. Hato taps her fingers to her lips, humming in thought, then says, I like to think of it like a hose. You can stop the flow or at least slow it down by stepping on the hose. Just concentrate on the spot where your energy leaves and she makes a closing gesture with her hands. Narrow it down until it cuts off. Izuku considers it. It's kind of strong to visualize what she's saying, but maybe that's because he's always been so focused on trying to grab his energy instead of looking at the output. He isn't sure about this whole hose analogy, but it's a more solid idea than anything he's ever come up with. It'll at least be worth a shot. Sorry if it sounds a bit confusing, Hato says when he's quiet for too long. I've never really had to think about it so strong before. It makes more sense in my head. No, it's fine. That was really helpful actually. He smiles at her. Thanks, Hato-senpai. She gasps, eyes practically sparkling. A moment later, she's squeezing his cheeks again and her face is suddenly way too close to his. Call me Nijire-senpai and I will love you forever. Izuku blinks. Next to him, Mirio is laughing loudly while Amajiki lets out a faint groan. He looks like he pities Izuku. The freckled boy isn't quite sure what to do. Okay, Nijire-senpai. Nijire lets out an ear-piercing squeal and throws her arms around him in a tight hug. It's awkward and uncomfortable since they're hugging from across the table, but that doesn't stop her from cooing, "Oh my god, you're just too adorable. Mirio-kun, can we keep him? Please." Mirio just laughs louder while Izuku sweat drops nervously. Keep him. Thankfully, at the end of lunch, Mirio prevents him from being taken hostage. The trio waves at him as he walks back to his friends, Nijire calling out, "If you ever need help again, just come to your trusty senpai. Or if you ever want to hang out," Mirio adds. Amajiki just gives him what he assumes is a poor attempt at a friendly smile before walking away with his shoulders hunched. After saying goodbye for about the 20th time, Mirio and Nijire follow him. Izuku turns away with a small huff of laughter. Even though his new senpais are a bit overwhelming, he found himself having a fun time while eating lunch with them. They talked about the sports festival, which Mirio won in the third-year stage, and the blonde asked about Izuku's classes with all might. They're friendly and easy to get along with, And even though they did most of the talking, they made sure to include Izuku in their conversation. He tells Kaken about them on their way back to homeroom, but his friend just grunts about how it's weird for first years to eat lunch with third years. Izuku sticks his tongue out at him in response. During their hero lesson, All Might asks if they've all chosen what agency they'll be going to for their internships. Everyone agrees, including Izuku, which incites more than a few surprised glances. Really, Midoriya-chan? Azui tilts her head. I thought you said healers didn't have agencies? Gyres. They don't, Izuku explains, but I'm going to be shadowing a combat medic named Vapor Mend throughout the week. Since healers are in high demand, she isn't exclusive to one agency, so she kind of just goes where she's needed. I'll be meeting up with her at the Night Eye agency, and I guess we'll just go from there. He smiles, unable to hide his excitement. Recovery Girl gave him the rundown of what to expect during his internship week just this morning. From what Vapor Men told her, apparently they'll be spending a good few days at the Endeavor agency, but Izuku doesn't want to tell Todoroki yet. He wants it to be a surprise, and it will no doubt be funny to see the look on Todoroki's face when he shows up. Hey, that's pretty cool, Midoriya-kun, Sato says. Hagakure's sleeves jump around. You get to go to multiple agencies. Izuku laughs, but then he notices the way All Might is staring at him with slightly wide eyes. He almost looks panicked. As soon as their gazes meet, however, the number one hero gives himself a shake and plasters on his usual smile. All right then, young zygotes. You want to make a good impression during your internships, so let's get to work. Recovery Girl 4:02 p.m. Sorry, I'm going to be a bit late for our lesson. Hold the fort until I get back. Midoriya 4:04 p.m. Okay. Pocketing his phone, Izuku steps into the infirmary, letting out a small sigh of relief when he sees that it's empty. No students waiting to be treated. Normally he might jump at a chance to use his quirk, especially after what Nijire suggested to him, but today's hero lesson has left him rather tired. He trudges over to Recovery Girl's desk, intent on getting a head start on reviewing the day's list of patients, when a knock on the door has him faltering. He stifles a noise of annoyance and calls out, "Come in." To his surprise, instead of an injured student, All Might walks in. He's still in his muscled form and his costume from today's lesson. "Hello, young Midoriya," he greets, gently shutting the door behind him. "Oh, hi, All Might," Izuku says, eyes roaming over him in concern. "Are you all right?" Yes, I'm fine." He raises his arms and gestures to himself. "No new injuries, no need to worry. I just wanted to have a word with you about your internship." "Oh." Izuku relaxes and sits down in his desk chair. "Sure, what's up?" All Might stiffly sits down on the nearest bed and shuffles his feet. He opens his mouth, then closes it and shifts uncomfortably. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd say All Might looks awkward. "Well, it's mostly about the first agency you're going to," he finally says. "You mentioned the Night Eye agency?" Izuku nods. He doesn't really know that particular hero too well, but from the look on All Might's face, he can tell there's something bigger going on here. The blonde coughs, thankfully without any BLD, and says, Yes, well, you probably don't know this, but Sir Night Eye used to be a sidekick of mine." Izuku's eyes widen. "You had a sidekick?" he exclaims, but I thought you were always against taking on sidekicks?" "I was," All Might says, "but Night Eye was very persistent." Izuku's shocked expression doesn't change, and All Might eventually adds reluctantly, "And he did all of my file work, so it was strong to say no." Izuku is stunned. How did he not know that All Might had a sidekicks? He feels like such a fake fan. "He and I worked together for many years, until my injury." All Might hesitates. "As I'm sure you know, my injury was very severe. I almost died, and seeing as the usage of my quirk was suddenly very limited, Sir Night Eye wanted me to retire. Obviously I refused and we broke up." He grimaces and looks down at the ground. Izuku can't help but think he looks rather regretful. "I've been meaning to call him, to tell him about meeting you and my newfound health, but..." He glances away. "I'm not sure if it will change anything." Izuku frowns in confusion. Of course it would change things. Sir Night Eye wouldn't have to worry anymore. but from the troubled look in All Might's eyes, he can tell there's a lot he still doesn't know about this whole situation. Maybe their breakup was uglier than All Might made it sound. So Izuku holds his tongue. Instead, he asks softly, "Do you want me to say anything to him?" All Might smiles and waves him off. "Oh no, don't you worry about it. I guess I dunno wanted to mention it." He pauses, gazing at Izuku for a moment, then his smile wavers slightly. A soft sigh escapes his lips. "Well, if you see him, let me know how he's doing." Izuku doesn't like how sad All Might looks right now. He doesn't outwardly show it, of course, but Izuku can see it anyways. He wonders just how deep and personal his relationship with Sir Night Eye was. Losing him must have hurt a lot, if it could leave such a heavy, lingering sadness in All Might's eyes. Yeah, he's definitely going to try and get those two back together. Smiling brightly, he nods and says, "Eh?" All Might huffs fondly and reaches out to ruffle his curls. Izuku, as usual, whines in protest, but something in the corner of his eye catches his attention. Mirio's face is sticking through the door. Izuku freezes. The blonde blinks at the hand on Izuku's head and glances between him and All Might curiously. "Mirio-senpai." Izuku squeaks. All Might glances over and retracts his hand. "Ah, sorry, Midoriya-kun." Mirio says, "I was just looking for Heya-san. She got a little injured during class today and said she'd visit the nurse's office after school." Heya-san? Izuku vaguely recalls a pink-haired upperclassman sitting next to Nijire during lunch. He healed her after the stampede, right? A friend of Nijire. And apparently Mirio. "Sorry, I haven't seen her." He gets up and looks over Recovery Girl's clipboard once more. "Looks like she hasn't stopped by today." "Alright, Ethan. I've gotta go find her." Mirio laughs boisterously. Izuku is confused, but then All Might laughs too. Mirio looks thrilled that the #1 hero found whatever he said to be humorous. "See you later," he chirps before his face retreats. All Might is still chuckling. What a funny young man. Izuku blinks. Then his eyes widen in realization. To gotta go. Like his name, but he has to O. He looks at All Might. That was a joke. Not a very funny one, in his opinion, but he's not surprised that All Might would laugh at something as stupid as that. "Took you a little while there," the older man teases. Izuku huffs, then pauses. "Wait, you know his name. I thought you didn't teach third years." All Might stiffens, so fleeting that Izuku wouldn't have noticed if he didn't know the man so well, then casually brushes it off. "Oh, I've just heard his name go around campus. He's a popular one, you know." Apparently, there's almost always laughter echoing around him. It's believable, but Izuku is still a bit suspicious about the way he tensed up there. Actually, throughout their whole conversation he got the faint feeling that All Might wasn't quite telling him everything. But Izuku knows that he wouldn't keep anything too important from him, so he supposes it's none of his business to know. Still, he can't help but wonder why All Might would know Mirio's name and recognize him. The two do look rather similar too. Smirking slightly, he asks, "Are you sure he's not your secret love child or something?" He's teasing, of course, but he immediately regrets it when All Might chokes and spews BLD in shock. "Oh, is he sorry dash, my boy Gak? What on earth dash? Ah, here's a handkerchief. Do you need another one? Dash, dear Lord, you can't just say things like that. What goes on in your mind?" Sorry. Despite Izuku's excitement for his internship week, the day they're meant to be sent off also brings a sense of unease. Uraraka texts him early that morning, expressing her worry about Ida doing his internship with a lesser-known agency in Hosu, the city where his older brother essentially lost his life as a hero. He won't have any friends to distract him from his pain, and Izuku worries how this week-long internship might affect him. So, when Class 1A meets up at the train station, Izuku and Uraraka approach Ida. The blue-haired boy turns when Izuku calls his name, but the greenette suddenly finds that he doesn't quite know what to say. What can he say in this situation? He has no idea what's going on in Ida's mind right now. Thankfully, Uraraka knows Ida better than he does, so she steps forward. If you ever need to talk to someone, you have our numbers. You know you can talk to us about anything, we're your friends, right?" Izuku asks. There's a pause, then Ida turns to them. Even though he's smiling, his face is closed off. Yeah, he says, then turns and walks away without another word. Uraraka sighs and looks at Izuku. I suppose there isn't really much else we can do for him. Izuku reluctantly nods. They can't really help Ida if he doesn't want them to. He hopes that just the reminder of their support will be enough for the other boy, but that doesn't stop anxiety from churning in his stomach as he bids goodbye to Uraraka and returns to Kaken's side. Remember to text me when you get there, the blonde reminds him for the 100th time as they walk to Izuku's platform, and don't talk to creeps along the way. Izuku rolls his eyes. Yes, mother. Ignoring Kaken's growl, he spots Todoroki and waves as they pass by. Todoroki simply gives him a small smile in return. Soon, Izuku is sitting on the train, gazing out the window as the scenery flashes by. It's really weird to be traveling by himself for the first time. It's weird that the person sitting next to him isn't Kaken, but a complete stranger. It makes him nervous, but he mentally scolds himself for being so cowardly and tries to force himself to be excited instead. He gets to go somewhere without Kaken. He gets to have an adventure that's all his own. This is new and exciting and he's going to make the best of it. So, with that positive mentality, he plasters a smile on his face and eagerly anticipates his arrival. The Night Eye Agency is about an hour-long train ride from UA, but it feels like it passes in minutes. Before he knows it, he's standing on the sidewalk, peering up at the large, 5-story building in front of him. His smile wavers ever so slightly. Despite his mental pep talk, his anxiety returns with full force. He's really alone right now. Kaken usually takes the lead with this kind of stuff. Actually, he takes the lead with pretty much everything. Izuku's so used to being a follower that he isn't quite sure how to proceed. What if he's super awkward and makes a fool of himself? What if he does something wrong and messes everything up? What if, through the glass doors, he can see a receptionist inside giving him an odd look? Oh, SHT, he's been standing outside for way too long. Stepping inside, he smiles politely and walks up to her desk. Excuse me. He tries not to stammer, I'm here for my internship. With Kameyuki. The receptionist glances at her computer screen and makes a noise. Ah, are you Midoriya Izuku? Izuku nods, mentally scolding himself for not giving his name right away, and she gestures to the staircase. She should be on the 3rd floor. I'll let her know you're coming. Izuku thanks her and nervously makes his way up the staircase, which is shaped in a dizzying spiral. Everything around him seems so pristine and fancy, it makes him feel very out of place. He gazes around in awe. He's in a real hero agency. He's so busy gawking at everything that he completely loses count of how many floors he's gone up. Did he already pass the 3rd floor? No, it's the one just above him's this one. Coming to a stop at the next landing, Izuku spots a plain-looking door at the end of the long hallway. There's no sign or any hint as to what might lay behind it, so he cautiously moves closer and opens the door slowly. The first thing he notices is the abundance of All Might merchandise spread out across the room. Posters are plastered on every wall, All Might bobbleheads and knickknacks carefully placed in already full bookshelves and desks, a life-size All Might cardboard cutout propped up in the corner. Izuku freezes. What did he just walk into? Is this whole room a shrine? Whatever this place is, he's not the only one here. A young woman with blue skin and hair notices him as soon as the door opens and straightens up. Who are you? She asks. Izuku startles and opens his mouth to reply when suddenly a large body flies out from one of the walls. Except, the wall remains unbroken, as if the body phased through it. The person hits the ground with a loud thump right in front of Izuku. He immediately recognizes who it is. Mirio-senpai. He squeaks. Mirio glances at him in surprise, sitting up, and, wow, that's a lot more skin that Izuku's used to seeing. His face heats up and he slaps his hands over his eyes. You're naked? Mirio looks down at himself as if he didn't even notice. Oh, right. Sorry, sometimes I lose my clothes when I phase through something with my whole body. Izuku keeps his eyes covered as he hears Mirio get up. The woman from earlier sighs and walks over, asking, why did you phase through the wall, then? I thought I might break it. Sir would be upset if I destroyed his Bronze Age poster. Izuku peeks between his fingers long enough to see Mirio nod at a poster on the wall featuring All Might in said Bronze Age costume. Mirio himself is unabashedly standing with his hands on his hips, his broad, naked zizi glistening with sweat. Izuku blushes furiously, sparing a quick glance down and letting out a sigh of relief when he sees that Mirio has covered his nether regions with a jacket, probably given to him by the woman. Mirio looks at him with a grin. Anyway, I didn't expect to see you here, my little Kohai. You know this kid? The woman asks. Izuku opens his mouth to introduce himself, only to be interrupted by a door opening on the same wall that Mirio phased through. A tall man, who Izuku instantly recognizes as Sir Knight, he may have done some research after All Might mentioned him, walks in. Mirio-kun, what did I tell you about Dash? He pauses when his eyes land on Izuku. The freckled boy gulps, suddenly finding himself under an intense gaze. Who are you? Night Eye demands. Izuku once again opens his mouth, but Mirio beats him to it. The blonde wraps a heavy arm around his shoulders, pulls him close to his side, and announces, "This is my Kohai, Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. A hero student." Night Eye's golden eyes narrow. I didn't hire another intern. What are you doing here? Oh yeah, what are you doing here, Midoriya-kun? Mirio glances down at him curiously. Izuku's face burns, mostly likely due to the fact that, despite the jacket, Mirio is still very much naked and is pressing the smaller boy against him. As he squirms out of his grasp, he stammers, I'm doing my internship with Kameyuki. Air Vapor Mend. Ah, right, she mentioned someone would be coming by, the blue-skinned woman says, you're Recovery Girl's apprentice, right? Izuku nods and she smiles. It's nice to meet you then, Midoriya-kun. I'm Bubble Girl, Sir Night Eye's sidekick. She holds her hand out and Izuku takes it. Nice to meet you. Hey, you never told me you'd be coming here for your internship? Mirio says, his words accusing but his tone good-natured. He reaches out to ruffle Izuku's curls but the greenette hastily dodges. He'd put his hair in a very nice bun today and he doesn't want it to be ruined. I'm not really staying here, I don't think, he says. Vapor Mend goes where she's needed, so I'll just be shadowing her. You get to go to multiple agencies. Dang, it's cool that healers have such flexibility. Mirio says. I'm jealous. There are so few of them around, Bubble Girl comments. It's nice to see such a young healer. Before Izuku can reply, Sir Night Eye speaks up. Yes, well, we're all glad that you're here, but if you don't mind, we were in the middle of a training session. He gives Mirio a look and the blonde grins sheepishly. Training, Izuku looks at Mirio. You're doing your internship here, senpai? Mirio puffs up his issy with pride. I've been working with Sir for almost a year now. That's super cool. As Izuku speaks, the door behind him opens. Ah, there you are, Midoriya-kun. He glances over his shoulder to see a short woman with a distinct, sharp-cut bob hairstyle that matches the jet black color of her nails. She smiles warmly and extends her hand. Kameyuki, nice to meet you. The receptionist said you were on your way, but I figured you got lost. Don't worry about it, though, she adds when Izuku starts to apologize. This place can be a bit confusing for new people. I see you've already met Sir Night. She looks over at the man who nods politely in return. Kame-san, Sir Night says, I was unaware you were taking on an intern this week. He doesn't sound too pleased at the surprise, but the healer waves him off. Oh, yeah, I wasn't really planning on it, she says, smiling at Izuku, but Recovery Girl has spoken so highly of you, I just had to snatch you up before any of the other healers could. Izuku flushes slightly and looks down at his shoes. I hope she didn't oversell me. Mirio laughs and gives him a hefty pat on the back that nearly makes him lose his balance. You're too humble, Midoriya-kun. He says, you've got a super rare quirk and you're a recommendation student. Have some pride. Izuku blinks. How do you know I'm a recommend? He trails off and shakes his head. Considering how displeased Shinso was when he found out, there's a good chance he mentioned it to others. News about Izuku seems to spread like wildfire in UA. Who sponsored you? Bubble Girl asks, then catches herself. Oh, wait a minute, it was probably Recovery Girl. Sir Night Eye, who has been steadily looking more and more annoyed as they continue to talk, catches Mirio's attention and jerks his head towards the door that no doubt leads to a training room. Mirio pats Izuku once more before turning to follow his mentor, but Izuku quickly spots his chance. Actually, All Might was my sponsor, he says. Bubble Girl and Vapormend make noises of surprise, but Izuku keeps his eye on Sir Night Eye. Just as he expected, the man stops dead in his tracks. What? He asks, turning around to fix Izuku with a firm but bewildered look. Why would All Might sponsor a healer? Feigning casualness, Izuku explains, oh, we met around a year before I got into UA. I guess he saw my potential, but I have trouble controlling my quirk sometimes. See, I can kind of sense injuries and my quirk will automatically try to heal them, but if it's a big injury then my quirk won't stop and I'll eventually pass out from exhaustion. All Might wanted to help me get into UA so that I could train with Recovery Girl, so, yeah, he sponsored me. It's a vague explanation and it doesn't divulge how he even met All Might in the first place, but it's enough to make Sir Night Eye look suspicious. Izuku can practically see the gears turning in the man's head as his sharp eyes seemingly analyze the boy thoroughly. It's rather unnerving, actually, but Mirio distracts him with a loud "oh" of understanding. That explains the other day. Then, Izuku and Bubble Girl tilt their heads questioningly and Mirio says, I was poking my head into the nurse's office after school one day and I saw All Might ruffling Midoriya-kun's hair. I guess it makes sense now. He smiles at Izuku. You two seem close. Izuku rubs the back of his neck bashfully. I guess so. That's awesome. Bubble Girl exclaims, man, to be sponsored by the #1 hero. It was kind of crazy, Izuku admits. I think I confused a lot of people during the recommendation exam. Vapormend laughs and says, well, if you have both All Might and Recovery Girl in your corner, then I can't wait to see your quirk. I don't know how much I can help you with controlling it, but I can definitely introduce you to the world of hero healers. Izuku's eyes sparkle eagerly. Thanks. And don't worry about the control thing, my friend Nijire-senpai already gave me some advice that I'm excited to try out. Yeah, can't have you passing out anymore. Mirio grins, then cocks his head to the side curiously. Hey, speaking of, I was wondering, what's the biggest injury you've ever healed? Izuku's smile widens. Bless his senpai for asking the right questions. Sir Night Eye is still gazing at him when he glances over. Making direct eye contact with the hero, Izuku nonchalantly says, oh, I regrew a stomach once. Sir Night Eye's eyes widen. Holy that's amazing. Bubble Girl exclaims, oblivious to her boss's silent freakout. A stomach? You can regrow organs. Mirio gapes at him and Izuku giggles, nodding. Holy CRP. Wait, is that the big injury that made you go into a coma afterwards? Bubble Girl and Vapormend stare at him in alarm. Izuku coughs awkwardly. My quirk utilizes my own energy, so big injuries take a lot out of me. Hence, why I need to learn to control my quirk better. Vapormend hums in thought. I see. Well, you let me know if there's anything I can do to help you out with that. We can talk more about quirks later, though. She straightens up and turns to Sir Night Eye, who looks speechless. I've just finished organizing your medical wing. If you don't mind, I'd like to give Midoriya-kun a quick tour of it before we go on our way. Sir Night Eye still hasn't torn his dumbfounded gaze away from Izuku. Now Mirio and Bubble Girl are starting to notice his odd behavior as well. That's fine. Go right ahead. Bubble Girl says when her boss takes too long to respond. She bounces over to him and snaps her fingers in front of his face while Vapormend leads Izuku away. Mirio cheerfully waves as they leave. Turns out, Izuku had gone up one flight too many. Vapormend leads him back down to the 3rd floor where they enter a room that looks much more hospital-like than the previous one. Alright, then, let's get started, the healer says, waving her arms around her. This is the Night Eye Agency Medical Wing. And those lovely people over there she gestures to a trio of adults gathered around a desk who watch them curiously. Are the medical team. Nakamura-san is the head healer and Kita-san and Sakuma-san are his medics. Most hero agencies are set up in a similar way, with one head healer supported by multiple doctors that make up for their unrelated quirks with their dazzling medical degrees. She flourishes her hand flamboyantly and grins. Izuku laughs nervously, but the medics don't appear to be offended. They smile and greet him politely while Vapormend continues. As you may notice, this place isn't too big. That's because agencies like Nighteyes are more focused on intel gathering rather than combat, so their medical wing is smaller than most. But when we go over to Endeavor's agency, you'll see that their wing is a lot bigger. Actually, it's so big that I'm not the only healer that works there. I've got a partner named Osaki-san. He's an older fellow though, so he just sticks to the Endeavor agency. Izuku nods, kind of wishing he could take notes, and starts to ask, Vaporman dash. The woman cuts him off with a wave. Oh, none of that. Just call me Kame-san. Izuku nods and opens his mouth to finish asking his question, but Kame just plows onward. Healers tend to stick to the agencies where their particular skills will be most useful. For example, my quirk, Healing Breath, works by utilizing the healing properties in the water droplets of my breath. Basically, if I breathe on an injury, it speeds up the healing process by about 50%. So it's really good for dealing with external wounds like burns, which is why I primarily work with the Endeavor agency. The big guy's a great hero, but kinda messy. You'll see when we get there. At the mention of Endeavor, Izuku shifts uncomfortably. He's only ever met the man twice, but each time he wasn't very friendly. And now that he knows how Endeavor views healers, he isn't too eager to join his medical team, even if it's only temporary. Well, at least Todoroki will be there. He follows Kame as she walks around the medical wing, continuing her explanation. Other agencies like rescue agencies typically have healers with quirks like pain stopping and stuff like that to help keep the civilians that they're rescuing calm. They also provide good on-site medical treatment, but I suppose that part could be applied to all combat medics. She perks up. There is one healer that I know of that works at underground agencies with a quirk that's like internal body cleansing or something. He could get rid of poisons and stuff. Do you know why that quirk is best for underground agencies? She turns to face Izuku, who is taken aback by the sudden question. He can already tell that Kame is the type to talk a lot and quickly too, so it takes him a moment to process what she asked. His mind whirls. Because underground heroes probably deal with sneakier villains. He struggles to find the right words. I mean, they might do undercover work, stuff that most heroes can't do because they're in the media spotlight, so the threat of drags and poisons must be higher for them compared to other heroes. It comes out sounding like a question. However, considering the pleased expression on Kame's face, it's the right answer. You've got the gist of it, yeah? She says, so, you see how it's important for healers to understand their specialties? He nods. Most healers communicate to some degree with each other and go where they're needed. So if, say, Endeavor gets poisoned by a villain, we'd call up our underground friend and have him come over. Healers, especially the more powerful ones, are constantly on the move. I bet you'll be just like recovery girls with a quirk as flexible as yours. You'll be traveling all across Japan during your career, healing heroes left and right. She grabs his hands and leans a bit too close to his face, grinning eagerly. Isn't it exciting? Her eyes are wide and sparkling with energy. She kind of reminds him of Nijire with her bubbly, in-your-face personality. Swallowing, he leans back slightly and stammers, yeah, Toda dash, let me show you how everything's set up. She moves away as quickly as she came, spinning around and gesturing to a large cabinet probably full of medical supplies. Nighteyes' medical wing was in desperate need of a tune-up, so Kita-san called me over. Like my own mentor always said, all good medical wings need to have a dash. She goes on to explain the logistics of setting up a hero agency's medical center, talking a mile a minute about everything from basic necessities to decorations to the cost of equipment, which he won't even have to worry about since it will be paid for by the agency, but he gets the feeling that she just wanted an excuse to rant about some of the outrageous prices of particular equipment. He nods along politely, slightly overwhelmed by the abundance of information being dumped on him so soon, and tries to remember as much as he can so he can write down notes later. It's a long time before Mirio's head pops through the door, startling Izuku. "Excuse me," he says. Kame and the other doctors glance over, seeming entirely unsurprised at the sight of the teenage boy's face sticking through the door. Not trying to rush you or anything, but Sir says he wants to talk to Midoriya-kun before you guys leave. Kame stops talking for the first time in 20 minutes, miraculously not even slightly out of breath, and cocks her head to the side. Why? I'm not quite sure, Mirio says, but you know how he's a big All Might fan. He's probably just curious about Midoriya-kun, 'cause he got sponsored by the guy. Well, it's about time Sir Night Eye decided to say something. It couldn't have taken him that long to figure it out. Izuku smiles and looks to Kame for permission. Oh, go ahead then, she says, waving him off. Just don't take too long, I want to have time to get lunch before we have to go to Endeavor's place. Izuku nods. Mirio's face disappears for a moment before his senpai opens the door for him and dramatically gestures for him to join him in the hallway. Izuku giggles and trots after the older boy as he begins leading the way. Mirio strikes up a friendly chat while they walk, talking about his intense training with Sir Night Eye, who apparently has a lot more physical skill than he appears to have. He's led to a smaller, more private office room. Mirio opens the door for him before giving him a quick pat on the shoulder and leaving. When he enters, he spots Sir Night Eye standing on the opposite end of the room. The tall man is facing away from him, his hands braced on his desk as he gazes out the window with hunched shoulders. It makes for a rather dramatic sight, but for some reason Izuku doesn't feel quite so nervous anymore. Sir Night Eye is silent for a moment, then says quietly, even though All Might and I haven't spoken to each other in years, I still keep a close eye on him. It would have been impossible for me to not notice how he's been staying in his muscled form longer and longer each day, despite his injury. At first, I thought that perhaps he was just pushing himself. It would have been far from the first time he's done so. He straightens up and slowly turns to look over his shoulder at Izuku. But now I know why. His gaze is firm but skeptical, as if he doesn't quite know what to make of him. Izuku meets it calmly and says, I haven't healed him entirely yet. Sir Night Eye blinks, then frowns. But you said just his stomach, Izuku clarifies, then winces in apology at the interruption. I just grew back his stomach. I didn't even mean to, really, He trails off, then figures he should probably start from the beginning. I met All Might last April after the incident with a sludge villain that resulted in a woman's death. Sir Night Eye nods, as if he's very familiar with said incident, and considering how much All Might merchandise he has and how closely he's been watching the #1 hero, he probably is. I stumbled across him in his weak form and he kind of accidentally coughed up BLD on my face, which was really gross, but I ended up basically grabbing him by the wrists and, well, like I said earlier, my quirk activates automatically as soon as skin contact is made. He struggles not to ramble. I could sense his injuries and my quirk was trying to heal them as quickly as possible, but I eventually just ended up passing out. I didn't even realize who he was or what I had done until he visited me in the hospital a couple of days later. He told me about getting injured by that villain and that he had a stomach for the first time in years, and I couldn't believe it. He looks down at his feet, smiling softly at the memories. And, well, Recovery Girl offered to train me and he gestures as if to say the rest is history. Sir Night Eye stares at him, clearly processing his words. I still don't understand why All Might sponsored you. Oh. Izuku waves his hands sheepishly. That's just 'cause there was some old rule about teachers not being allowed to sponsor students, so Recovery Girl couldn't do it herself and, well, All Might was more than willing to help out. He scratches the back of his neck, then forces himself to be steady and straightens up. I plan to heal him completely as soon as I learn how to control my quirk. And where are you with that? Sir Night Eye asks. Now, Izuku gets a bit nervous. He wrings his hands in his shirt and glances away with a sigh. Honestly, not very far. I've got a couple of ideas that might help, but I've basically gone my entire life without trying to train my quirk. It might be a while. He brightens slightly and adds, but we did find out that my quirk can be stopped if the skin contact is broken by someone else, like if they move away or move me. Then why don't you just do that? Sir Night Eye asks, a bit demandingly. I know, right? I totally could. Izuku agrees wholeheartedly, to the man's surprise. He sighs again, but Recovery Girl said I have to get licensed before I can heal a pro hero. You know, 'cause of legalities and stuff. I wasn't really supposed to heal All Might the first time, but they let it go. Sir Night Eye looks slightly frustrated, which Izuku understands. Eventually, though, he lets out a heavy exhale through his nose and says, "I guess it can't be helped, then. Well, regardless, I want to thank you for healing him." Izuku blinks in surprise when the man gives him a small smile. "I never thought I'd ever see him be as strong as he is now again." Izuku flushes and averts his gaze shyly. He'll never get used to such blatant praise. "Oh, it's no problem." Sir Night Eye arches a brow. "Sounds like it was though. What did Mirio-kun say about you being in a coma?" Izuku decides to explain his quirk a bit more thoroughly, explaining how it usually works and how All Might's injury affected him. Sir Night Eye nods thoughtfully. "Your quirk? I've never heard of something like it before. It's so powerful. It should be impossible." He murmurs the last part as if to himself. He falls silent, his brows knitted in contemplation, and Izuku waits patiently. He startles when Sir Night Eye abruptly straightens up and looks at him. "How much has All Might told you about me?" Izuku blinks. Just that you used to work together and that you broke up when he got injured." The hero huffs and grumbles something under his breath that Izuku doesn't catch. Pursing his lips, he says, "My quirk is called Foresight. It allows me to see a person's future. When All Might was injured he cuts himself off, a sharp exhale hissing through his teeth as he glances away. You don't understand? He was broken." A deep pain flashes in those golden eyes. Izuku's eye suddenly feels tight. Sir Night Eye pauses, inhales deeply, then continues, "While he was hospitalized, I used my quirk on him." Another pause. "And I saw that he would face off against a villain and die an unspeakably gruesome death." Izuku's breath catches in his throat. He stares at Sir Night Eye with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Whatever future I see cannot be changed. This rule is absolute, as I myself have tried to change the future to no avail." "But I knew," the man whispers, "that if he was to continue on like that, with that body, he would only seal his fate. I couldn't stand by and just let this future play out, not with All Might. Even though I knew it was hopeless, I had to at least try." He swallows heavily and continues, "So, I told him to retire. I told him to find a successor to pass the mantle of the symbol of peace onto. To spend the rest of his days as a legend, to live while he still could." His face twists into a grimace and he growls, and he refused. Even though he couldn't smile at all, he refused to stop fighting. And I couldn't support him. I couldn't watch him accept his fate. At that rate, everything would have gone according to my foresight. It was going according to what I saw. His words trail off and he lifts his head towards Izuku. "But I didn't see you." Heart in his throat, all Izuku can do is stare. He doesn't understand what he's saying. All Might is going to... "I didn't see you," Sir Night Eye repeats. His jaw clenches. He almost looks frustrated. "I don't understand you. What is your place in all this?" Izuku doesn't realize that he's stepped closer until the man is right in front of him, gazing down at him with an indecipherable expression. A boy with a healing quirk, rare even amongst rare quirks. Born of pure chance, with a complete disregard to genetics. An anomaly, his golden gaze seems to pierce Izuku. "How could I have possibly foreseen you?" Izuku doesn't know what to say. Vaguely, he's reminded of his conversation with All Might after USJ, the man telling him how the villains lost because they didn't expect him. He swallows uneasily. Is he an anomaly? Everyone always seems so shocked by his quirk, even healers. What is he? Silence is his only response. Sir Night Eye's eyes roam over him as he says, 6 or 7 years. That was how far into his future I looked. That was when I saw his death. The further into the future I look, the less accurate the time. It could be this year or next year. His voice drops to a murmur, or it could have already passed. Izuku croaks. Sir Night Eye takes a step back, still holding his gaze. In all my years as a hero, my foresight has never been wrong. I knew that even if I tried to change All Might's future I would fail. But you weren't part of my vision. You can heal him, you can fix him, and I just can't help but wonder. Silence falls between them. Izuku doesn't notice until now that his eyes are wet. Still, he somehow can't bring himself to wipe his tears just yet. Have I, he whispers shakily, have I changed anything? Sir Night Eye's throat bobs. I don't know. I'm not. Then, his eyes widen ever so slightly. Inhaling deeply, he steps towards Izuku once more and raises his hand. Ever since I saw All Might's death, I decided to never read people's futures. From then on, I would only look seconds and minutes into the future, no more. But Izuku's gaze darts to his raised hand hovering inches away from his face, then back to his eyes. Wordlessly asking for permission. He nods and Sir Night Eye's hand gently cups the side of his face. Golden eyes turn purple. Mere seconds pass before those same eyes well up with tears. Izuku stiffens in alarm, but then the hand on his cheek slides to the back of his head and the next thing he knows he's being pulled against it. Each long arms wrap around him, holding him tightly as a heartbeat louder than his own echoes in his ear. A chin drops on top of his head with a shaky exhale. They stay like that for a long time, Izuku awkwardly hugging a man so much taller than him. He can't tell what this hug means. Were those tears happy or sad? Is his future bad? The chin on his head shifts, and a voice croaks, I guess I should pay that man a visit, then. Izuku smiles, not bothering to prevent the giggle that escapes him as he burrows deeper into Sir Night Eye's. Well, there's his answer.